Now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I would like to ask a question to which I tell you in advance I expect no answer. What is genius and where did it come from? Genius is very rare. That much we do know. It is elusive and not immediately recognizable. It cannot be purchased, nor can it be cultivated. So, rare, intangible, and not to be acquired by any means, then when is it and what is its source? Aware that I've asked the unanswerable, I present you now with the words of the Roman writer Plutarch, half a century before Christ. Genius is a deity.
Where is my angel, Doctor?
Your what?
My angel. I'm lost without my angel.
I don't think I quite understand.
I thought I saw her sitting on my typewriter. But when I sat down to work, Doctor, she wasn't there at all.
Our mystery drama, Fallen Angel, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ralph Bell.
Something special.
Our story concerns a writer. His name is Lawrence Maitland. Many think he's a genius. He thinks so himself. But genius or no, at the moment, Lawrence Maitland is in serious trouble.
What went wrong? Something went wrong. What? What am I doing here? What kind of a place is this? How did I get here? I can't remember a thing. Oh, good Lord. What's happened to my memory? I can't live if anything's happened to my memory.
Yes, come in, please.
Dr. Kramer?
Yes?
I'm Jack Brody.
Oh, yes, Mr. Brody, come in. You wanted to talk to me about Mr. Maitland?
Yeah. Well, it all started at my place, you know, and Mr. Maitland ain't just a customer. He's like a friend, too.
Mm-hmm. Did he come to your place often, Mr. Brody?
Yeah, all the time. He never went no place else. When I say all the time, I mean when he was drinking, you know. But he wasn't always drinking. But there was months at a time he didn't drink at all.
A periodic drinker.
Yeah, well, he went on benders, you know, 2, 3, maybe 4 times a year.
And always at your place?
Yeah, right.
Well, why was that, do you suppose?
Well, I don't know. He wouldn't be recognized there. Not very likely. It's near the waterfront, you know. We don't get people from Mr. Maitland's kind of background as a rule.
Mm-hmm.
Well, him and I got to be what you might call friends. I mean, he knew I'd look after him.
How?
Well, when he'd get himself really boozed up, I'd call his taxi for him.
His taxi?
Yeah, it's the same one every time. The driver's a guy named Ivan Kaplan. He was like a friend of Maitland's, too. Ivan would take him home and get him to bed. And lots of times I'd even wake Mrs. Maitland up. He just knew what to do.
Yes, Mrs. Maitland told me. Would you care to tell me just what happened that night?
Morning. It was in the morning. About 11 o'clock, that's when I opened up. And, well, the place was empty when he come in. I hadn't seen him in some time, but I wasn't exactly surprised. I knew sooner or later he'd show up.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, Mr. Maitland.
I thought you'd never open up.
Well, never before 11, you know that. Well, what's your pleasure?
You know damn well what I drink. Make it a double.
Right. Water with it?
Beer on the side.
Well, it's your liver.
What's that? Who came in?
customer. Yes, sir?
Beer?
Jack?
Please. Hey, Jack. I need another drink here.
Yes, sir. Be right with you, Mr. Maitland.
Now. Right now.
You want the same?
The same exactly. No, wait. I still have some beer left.
Double?
I said the same, didn't I? Who's that man? Enter the bar with a beer.
Him? I think his name is Jones.
You know him?
Well, just over the bar.
He keeps staring at me.
Huh? Well, maybe he knows you from someplace.
Impossible. I never knew anybody like that.
Well, maybe he's seen your picture in the paper. I've seen it a few times. Hey, maybe he caught you on the TV, huh?
Cheap publicity. My publisher thinks it's important.
Well, sells books, probably.
My books sell themselves.
Yeah, well...
Jones. Is that his real name?
That's what he told me. I think he said Jones.
Don't you know?
Oh, it's none of my business. He says his name is Jones. As far as I'm concerned, his name is Jones.
Well, tell you, Jones, to stop staring at me.
No, I don't think he's staring at you, Mr. Maitland. Look, what if he is? It don't mean nothing.
That's what you think. He's getting up.
Occasional beer is all he drinks.
He's coming over here.
Now, Mr. Maitland, come on.
He thinks he's going to start anything.
He wouldn't do that.
Well, how do you know? You don't even know him.
Excuse me.
Mr.
Get
Jones.
him away from me.
I was wondering if you'd care
Get
to
him away.
have a drink.
No, Mr. Jones,
You
come
dirty
on.
little punk.
I just
Don't
wanted to...
tell me. I know what you want. I know all about you.
Please.
Disgusting.
Let go of
Oh,
me.
Mr. Maitland, come on. Come on, break
I
it
want to
up.
kill you.
Please.
You don't deserve to live.
Hey, what's that? Are you crazy? What'd you do that for?
I had to hit him. He's a maniac.
Well, he didn't hurt you, did he?
I'm calling the police. Guys like that, I know their type. I'm getting the police. You keep him right here.
He ain't going no place. He's passed out cold. Well, the Jones character was back in a flash with a cop. Mr. Maitland was okay by then. Well, pretty okay.
Mm-hmm.
He'd taken a cockeyed swipe at Jones, and Jones swings back, and he fell and hit his head. He talked plain enough, but he repeated himself a lot.
Kept asking what happened?
Yeah, just like in the movies. And where's my angel?
Angel?
Yeah. Naturally, I thought he meant his wife, so I went and phoned her. And meanwhile, they booked him at the station house for disorderly conduct, and Jones said he was going to sue for assault and battery. So Mrs. Maitland showed up. I thought she'd take him home, but she didn't. So she brought him to this place.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think she did the right thing.
Yeah, well, why not a hospital?
He doesn't really need a hospital at this point. He's better off here.
I can't get over the yellow sheets. Buttercup yellow. And with the sun shining on them, very cheery. Very... It's hard to be depressed on yellow sheets. Is that the idea? Am I in some kind of asylum? A mental institution? Oh, Lord. That'll make some kind of a headline. Lawrence Maitland, America's foremost novelist, confined to a mental institution. But how? Why? Who did it to me? Who put me here? Pauline? Oh, why would Pauline do that? She's got no reason. No reason. Except to get rid of me. Oh, yes, there's always that. That would be the reason. Yes? Who is it?
Good morning, Mr. Maitland.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Kramer. Max Kramer. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. What is this place? Some kind of a nut house? Who put me here?
It's a sanitarium. Your wife brought you here after a minor fracas in a barroom and a brief appearance in front of a judge.
I've been in jail?
Only very briefly.
For what?
Oh, creating a disturbance and assaulting a man who threatens to sue you.
What man?
I only know his name is Jones.
How do you know that much?
The bartender told me.
Jack Brody, you talk to Jack?
He seems to know you quite well.
I do all my drinking at Jack's.
Why? There are more attractive places.
Jack's my friend. He looks after me.
Why should anyone have to look after you?
Sometimes I drink too much. Not often, but sometimes. Rest of the time, I don't drink at all. I'm not an alcoholic, in case that's what you're kicking around in that candy little brain of yours. I do not have a drinking problem. It's just that once I take a drink, I can't stop.
Oh, I see.
What are you smiling at?
Well, you've just handed me an accurate description of an alcoholic. One for whom a single drink is too much and 100 not enough.
Well, that about sums it up, I guess. Well, go ahead, ask me.
Ask you what?
Why do you drink, Mr. Maitland? You who have everything, talent, even genius, success, acclaim, looks, charm.
Do you have charm?
Well, a certain amount. Don't I? Well, women seem to think so.
That must be very gratifying.
Not that I take advantage of it. I don't. Because I happen to have a very beautiful, very exceptional wife. You'll see when you meet her.
Mrs. Maitland and I have already met.
You have?
Yes. She's the one who put up bail for you and brought you here. She's been here every day.
Well?
Well, what?
Isn't she everything I said? And very clever, besides?
Well, we've only talked, she and I, half a dozen times, and mainly about you.
Well, she could tell you a lot, if she wanted to.
About why you drink too much?
About lots of things.
I'd rather you told me.
I drink when I can't write. When my angel deserts me. When she's with me, I write. When she won't come near me, I don't. I drink.
Your wife didn't give me that impression at all.
Well, what does my wife know about it?
Well, you said when she's with you.
My angel isn't my wife, Doctor. Is that what you thought?
Oh, well, the way you talked about her, I'm sorry.
My angel... Well, she's my angel. Created by God. Or don't you believe in God?
Well, let's keep talking about what you believe.
Well, angels are not necessarily created by God. Actually, I doubt that mine was. Some angels are beings elevated to their celestial status by their intelligence. But extraordinary intelligence. But they are composed of heavenly matter. There's no doubt about that. They mediate, at least mine does, between me and the God force. I do believe in the God force. Don't you? And my angel puts me in contact with the God force. And I write. I write like an angel. You've probably heard that said of me. Or read it someplace.
I don't do a lot of reading outside my own specialty.
And what specialty is that, pray tell?
Psychiatry.
Oh. Would you like to analyze me, Dr. Kramer?
Would you be interested in being psychoanalyzed?
Not if it would take away my genius.
I don't think it would do that.
Well, it's supposed to make you normal, adjusted, able to integrate with the group. Isn't that the idea?
No, it's supposed to help you make the best possible use of whatever abilities you have.
I have the ability to write. And I write. Like an angel.
Sometimes.
When my angel is with me.
Other times you drink to excess.
And you think you could find out why I do that?
I think together we might be able to find out.
I'll think about it. If it worked, I wouldn't need my angel anymore,
Perhaps not. Or perhaps you'd give her another name.
I'd like to be able to write whenever I felt like it. Write well, I mean.
Would you like to have a typewriter sent up to your room?
What good would a typewriter do till my angel comes back?
Well, perhaps I should have one sent up anyway, just in case.
If you want to. No. By the way.
Yes?
You said my wife had been to see me?
Yes, every day.
Today?
She's downstairs right now. Would you like to see her?
I think so.
Well, I'll ask her to come up.
Oh, doctor.
Yes?
Are you in love with my wife?
Am I what?
It's a simple question. Are you in love with Pauline? That's my wife's name, Pauline. Are you in love with her?
I'll ask her to come up.
He is, of course. But is Pauline in love with him?
Genius penetrates to the essential truth of whatever it concerns itself with. Genius does not stop with description, but goes on to revelation. It paints or composes or puts into words truths that lesser mortals could never discover by themselves. Is our protagonist, Mr. Lawrence Maitland, a genius or no more than a talented writer? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Mr. Lawrence Maitland, you may remember, discovered himself in a large, airy room not his own, which he rightly deduced to be one of many in a mental institution to which he had been brought after assaulting a stranger in a bar. Dr. Max Kramer, chief psychiatrist of the asylum, after a friendly chat with his new patient, was startled to be asked if he, the doctor, was in love with the patient's wife.
Doctor.
Mrs. Maitland?
How is Lawrence today?
Better. Much better.
Oh, I'm so glad.
He can go home if he wants to.
Really?
Only I hope he doesn't want to.
Why do you say that?
Because I couldn't guarantee that what happened in Jack's bar wouldn't happen again. And perhaps again.
But why did it happen? I mean, to hit a man who'd never done him any harm, a man he didn't even know.
Mrs. Maitland, there are no easy answers.
Oh, I know that.
Everybody says I know that, but everybody goes on looking for easy answers.
Yes, I'm sure that's true, but still
But still, you'd like an easy answer.
You're reading my mind, Doctor.
Is your mind so different from other minds?
No. But his is, Dr. Kramer. Lawrence has a mind that is, well, it's quite different. He knows things that other people don't know.
Like what?
Haven't you read his books?
Well, I have meant to, but there's so much reading I must do. I haven't got around to it.
Oh, but you must. They're like revealed truth. Like the best parts of the Bible, if I'm not being profane.
Not to me, you're not.
Well, I'd read all his books before I met him, all those that had been published up to that time, and then when I met him, I felt like a schoolgirl sitting at the feet of a master. Just to be near him was to be near the fount of all wisdom, all truth.
How old are you, Mrs. Maitland?
Why, I'm 37.
How long have you and Mr. Maitland been married?
10 years.
And do you still feel like a schoolgirl? Are you still sitting at the feet of the master?
Well, yes, I do. I am.
I don't think that's a very healthy way for a woman of 37 to feel. I think a woman of 37 should have formulated her own thoughts about wisdom and truth.
Well, I never thought I never tried. I mean, I don't really know anything.
You know a great deal.
I don't know why you say that. Really,
Because everyone knows a great deal. I'm not trying to flatter you. Everyone knows a great deal until he or she starts taking the word of someone else on faith. That's when the intelligence falters, when we start believing what's told us instead of what we feel to be true.
Right. I think I see what you mean.
Well, now, we were talking about your husband, weren't we? He can go home if he wants to.
Does he want to?
He seems somewhat interested in being psychoanalyzed.
Really? We've never been interested before. Quite the contrary.
Well, I can't say how serious he is about it now. But the incident in the bar, the fact that the man, Jones, I think his name is suing him for assault and battery, it puts a different light on things. Or it should. Of course, he has something the rest of us don't have. He has his angel.
He told you about that?
Oh, yes. It seems his angel has temporarily deserted him.
Oh, it's Lawrence's way of talking.
I don't think so. I think he believes he has an angel, a real angel. You and I perhaps would call it his ability to write. But if he wants to call it his angel, well, you know, at first I thought he meant you, Mrs. Maitland.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, why would you think that?
I don't know. I just did.
Well, perhaps I'd better go up and see him now, if you say it's all right.
Yes. Quite all right.
What did Pauline tell him about me? That I'm a rotten husband? A worse lover? She could have said anything, true or not true. Told him everything I've ever said, everything I've ever done. Would she do that? The very intimate things? Oh, not likely. Not Pauline. Not that she'd be trying to spare me. She'd be trying to spare herself. Pauline can't stand truth. Not the way I can.
Pauline, may I come in?
If you dare. Welcome to the crazy
Oh,
room.
now, Lawrence.
Oh, we don't say crazy anymore. We say disturbed, don't we? Neurotic?
Dr. Kramer says you're much better.
Oh, he does. Dr. Kramer says, does he?
Well, he says that you can come home if you want to.
Does Dr. Kramer say that?
Yes.
Any other little quotes from Dr. Kramer you'd like to give me while you're here?
Lawrence, please. He's your doctor.
And what's he to you?
What? The very same as he is to you. Your doctor. A very good doctor who's trying to help.
That's all?
Of course that's all.
Are you in love with him, Pauline?
With the doctor? With Dr. Kramer?
Yes, with Dr. Kramer.
Of course not.
I already know that he's in love with you.
But you don't know anything of the sort.
But I can't tell if you're in love with him until I see you together. Then I'll know.
Well, I can tell you right now.
Maitland?
Yes, what?
It's me, Jack Brody.
What do you want, Jack?
I got something for you.
What?
The doctor asked me when I bring it up.
What is it?
Lawrence, ask him to come in.
He's heavy. Can I come in?
Okay, come in.
He weighs a ton.
What? It's a typewriter.
Where should I put it?
Here, this bureau ought to hold it.
Okay. The doctor said take it right out of his own office. It's his. There you are.
Wasn't that nice of the doctor? I'm Mrs. Maitland.
Oh, I'm Jack Brody, a friend of your husband's.
A very good friend, I know.
Yeah, well, you think maybe you'll write something, Mr. Maitland?
Well, it might be the best thing in the world for you, darling.
You knock off a masterpiece, huh? Could happen.
Maybe we ought to leave the room, Mr. Brody.
Yeah, maybe we ought to. Nice to have met you, Mrs. Maitland.
Well, I'm very glad to have met you, Mr. Brody.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances and all that. You coming too, Miss Maitland?
I might as well.
Now, Pauline, wait. Don't go.
Well, all right, dear.
This is for you.
You want me to read it now?
Take it.
Well, as a rule, he never wants me to read anything until it's finished.
It's finished. Take it.
Lawrence!
What's the matter, Miss Maitland?
You didn't... Well, you couldn't have written this, not you. You couldn't have. I won't believe it.
Let me see it. Don't tear it up. Let me see it.
You've never written like this before, never.
We were standing right here. With this is... You wrote this stuff for your wife? This is gutter stuff.
He couldn't have meant it.
It's disgusting. It's vile. I never read anything so repulsive.
It's not like him. He's sick.
He's worse than sick. He's rotten. He's decayed.
No, he's ill.
Whatever. Listen, Mr. Maitland, let me tell you something. Don't you ever set your foot inside my bar again. You hear me? You understand what I'm saying? I don't want you in my place ever again.
You don't mean that,
I
Jack.
mean it. You show your face and I'll smash it in.
You're my friend, Jack.
No more. I was your friend, but no more. Now, you stay away from me.
Well, where am I supposed to go?
You really want to know? Huh?
I have to go someplace. I have to have some... No, Jack, don't turn against me. Don't stop being my friend.
I already stopped. Any man can write that rotten stuff and show it to his wife. Boy, and you call yourself a genius?
Well, what am I supposed to do? Who's going to help me? There's only just one. And she won't.
Darling, I'm going to get Dr. Kramer. He'll know what to do. I'll be right back.
Where's my angel? Where did she go? She left me. And now they're all leaving me. All against me. All hating me. Why do they hate me so much? Because I have genius and they haven't? But that's not my fault. I didn't ask to be the way I am. It's not my fault that everyone's against me. Pauline's gone. Jack's gone. Everyone's gone. I'm alone. All alone. And my angel... Will I ever see her again? Now, who's that?
May I come in?
No. No one may come in.
It's
Pauline.
It's Dr. Kramer, Mr. Maitland.
Pauline, I want to explain to you about what I wrote on that piece of paper. Don't hate me for it. I don't want everyone to hate me. Anyway, not you, Pauline. Let me explain why I did what I did.
Go on, tell me.
You see, as soon as I saw the typewriter, I thought my angel was sitting on the carriage return lever. You know, the way she used to. You remember Pauline?
I don't think I do. Tell me.
Well, maybe you never saw her, but certainly I've told you often enough. Oh, really, Pauline?
I'm not Pauline, Mr. Maitland. Don't you know that?
Pauline, it looked like my angel. At least I thought it did, and... Oh, I was so relieved. She's come back to me, and now I can go on living. And so, you see, I started to type. You and Jack were still in the room. I remember that, but it didn't bother me. You were making small talk. It didn't matter. My angel and I were working together, you see? You do see, don't you, Pauline?
Go on.
And then you screamed at me.
Did I?
Oh, you know you did. And then Jack grabbed the paper out of your hand, and then he told me never to go near his place again. That's what I couldn't believe, Pauline, that Jack would turn against me. Now, you know what I've decided, Pauline?
Tell me.
That wasn't my angel who came and sat on the return lever.
No.
Oh, no. Now, listen, Pauline, that was the fallen angel. An angel who has fallen out of favor with God. An angel who has allied himself with Satan. Fallen angels are destructive, Pauline. Completely destructive. And this one means to destroy me.
How is one to tell a true angel from one who has fallen from grace? Since both have miraculous powers, how is one to accept the ministrations of the one and resist the machinations of the other? Speaking for myself, I find myself modestly grateful that I have never been visited by any angel whatsoever of either kind. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. When we left Lawrence Maitland, he was explaining to Dr. Max Kramer, psychiatrist, why he had written a page of obscene prose and handed it to his shocked and horrified wife. While his explanation may have sounded bizarre to the psychiatrist's ear, no less bizarre was Maitland's conviction that he was talking not to his doctor, but to his wife. However, several days had now passed.
Yes, Jane? Oh. Well, ask Mr. Jones to step into my office, please. Mr. Jones. Now, why would he... Mr. Jones?
Dr. Kramer?
Yes. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
My girl said you wanted to see me about Mr. Lawrence Maitland.
Well, they told me at the police station he was here.
Yes, he is.
How is he?
Coming along?
I'm glad of that. He's such a very great writer.
So I'm told by many people, including Mr. Maitland himself. But you didn't come here to discuss Mr. Maitland's literary gifts?
No, of course not. I came to tell you about that the most unfortunate incident at Jack's bar. Has he told you why he took a swing at me?
No, he hasn't.
Possibly he doesn't know.
Possibly.
But I know.
Yes?
He thought I was about to make a homosexual advance.
Oh.
Definitely. And I wasn't.
Oh.
Although I am a homosexual.
Yes, I see.
You see, I work as a bank teller, but most of my spare time is spent reading and sometimes writing, in a despairing sort of way.
Why despairing?
Well, because I don't think I'm really very good at it, and I don't suppose I ever will be. So when I saw Lawrence Maitland, the great Lawrence Maitland, sitting at the same bar at 11 o'clock in the morning, I thought, well, maybe if I could just talk to him for half an hour. I don't know what I thought, what I expected. Encouragement, maybe a pointer or two. I really don't know. But not what he thought I wanted.
Well, was there anything else?
Oh, yes, I wondered if I might see Mr. Maitland for just a minute or two. I have something rather important to tell him, but not what I just told you, no, something else.
I see.
Something that, well, might make him feel a little better.
Well, in that case, I don't see why not.
Oh, he's such a great man, Mr. Maitland. Such a very great writer. It seems such a pity.
Such a pity, yes. Jane, is Mrs. Maitland here yet? Oh, she is? Well, ask her to come in, please. Such a pity. Oh, come in, Mrs. Maitland. Come in.
Thank you. How is Lawrence?
Much better.
Oh, good. May I see him?
There's someone with him now.
Oh, not Jack from the bar.
No.
I didn't think so.
Mrs. Maitland, I think it's about time I gave you some kind of diagnosis of your husband's condition. A very tentative one, you understand, but, well, let's call it an educated guess. All right?
All right.
Your husband is paranoid, Mrs. Maitland. Not chronically so, only intermittently. Do you know what paranoid means, Mrs. Maitland?
Suspicious, feeling persecuted.
Correct. Paranoia is a mental disorder characterized by delusions of persecution and of one's own greatness. Do you follow me?
I think so, only you sound so...
So what?
So severe. I'm not used to... Well, never mind.
I don't mean to sound severe.
It's all right. But, Dr. Kramer, Lawrence is a great man. That's not a delusion.
No one knows with exactitude what a great man is.
Well, what's to be done, Doctor? I can't just abandon him.
Well, psychoanalysis might help.
Would he do that, do you think?
He might.
Should I talk to him about it?
It's better that I should.
I wouldn't know what to say, really.
I'll talk to him as soon as his present visitor leaves.
You've never told me who his visitor is. I can't imagine who'd come to see him, who'd even know that he's here.
It's the man Jones. The man he tried to knock down in Jack's bar.
Who is it? May I come in, Mr. Maitland?
Who are you?
I'm Jason Jones, Mr. Maitland.
Who?
From the other night, a couple of weeks ago. Jack's bar?
I took a swing at you.
Yes, you did.
I must have been drunk.
Not so very.
Well, sit down if you want to.
Oh, thank you.
What can I do for you?
Well, I don't know exactly. Teach me how to write?
In one afternoon?
I was only kidding.
Not in a lifetime. As a matter of fact, I'm having a little trouble right now with my own writing. You see, my angel's gone away.
Who? Who's gone away?
My angel. The one who sits on my typewriter.
Oh.
You want to write? Get yourself an angel.
And how do I go about doing that?
Lord knows. They come when they please. And they go when they please. Mine has gone.
I've dropped the charges against you for assault and battery. I'm not going to bring suit.
Well, that's damn nice of you, Jones. Thank you.
I don't think a man of your greatness should be dragged into court.
I quite agree.
So, well, that's about all. I just wanted you to know. I don't want to tire you.
It's quite all right. Come back again sometime.
Thank you. Mr. Maitland, if I might make a suggestion?
Yes, go right ahead.
Don't be afraid of people like me. I mean, if we want to buy you a drink in a bar or talk to you, don't be afraid.
Afraid? What's he talking about? Afraid of what? Afraid of somebody like him? People like him? Well, what's there to be afraid of? Now, who is it?
Dr. Kramer.
Oh, you. Come on in.
You, talked to Jones?
Yeah. He's dropping charges against me.
Very nice of him.
I thought so. I thanked him.
Next time, the man you hit may not be so obliging or so admiring.
What next time?
It may very well happen again.
It never happened before.
The disease hadn't progressed that far.
What disease?
Paranoia. A progressive disease.
You mean it gets worse?
Inevitably.
Well, what do I do about it?
Well, there are various things, but in your case, I believe I'd suggest psychoanalysis.
We talked about that before.
I think it might help you a great deal.
Okay. When do we start?
We?
You and I. When do we start analyzing why I do the things I do?
Not you and I, Mr. Maitland.
Why not?
Well, the patient must feel sure that he likes the analyst. I mean by that he has no immediate, no instinctive antagonisms toward the doctor.
I have no antagonisms toward you.
Yes, but...
So what's holding us up?
I can't accept you as a patient.
Why not?
Because...
Now, you've got to give me a reason. You can't just brush me off.
Because I'm in love with your wife. I don't know how or when or why it happened, but it happened.
I was right.
When you asked me, did I love your wife, it was not true then. It came later.
It was true then. I knew because I am Lawrence Maitland, and I know these things. Doctor, I'd like to be alone for a while, if you don't mind.
Of course. We'll talk more later.
Perhaps we will. Perhaps. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye. If you need to talk to me...
I don't think so.
Well, in that case... What was that?
What was what?
I thought I heard something.
Oh, did you hear her, too?
Her?
My angel. She's back.
She is?
Can't you see her? She's sitting on the typewriter.
I can't say that I do see her. Not really.
No. I don't suppose you can. Be so good as to close the door behind you, Doctor. I really have to get to work.
Tell me, John Matthias, someone is supposed to have said to the man who came to be called St. John of the Cross, how do you write your wonderful canticles? To which the poet priest replied, sometimes God helps me, and sometimes I do it by myself. If the true men of genius can give no more satisfactory answer than that, what in the name of heaven can you expect of me? I'll be back shortly. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
In just a moment, hear Best Plays. First, though, this is Bob McKenzie with a note about some of your weekday favorites on this station. For comedy, Monday through Friday, we feature the rapid-fire wit of Bob Hope, while Dave Garroway drops by for an informal 15-minute visit, complete with some of your favorite records. Later in the day, One Man's Family and News of the World are both featured on NBC. And for your future reference, on June 22nd, we'll welcome back Bud Collier and Break the Bank for daytime quiz Monday through Friday on these stations. Right now, it's Best Plays on NBC.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Walter Slezak and Carmen Matthews in Autumn Crocus by C.L. Anthony. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Fred Collins, and welcome, audience. Our play is about a spinster on the loose, if that isn't a contradiction in terms. I don't know why it should be, but in the theater, any woman, young or not, who is nice enough and attractive enough to be married but isn't, is called a spinster. And she usually is a schoolteacher. These ladies are a favorite subject for playwrights, and we have had many good comedies and dramas about them. Our best play for this performance, Autumn Crocus, is one of the good ones and one of the gayest. It was the first professional writing by an English actress named Dodie Smith. And although Autumn Crocus was a hit both in London and New York, Miss Smith was so doubtful about its outcome, and its income for that matter, that she signed her comedy with an assumed name, C.L. Anthony. The pseudonym was a lucky one, so she kept it for many years. In her first play, Miss Smith allowed herself to wonder what might happen if she exposed a nice young English tripper, or tourist, to the charms of a Tyrolean innkeeper in loud suspenders. Our gentleman for this performance is Walter Slezak, whose career has included being a musical comedy hero, a Nazi villain in many movies, and, currently on Broadway, an amiable crook in the comedy My Three Angels. Our lady tourist is Carmen Matthews, one of our favorite comedians on this Best Plays series. Our scene, of course, is an inn somewhere in the Austrian Alps.
In the garden?
Oh, not at all. Elric, did I tell you I heard from Mother?
No, what did she have to say?
Evelyn and Justin are going to be married.
Nonsense. Justin would never be so immoral. He has a very highly developed sense of responsibility.
So's Evelyn taught herself. All she wants is a home, husband, and children.
Don't malign the girl. There must be some mistake.
No, it's just the sort of disgusting thing Evelyn would do. I expect that she'll have one of those indecent public weddings, too. Did you say something, Miss May?
No, but I do wonder if I might ask your advice about the bus schedule. I rather thought of going over to Gleader's this afternoon to do a little shopping.
You'll find out all about the buses at the post office. It's a very nice post office.
They sell stamps and things there.
And you'll just have time to go before lunch.
Shall I? Which way is it?
Well, go round the back of the church and over the little bridge. Then go along the mill stream till you find a path on your left. You can't miss it.
Can't I? Do you know, it's the most extraordinary thing, but whenever people say to me, you can't miss it, I somehow do miss it. Still, I suppose it'll be all right. Well, thank you so much.
Alaric, you are a beast.
Why?
You sent her right round the village.
Well, even that'll only take her 5 minutes. Anyhow, I felt it was time she went. If she looks at me any more in her playful way, I shall either scream or strip. Something will have to be done about her. Last night, she was within inches of death. Do you know, she opened and shut her door 6 times. When I sat by your room for that book, she looked absolutely scandalized.
She makes me feel like a chorus girl weekending at Brighton.
Do you know, I was becoming absolutely furtive. Look here. Let's go and meet her brother and tell him to talk to her.
We don't know where he is.
Well, he's just behind the church, reading an Edgar Wallace novel.
How do you know he's reading an Edgar Wallace novel?
He's sure to be. Vicars on holiday always read Edgar Wallace.
Herr Steiner?
Ja, Fräulein. You're staying here?
Why, yes.
But I have not... Oh, forgive me. I am stupid. I did not recognize you without the glasses. Oh. And you have done something to your hair. Charming.
Oh, thank you.
Where's the other lady?
She's taking a bath.
I think she's a most prickly lady.
What? Oh, well, I'm afraid she was rather rude, but we'd had such a dreadful night in Innsbruck. And then, you see, she has all the managing to do. I'm so silly about it. Perhaps that makes her manner a little... prickly.
She takes care of you?
Oh, yes. I should never dare to come abroad without her.
Then if she's good to you, I will not call her any more prickly.
She's really very nice. After all, we couldn't guess we were coming to such a charming hotel.
You like it? I'll show you our village this afternoon. We have a very gay and lovely little church and a skeleton in a glass case.
Oh, I shouldn't like that.
Oh, but he's most cheerful and bright, with fine clothes and rings on his fingers.
Oh, what a horrible idea.
You think so? To me, it's good. When I see him, I think, how lucky I am to be alive. And when I come outdoors, the sun seems brighter, the meadows so green and the mountains more high. And yet, God lets you climb them.
Poor skeleton. No mountains for him.
But he has a fine glass case. Oh, but enough talk of skeletons. It'll spoil your lunch.
I don't think it will. I'm awfully hungry.
Oh, and lunch is so late. Lise, wann wird eigentlich gegessen?
In ein paar Minuten.
Miss, this is...
Du liebe Zeit, die Suppe kocht über.
The soup boils over. Oh. I'm sorry lunch is so late. I don't know your name.
Gray. Fanny Gray.
Well, we'll fill it in on the register.
Oh.
We have just time before lunch.
Oh, Edith always does those. I can never really understand them.
Oh, I help you. Now, here. Here we put your name. Fanny Gray.
Yes.
Next. Where were you born?
Norwich.
Oh, I remember. There's a big cathedral.
Oh, you've been there?
Oh, yes. And to Salisbury and Canterbury.
Oh.
Very lovely, very peaceful. Time is rested there. But they are full of old prayers. There's no room for new. In towns, one does not want to pray. I did not ever pray in London.
Were you there long?
Nearly a year to learn English.
No wonder you speak so well.
You think so? Ah, that's good. But see, I talk all about me, and Fräulein Fanny cannot say a word. Now, you'll tell me about yourself on the register. Now, where do you live?
Eccles. It's near Manchester.
Eccles. Is that a gay town?
There's some good music.
Well, that's something. Now I must put down your profession. Or perhaps you're just a lazy lady?
Oh, no, I'm a schoolmistress.
Uh-oh. Now I know.
Know what?
The spectacles. You wear them to frighten the children, to make you more severe.
Oh, of course not. And I don't have to be severe. I only teach the little ones.
And what do you teach them?
Singing, needlework, little of everything. I'm not very clever. I haven't any degrees.
Degrees?
Oh, you get them for passing examinations. You can't get really good jobs without them. Edith's an M.A.
Oh. That is very great.
Well, it's very important. She teaches real things, mathematics, science.
She does not teach the little ones.
Oh, no.
I'm so glad. I can just see her. Which is twice two? You do not know?
Oh, what nonsense. She's not a bit like that.
All right. Now, next on the register, we put if you are single or married.
Oh. Single.
Single. But you are engaged.
No. What makes you think so?
I think it is strange that you're not, that's all. And now we put your age.
29.
That's naughty. The police will come for you. You're making fun.
What do you mean?
You are not so old. Not even with the spectacles on are you 29.
Oh, yes, I am. Quite.
Really? But you look so young. Or perhaps it is because you are so much with little children. Well, that finishes the register.
Oh, no, there's one more space. What's that for?
That is the date you leave, but we won't fill that in now.
Oh.
You will like it here. You'll stay a long, long while.
Well, I'm afraid we can't. You see, we're going to Italy tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, we have to meet a friend in Venice, Miss Travers, our geography mistress. She's rather elderly. We wouldn't disappoint her.
Then let your friend go and meet her, and you stay here.
All alone? Oh, I couldn't really. I must go tomorrow.
Perhaps you will change your mind.
I think not.
Maybe. We will see.
Now remember, Alaric, be kind but firm with him. Remember, he's a vicar.
Well, I'm not exactly sure how to go about telling a man that his sister is a peeping Tom.
I'll help you.
I say there, have you been in the church?
Not yet.
Well, you really ought. There's a skeleton in a glass case with rings on its fingers.
Well, we'll go see it. But first, there's a problem we've got to discuss.
Very well.
Your sister.
What about my sister?
We're afraid she has a curiosity complex.
She opens doors.
Whose doors?
Oh, her own, of course.
But even that can be tactless.
When it's done frequently.
6 times.
Look here, are you implying that my sister was spying on you?
Well, she seemed to find the corridor very interesting every time I passed last night.
Well, I really don't know what to say.
Well, don't say anything, at least not to us. Just trot off and explain to your sister.
But she's lived a very sheltered life. I hardly like to...
She's obviously got a very dangerous curiosity complex.
She might do anything.
Possibly assault Herr Steiner.
What an outrageous suggestion.
Not at all. Do you know anything about psychoanalysis?
Certainly not.
Well, you ought to. You're in charge of the souls of your parishioners. You ought to know something about them. Now, look here. Would you like us to lend you a few books on analysis? You'll find it a great help in the parish.
Well, I hardly feel like tackling anything heavy. But I have just finished an Edgar Wallace novel.
Yes. We'll start you on something light. But on one condition. That you take your sister in hand at once.
Well, perhaps I will. But, no, I don't promise to say one word until it's cooler.
But as long as you get it over by sundown.
As it turned out, the vicar didn't have a chance to talk with his sister before sundown that evening because she hadn't returned from Gleader's. Dinner time passed, and she wasn't back. Then the last bus arrived, and she wasn't on it. Finally, as it was growing late, the 2 English ladies retired to their room, and still Miss Mayne hadn't come back.
It's really very strange and most unlike her.
Are you sure she went to Gleader's?
Oh, quite. I saw her on the bus myself.
Well, perhaps she's at the cinema.
There is no cinema at Gleader's.
I suspect the shops. Florence is an inveterate shop-gazer.
My dear sir, there are only 4 shops in Gleader's, and 3 of them are butchers.
Good evening.
Florence!
Miss Mayne!
What on earth's happened? Have you had an accident?
I've been lost.
Oh, come sit down, Miss Mayne. Lise, come here.
Ja, was denn?
Bring Kaffee für Miss Mayne.
Sofort schwarzen Kaffee.
What's happened to you, Florence? Have you been criminally assaulted?
Edward, will you kindly stop asking me questions? I tell you, I've been lost.
But your dress is torn. Your sleeves.
Oh, those, I cut them off.
Cut them off?
I was hot.
Surely there's
My
another...
dear Edward, I can assure you the sleeve's quite unbearable when you're climbing up a mountain on all 4s.
What were you doing on a mountain on all 4s?
I was taking a shortcut home.
But there is only one way from Gleader's besides the road. That is by the Himmelshütte.
That's where I was.
But that's 2,000 meters up.
The signpost said it'd only take 2.5 hours.
Well, it isn't really far as the crow flies.
Unfortunately, I don't happen to be a crow. I crawled most of the way.
I know, it's very steep.
I should call it vertical. You know, I had to go on my hands and knees.
Why didn't you turn back?
Because I kept thinking that I was there. When I got there, I wasn't. I was just where I was. Mountains are very deceptive.
I know.
Mind you, I was surprised at my own agility. I really think I could have managed quite well if I hadn't had my clothes on.
Dear.
Do you know what I did with my things? I strapped them together with my belt and I dragged them.
Where are they now?
I left them at the inn.
So you got to the top. Bravo.
It was. Very bravo. That's where I cut my sleeves off while I was drinking my beer.
But you don't drink beer.
Oh, yes, I do. After climbing a mountain, I'd drink anything.
Hier ist der Kaffee für die Dame.
Danke, ich nehme das ab.
Ja, hier.
Perhaps you will drink some coffee now.
Thank you.
I cannot understand why you took so long to get back.
I was at the bar in the inn for quite a long time, and then I started back here and took another shortcut through a little wood.
Well?
was a round wood, perfectly round, and was all middle, and was completely surrounded by cows.
But weren't you frightened of the cows?
Certainly not. I like cows. They had bells. I thought I could find my way out of the wood by going in their direction.
Splendid. You're quite a Boy Scout.
That's what I thought, but it wasn't feasible. Most unfeasible. They moved.
What moved?
The cows. Do you know, I had to do the last bit of the mountain sitting down.
Oh, how very painful.
It was most painful.
Well, you're safe now, and you better go straight to bed.
Yes, quite. Do you know, I don't feel quite normal. I think it must be the sun.
In another part of the house, the young English lady had discovered the beauty of seeing the Tyrolean mountains at night from the balcony of the Rote Hirsch.
Fanny, dear, do come in. You'll catch cold.
Nonsense. There isn't a breath of wind. Do come out a minute. It's so lovely.
Do you suppose this balcony will hold the both of us?
Of course. Everybody uses them here.
Yes, and I expect nobody repairs them. They all look as if they were just about to fall off. Can you smell drains?
No, can you?
I suppose not. But somehow I always expect to smell drains on the continent. I can't see a thing.
Your eyes will get used to it soon. It's the mountain that makes it so dark.
I can't see any mountain.
You can't see anything else? That's all mountain. Right up to where the stars begin.
Is it? You're not usually so observant.
I know. But I love this place. Couldn't we stay? Just a little while. We could send Miss Travers a telegram.
But we've booked our rooms, and you know we've only just enough money to do all we'd planned.
But need we do it all? Oh, I'm so tired of traveling in hot carriages, and it's so lovely here. We could do Venice next year.
You know perfectly well we shan't be able to come abroad next year. Just see how long it's taken us to save up for this holiday.
And that's all the more reason why I want to stay. Oh, I can't bear the thought of leaving all this beauty forever.
And I can't bear to think of missing Venice.
Then let me stay here alone.
Fanny, you're not serious.
Yes, I am. I'd be quite all right. You could collect me on the way back.
Oh, Fanny, don't be idiotic. You know our tickets are booked. We don't touch Innsbruck on the way back.
We could access the tickets.
Well, if you've come into a fortune, I haven't. And you'll have to pay for your room in Venice. You can't afford to stay here as well.
Oh, I could manage somehow.
Manage, indeed. You never manage anything. You leave it all to me.
I suppose it is selfish of me to want my own way after you've been so generous.
Anyhow, it's not a question of being selfish. The whole thing is impossible. Oh, now, for goodness sake, let's go to bed. I'm tired out.
All right. I won't be a minute. Put the light out and I'll slip in without waking you.
I don't see why you want to stay out here at all.
Just to say my prayers to the stars.
Oh, what a baby you are. Well, don't be long.
Well, Aunt Fanny?
Oh, you startled me. Where are you?
Here on the next balcony.
I didn't know that was your room.
It is not. Here's only a landing.
I must go in.
You're tired?
No.
Cold?
No.
Then stay a while. It's yet so early, not 10 o'clock.
Why did you come?
Perhaps I, too, wish to say goodnight to the stars.
But you can see them from the garden or the road.
But there are especially nice ones here. Look, there is a... What do you call it in English?
A shooting star.
A shooting star. Did you wish?
Yes.
I, too. Perhaps we'll wish the same wish. Miss Fanny, why don't you stay here?
I can't. You see, I don't earn very much money. Edith's helped me to pay for this holiday.
You mean you cannot afford to stay here? Oh, will you not be our guest?
Oh, I couldn't. Besides, it isn't that so much. It's, well, just that it would spoil everything for her. I can't do that. She's been so good to me.
I see. It makes it difficult.
I wish she could get just a little ill in the night.
Oh, but that would be wicked. You mustn't wish that.
Oh, I don't mean anything bad, just a little illness. Perhaps she could sprain her ankle.
What, in the night?
That's not easy. Oh, I don't care what happens to her, if only you stay. You're not like anyone who ever came here.
But I'm so ordinary.
Oh, no. There is magic with you. When you first came this morning, I hardly saw you. Just a little brown lady with a quiet voice. But when you took the glasses off, you were quite different. Like someone in a fairy tale.
I'm too old to be in a fairy tale.
You will never be old. You're imprisoned in the spring. It's all around you. Can you not smell the lilacs?
Perhaps it's my scent. I got some in Paris.
No, it's not that. It's the ghost of lilacs that I smell. In the spring, there's a big white bush under this window. You have bewitched it, and it blooms again.
I can almost see it. How wonderful it must be here in spring.
Oh, it is most marvelous. Fields and fields of flowers, and the air is like wine. Even now, when you're high above the world, there comes a lightness in your heart. Would you not like to climb the mountains?
Oh, I would. But I don't suppose I ever could.
With me, you would be quite safe. We would put some nails in your silly shoes. Now, there's a meadow high on the Himmelsberg. There we could climb. It's lovely there, and the only sound is distant tinkling of cowbells in the valley.
Oh, how lovely.
Will you not come with me? Just for one day?
Oh, if only I could. I've always longed to be in the mountains. There's a picture in our room at Eccles, only a cheap print, but it shows a little village right under the hills. Often in the evenings, when I'm tired of correcting exercises, I try to get right into it, to climb from the village to the mountain top. Then I shut my eyes, and sometimes I can imagine it all. The sunlight, the wind, and then stillness, silence, and a sort of peace. Not the peace you get in churches or anywhere in the valleys. It's somehow different.
I know. It's not the peace of the earth. It steals a little from the skies.
Yes, that's it. But how silly of me. I'm only imagining it. I've never really been on a mountain.
Oh, but you must. It's wrong not to take the little gifts life offers. Think how long you will be shut in the dull town, while here there's a little freedom. I think that is a rare thing for you. I think you will stay.
Fanny! I'm just coming. I must go now.
But you will stay tomorrow.
No, I don't know. I must. I'll talk to Edith again in the morning.
Oh, that's no good. You must make up your own mind.
I want to stay so much.
Fanny!
Anon, good nurse.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing you wouldn't understand. I'm very silly. Just something from a play. Oh, I don't know what's happened to me tonight. I feel lightheaded. I think it's the air.
Ah, Miss Fanny, you shall laugh on the mountains. Listen, I have an idea. Why don't you get up early and climb a little way? Then you will see how lovely it is, how right it is for you to stay.
Oh, yes. That would be wonderful.
You could climb to the first shrine of the Himmelsberg. That wouldn't take you long.
Where is it?
Look, you can see it from out there. The little light. Always it burns.
Oh, but that must be miles away.
No, you wouldn't see the light. It's not much more than half an hour away. There's a little path that leads from the meadow. You will take it?
I will. Oh, how lovely. At least I shall have that to remember. What time is it light?
At 6. But you shouldn't start until the sun is up. It's too cold. Now start at 7. Even then it's chilly. I will leave you a big warm shawl at your door.
Fanny!
Coming.
You are so right for this place, Miss Fanny. I'm sure you will stay.
No, I don't know. I feel quite mad. I must go now.
Listen. Miss Audrey is playing. Can you hear?
Yes.
A lullaby for Fanny. But don't sleep too long. I'm afraid you will not wake up in time.
I always wake when it's light, even if I go to sleep again.
Fanny!
What would she say if she knew I was talking to you?
Oh, but it's most respectable. See? I cannot even touch your hand. Can I? Reach.
Just the tips of our fingers. I really must go now.
Look, the little shrine is waiting for you in the morning. Good night.
Good night.
In a moment, Act Two of Autumn Crocus, starring Walter Slezak and Carmen Matthews. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Now, Act Two of the Best Plays production of Autumn Crocus, starring Walter Slezak and Carmen Matthews.
Neither Herr Steiner nor Miss Gray was at breakfast the following morning. There was only the silent little woman who brought in my coffee. At the time, I attached no importance to this fact, since it was Sunday and people usually slept late. It was not till later that I discovered that Miss Gray was not sleeping, nor was Herr Steiner. She had taken the climb he suggested, and when she arrived, she found him waiting by the little shrine.
Good morning, Miss Fanny.
Oh, good morning.
So you did not sleep too long, huh?
No.
You found your way quite easy?
Yes.
You were not too cold?
Oh, no, not with the shawl. Thank you for leaving it for me.
You look so nice in it. I think you should always wear it.
Why do you laugh?
I don't know.
There must be some reason.
Must there? All right, I'll find one. I laugh because this is morning and the sun is climbing, and because the air is so sweet, and because Miss Fanny is wearing a big white shawl. Is that enough reason?
I suppose so.
Now you laugh. What are your reasons?
I haven't any.
Then I make them up for you. I think you laugh because you are so high above the world and can look down on the village, still in its Sunday sleep, like on the picture at your home. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Tell me some more about your life in England.
Well, there isn't very much to tell. Edith and I live together.
I see. And when you go to school, the children, they are nice?
Oh, yes, some of them are sweet. Though some of the big girls are rude and difficult to manage. It's nicest with the babies. We have little singing games. They're fun.
And do the little ones teach you or you teach them?
Now you're making fun of me.
The other mistresses, are they nice?
Oh, very nice, but rather old. All but the games mistress, but she hasn't much time for me. She's very modern.
Are you not modern?
Oh, no.
Old-fashioned?
Well, I don't think I'm anything, really.
I think you're many things, and all of them nice. But go on. What do you do on Sundays? Can you walk in the country?
Oh, not in Manchester. We have to take a train. I'm afraid we don't do anything much but read. But sometimes somebody comes to tea.
You have many friends?
Only the other mistresses.
No men friends, huh?
No. Oh, there's the vicar, but he's going to retire this year. He's nearly 70.
Your mother and father, are they...
My mother died when I was little and my father when I was 22. That's why I have to earn my own living. They only left me £40 a year.
I see. And you are happy in your life?
I suppose so. The time just passes. But then there are the summer holidays. Oh, they're wonderful. Last year we went to France.
And this year you have come to Tyrol to climb the mountains. Look, see across over there up the top? Tomorrow we'll be there.
Oh, but could I really climb there?
Oh, yes, with me it's not very difficult. What is that book you're carrying? Oh, Shakespeare. I've seen one of his plays in England, but I cannot remember it very well. It was Juliet and Romeo. There was a balcony. Oh. Now I remember. That's why you laughed last night.
What do you mean?
When the nurse called. You said it was some play.
I was just being silly.
But Romeo was not on the balcony, was he?
Oh, no, of course not.
And you're not Juliet. She talked and talked. I didn't understand one word. And me for Romeo? I'm too clumsy.
You're not clumsy.
Oh, yes, I am. My wife is always telling me I'm too clumsy.
Your wife?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Nothing. I turned giddy. The air, we're so high.
But we are not high enough to... Fanny, you did not know that I was married?
No.
But everyone knows. I introduced her to you yesterday. Oh, no, the soup boiled over. But you have seen her often. She served the dinner with me last night. Oh, you thought she was a servant.
I didn't think anything.
I cannot understand. Everybody knows her. It is Frau Steiner here, Frau Steiner there. All the time people talk to her.
We've only been here a little while, and I understand so little German. It doesn't matter anyhow.
Oh, but it does matter. Oh, I have been mad. You thought...
No, please, I didn't think anything. I was surprised, that's all. And the air, getting up so early, I think I'll go back to the inn.
All right. And you will stay with us?
No, I mean...
So that is how much it matters. Sit down, dear Fanny.
I'm so ashamed.
You think I don't care?
Do you?
Very, very much.
You mean you're just sorry for me?
I love you.
No, your wife. It's wrong.
I know it's quite wrong, but it has happened.
When did you know?
Only just now, a minute ago. It is still so new, I'm quite light in the head.
You're quite sure?
So sure. And you, Fanny, when did you know?
Always.
Always?
I know it sounds silly, but I feel as if I've always known.
It is so at home in your heart.
Yes.
Oh, Fanny, you're so strange, so like a child, a flower. I'm afraid.
Afraid?
Afraid to kiss you.
No.
Fanny.
Oh, please don't touch me. Oh, don't you understand it? It's wrong. It's wicked. Your wife. Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you let me go?
I could not. When I saw you cared for me.
But what is there in it for us? Oh, I don't understand. You're good, you're kind, and yet you let this happen. Why did you come last night?
To the balcony? I wanted to see you.
But you didn't even love me then.
Perhaps I did. Listen, Fanny. I will try to tell you all the truth. When you came yesterday, I thought you were most sweet. I wanted to be with you, talk to you. I did not think how much. Always I'm happy with my guests, and with you more happy. And then last night, suddenly it was much more than just liking you. I felt I could not let you go away.
But what did you think could happen?
I did not think. One does not always think. One just lives. Fanny, I'm not bad. I did not plan it. I did not say when we are in the mountains I will make love to her.
You thought we could be friends?
I did not think. Each minute was a magic in itself.
But last night, when you left me...
I just slept.
I see.
No, Fanny. You do not. Oh, you English are different. Always you are so free. Last year there was a widow. We were a little friends. A walk or two. She wished me to make love to her.
You thought I was like that?
Oh, no. But because of all these, I thought you did not mind about my wife.
Did you make love to the widow?
No. Only very little. You were not like them, but because of them, I did not understand. I did not enough take care of you. You forgive me?
Yes. Now I must go.
Where?
Away. What else is there? I love you and I shall always love you. But what can I do but...
Stay here with me.
Now?
More than ever now.
You mean we can be friends?
No.
Then...
We love each other.
But your wife...
She need never know. Fanny, you're so untouched. It's hard to talk to you. But I must. Today you have told me something of your life. I say it is not a life. No joy, no color. What I ask of you perhaps is wrong. But it is life. And I do not think it is wrong. Not for us. It would be too beautiful. Think of yourself. You tell me you're 29.
It isn't true. I'm older. I'm 35.
Fanny. Why, that's scarcely possible. Oh, Fanny, Fanny, what does it matter? What does anything matter if we love each other?
But we shouldn't. I oughtn't to let you...
I've crushed your flowers.
It doesn't matter. What are they called?
Herbstzeitlose. The timeless flower. And in English?
I think they're autumn crocus. They're like the ones we have in spring.
They're like you, Fanny. The flower of spring that blooms in autumn. Let us be happy this dear September spring.
We haven't the right to be happy.
Oh, Fanny, Fanny, how can you love and not be happy?
Would your wife divorce you if she found out?
There is no divorce in our church.
It's all so strange to me. Is this your wife's shawl?
No, that was my mother's. It is for you, Fanny. You shall take it with you, and when you wear it, you shall think of the time when you will be back with me.
Come back?
But of course. Listen, I have a plan. Every autumn you shall bring the spring back to me.
Oh, I couldn't afford...
But I'm quite rich. Oh, Fanny, Fanny, you must not be proud, not if you love me.
I'm sorry, I'm just silly. You see, I've never loved anyone before, and now... Leave me a little while by myself to think.
You won't change your mind. You will stay.
Yes, I'll stay.
Then I will leave you now, if you wish. Dear, dear Fanny.
What is your name? Your Christian name?
Andreas.
Andreas. Is that right?
It sounds most sweet. It is so hard to leave you, Fanny.
I shall come back soon.
Till then, auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
It was one of those quiet, lazy Sunday mornings in Germany that I guess they have all over the world. Alaric and I spent the morning reading. We thought everyone else had gone off to church until the older English lady walked into the living room.
Oh, good morning. Didn't see you at breakfast.
No, I overslept.
I should think you did. It's nearly 12.
I've been awake several hours packing.
Oh, I see. Fancy spending several hours packing a suitcase.
I had to pack Miss Gray's for her, too. I suppose you haven't seen her anywhere.
No, she wasn't at breakfast either.
She left a note saying she was going out early for a walk, but really she ought to be back by this time.
She doesn't look as if she'd be much of a hand at mountaineering.
Well, I can hardly believe she'd be foolish enough to go far, but really, after her talk last night...
What talk?
Oh, nothing, really, but she seems to have fallen in love with the mountains. Oh, I really am getting anxious. I wonder if someone would go and look for her. Perhaps Herr Steiner.
Everyone's at church.
Well, I wonder then if I might ask you, Mr. Craven, to have a look for Miss Gray.
Certainly. Where would you like me to start? Just outside the front door are 3 mountains to choose from.
Yes, I suppose it is rather hopeless.
She'll turn up soon.
But if we...
Cheer up, she'll turn up soon.
But if we miss this bus, we shall lose our train in Innsbruck. Oh, dear. Well, if Miss Gray does come in, would you or your husband be kind enough to tell her to come straight up to me?
Certainly, but that isn't my husband.
Oh, but I thought...
I dare say you did. Many people do.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose it's no affair of mine.
None whatever.
But we thought we'd just tell you. No false pretense, you know.
Yes, well, yes. You'll tell Miss Gray when she comes in?
Certainly.
We make a point of telling everyone.
I mean that I'm waiting for her upstairs.
Oh, that, yes. We'll tell her.
Thank you very much.
Are you quite sure Herr Steiner's in church, Alaric?
Well, he went with the rest of the family. Why?
I just thought he also might have fallen in love with the mountains.
Good Lord. You don't mean...
Only that he seemed rather smitten with her pretty little schoolma'am.
Really? But even so, surely she wouldn't...
Oh, yes, she would. There are very few women who wouldn't if our charming Andreas took a fancy to them. He's very attractive.
Now, look here. Are you attracted by that fellow?
Rather. Thrilled to the marrow. But don't worry, he isn't at all attracted by me.
Hello there.
Oh, how are you?
Oh, quite better, thank you.
I expect you're a bit stiff.
Well, not so very, considering. In fact, I rather thought of going for another little climb this afternoon. Only this afternoon I shan't take any shortcuts. You know, I do really feel I owe everyone an apology for last night.
Not at all.
Of course.
Oh, but my brother tells me that I was... Well, of course, I'm not very clear about it, but I suppose that makes it even worse. I wasn't intoxicated, was I?
Good
Lord, of course you weren't.
Well, Edward says, and I certainly do remember feeling rather odd. Do you know, Edward doesn't think that I ought to drink beer. He's most upset about it.
Nonsense. Everyone here drinks beer.
Well, that's what I said, everyone. Besides, I like it.
You jolly well drink what you like.
Oh, well, I wouldn't go as far as that. I suppose there aren't any English books here, are there?
Well, we could lend you something, but most of ours are on psychology.
Oh, I've always wanted to read a psychology book.
Well, here's one that's fairly light.
Ah, there you are, Florence. I was just coming up again to see how you were.
I'm quite well, thank you. I'm just going into the garden. These young people are kindly lending me a book.
Oh, really? Oh, yes, yes, I hardly think it's the sort of book you like.
What are you reading?
I don't think you'd like that one either. Very technical, complexes and such things.
Are there complexes in mine, too?
Lots of them.
How interesting. I've always wanted to know what mine were.
Really, Florence, neither of the books is suitable for you.
Then why are you reading one?
Well, because it's my duty to keep up with modern thought with so many young people in my charge.
And what about my girl guides? It's no use, Edward. I shall certainly read the book. And you'd better come along to the garden and explain the bits I don't understand.
Oh. Well, I say, you don't think she's really got a complex or an inhibition, do you?
Don't you worry, Mr. Maine. No English lady who sits down on a mountainside and cuts her sleeves off is suffering from inhibition.
It was well after noon before the younger English lady came back to the inn, and one wouldn't have to guess more than once to tell what had happened. She walked as if she were in a trance, and it was only when she started up the stairway to confront her traveling companion that she seemed to return to grim reality.
Oh, Edith.
Fanny, where have you been?
On the mountains. I left you a note.
Yes, but you've been gone for hours. Oh, for heaven's sakes, get changed. The bus will be here in 20 minutes.
I'm not going on the bus, Edith.
Not going?
No.
Oh, you really are too trying, Fanny. We went over all this last night. You know we can't stay.
You can't, but I can. Alone.
Fanny.
I'm sorry, Edith.
Well, I should think you were springing this on me at the last minute. You know I can't possibly leave you alone, and the bus will be here in a few minutes.
Well, I can't go by that bus anyway. I haven't packed.
I've packed for you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that was nice of you. But I'm not going. I've made up my mind. This is what I've been waiting for all my life.
Fanny, I think you've gone stark, staring mad. You've never taken all this interest in mountains before.
I've always liked mountains.
But not to the extent of ruining our holiday, to say nothing of poor old Travers waiting for us in Venice. If it weren't for her, I'd give in to you, but as it is...
But I don't want you to give in. I want you to join Travers.
Thank you very much. But if I'd wanted to spend a holiday alone with Travers, I could have done it before now. What on earth would you do here by yourself?
Walk and climb.
You can't alone. It's dangerous.
Well, not very. Besides, I dare say someone would go with me.
But there's no one here for you to be friendly with, and you know how miserable you are if you're alone.
I shan't be miserable.
Well, I shall. Shut up in Venice with Travers. I can't think what's happened to you, Fanny. You're not usually selfish like this.
Oh, I don't mean to be selfish, Edith. It's something important to me. I must stay.
Must stay? Fanny, where did you get that shawl?
Herr Steiner lent it to me because it was cold in the early morning on the mountains.
Herr Steiner, the innkeeper? Was he on the mountains, too?
Yes, for a little while.
Did you go out with him?
No. I just met him.
By accident?
Yes. At least, not exactly. He knew I was going.
How did he know?
He suggested it last night.
Why didn't you tell me?
I left you a note. I couldn't tell you. You were nearly asleep.
Asleep? Fanny, were you talking to that man on the balcony last night? I thought I heard voices, but I was too sleepy to be sure. Were you, Fanny?
Only for a few minutes. He came out on the next balcony.
And you arranged to meet him on the mountain?
No, I didn't. He suggested that I should go out on them.
And then came to meet you with his wife's shawl.
It isn't his wife's.
Fanny, is this the reason that you want to stay? Because of this man? Did he persuade you to stay?
No, I tell you, he's got nothing to do with it. Now, don't keep questioning me, Edith. Leave me alone.
Fanny, has he been making love to you?
No. It's just no use you're going on. I won't answer your questions.
You are answering my questions. Do you think I can't read the whole thing in your face?
Don't look at me. It's nothing to do with you. Leave me alone. You're hateful, cruel.
Fanny, I don't mean to be cruel. It's just that I'm so appalled. Oh, let me try to help you. Tell me about it. I'll do my best to understand. You've fallen in love with him. That's it, isn't it?
Yes.
And does he know?
Yes.
And does he pretend to be in love with you?
It isn't pretense.
Oh, well, perhaps he thinks he is. You're very pretty sometimes. What does he want you to do?
Just to stay here with him.
Don't you know what that means? Well, you can't be just friends with a man of his type.
I don't want to be just friends.
Fanny, I don't know what to say to you. It would change everything, Fanny. You'd be different. You'd even look different.
I'd only look happy.
How about Frau Steiner? Have you thought of her?
Edith, please. You're making it ugly. Sordid.
It is sordid. Not what's in your mind, but what it entails. Deception, stealing another woman's husband, becoming an adulteress.
All right, I'll go. You've spoiled everything.
Fanny, it's for your good.
I'll go and tell him.
No, just leave.
Don't worry, I shan't change my mind.
Promise me.
What's the use of promising? I promised him. But don't be anxious. You finished everything. I think you finished my whole life.
Oh, my dear, don't be childish. Will you never grow up?
No, Edith. I'll never grow up. Only old.
So, you found your way back all right alone, huh?
Yes.
Fanny, what is it? What has happened?
I'm going. There are only a few minutes left.
Now tell me quickly what is wrong.
Edith's found out. She's made it all ugly and sordid.
But she cannot make it that. This morning on the mountain, it was not ugly.
No, that was beautiful. But don't you see? We couldn't always be on the mountains. This morning, nothing seemed to matter except that I loved you. But here, it's all different.
Fanny, I cannot understand. If I thought it was for your good to go, I would not try to keep you. But how can it be right for you to go back to that life? Never to live or share the joy of love. You are still so young in heart. But one day you will grow old. Will you grow old with no memories?
I shall have memories. Last night, this morning, the meadows were all misty, waiting for you, high on the mountain, with the world waking for the first time. I think I shall remember it when I'm dying.
Fanny, my dear, my heart, stay with me. It cannot be right to kill anything so lovely. I love you so much, even more than I knew this morning. Oh, sweet, don't cry. See, I will help you, take care of you. Listen, all morning I've been planning.
Well, we'll make a little school for you in Innsbruck. You shall teach English there. I have so many friends who will be glad to send their children.
They wouldn't if they knew.
But if I promise I will not make love to you, it shall be a friendship between us, a loving friendship. I will not even kiss you.
But I should want you to.
Oh, I cannot let you go like this. If you will not believe me about yourself, think for 1 minute of me. I love you. It is not like anything I've known before. Always there has been something beyond my life that I wanted. A dream. I did not know how to dream. Fanny, it is my love for you. I did not know it till now.
Oh, Andreas, I must go.
I will come to England. I will come to see you.
No.
But you do not understand. Not to persuade you, just as a friend, just to see you. I will wait 2-3 years if you wish.
No, I beg you not to. For my sake.
For your sake.
I shall have changed.
Changed?
Oh, not my love, but me. I want you to remember me as I am now. Not grown old.
Fanny.
It's all right. I shan't mind. Now. It's come. The bus.
No, let the bus go without you.
Oh, there's so much I want to say, and I can't think of it. Listen, it's all right. For you too. It would have ended. Now, it's there for always. For both of us.
Sally?
Please, help me to go. No, don't come with me. I've taken the shawl. Is that all right?
Of course. Leb wohl. Mein Herz. Mein Leben.
Goodbye, Andreas.
Auf Wiedersehen.
No, Andreas. Goodbye. Goodbye.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Autumn Crocus, starring Walter Slezak and Carmen Matthews. And here once more is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
I hope you've had a pleasant time, as I have. There's nothing for easy, relaxed pleasure like a good romantic comedy such as this one. It's much the best, of course, to have such skilled comedians as Mr. Slezak and Miss Matthews and the other ladies and gentlemen of our company to do the acting. For this kind of comedy isn't as easy to do as it seems. Our next best play will be a different kind of comedy. Rose Franken's sharply pointed, shrewdly observed play about American family life, Another Language. And another of our favorite comedians, Faye Emerson, will be in the leading role. Beginning with Another Language, our program time for many network stations will change to Sunday evenings from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. Other stations may vary their schedules, and I suggest that you consult your local program listings. This is Chapman saying goodbye until our next performance.
Autumn Crocus was transcribed and adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Heard in the cast were Elaine Rost as Audrey, Robert Carroll as Alaric, Marjorie Maud as Miss Maine, Guy Spall as Vicar Maine, Irene Hubbard as Edith, and Lily Valente as Lisa. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Fred Collins.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Fibber McGee and Molly Show. NBC and Papermate Pens present Fibber McGee and Molly, transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. Christmas is a matter of dollars and cents as well as of good cheer and goodwill. It's a time when every dollar has to count. Increased parcel post rates make the sending of packages overseas almost prohibitive this year. But the cost of sending Care special gift food parcels has not increased. In fact, this Christmas, Care offers you the best buy ever. For $6.95, you may send a fine budget food package, or for $12, you may send a big turkey, and for $18.75, a turkey and trimmings. These prices include all shipping charges and guaranteed delivery. If you assembled these food items yourself and sent them, you'd have to pay at least half the Care price in parcel post charges. And Care is so easy. All you need is an order and a check. Care has made these special holiday gift parcels available to you for those with whom you have personal ties abroad, or for some cheerless home you may brighten with your Christmas charity. The low prices are possible because of Care's non-profit operation. Send yours now to Care, New York.
Well, breakfast is almost ready, McGee. Has Mr. Wimple come down yet?
No, he's still upstairs.
What's he doing?
He insisted on making his own bed. Doesn't want to be a bother, he says.
He's such a considerate guest, isn't he?
And a good bed maker, too.
Really?
He made mine in about 30 seconds. Neat's a pin.
You didn't let him make your bed, too, did you?
Well, I couldn't help it, kiddo. He insisted. After all, he's a guest, you know. Whatever a guest wants to do in my house, as long as it's okay with me, he can do it.
Oh, you are the perfect host, aren't you?
Betcha.
Here, put the salt and pepper on, will you?
Sure. It was funny when he washed up this morning. You know, you got them towels in there marked his and hers?
Yes, I put out the good ones.
Well, he couldn't find one marked yours, so he just wiped his hands on his shirt tail.
Oh, dear. What about his face? He couldn't reach his face with his shirt.
I think he must have shook his face dry. I says to him, I says, you looking for a towel, Wimp? We got plenty, I says. And he says, oh, I wouldn't want to use your nice towels. I always get them wet, he says.
Well, I'll put some towels in his room so he knows they're for him to use. Mm-hmm. The poor lad. He's so timid, we'll have to be careful that he has everything he needs while he's with us.
You said it. With a guy like that around, we might forget he's up there and he'd starve to death.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot to set an extra place for breakfast.
Oh, well, hurry before he comes down. Uh-oh, that's him now.
I'll get the napkin and the egg cup and his silver.
I'll get his egg. Where's his egg?
It's in the saucepan on the stove. I drained the water off.
Oh, I see it. I'll get it.
Watch it, not with your hands.
Oh, whoops, it's hot. What do I do with it?
Good morning.
Wow!
My goodness. Who threw the egg? Missed me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wimple. Himself here.
It was hot.
Ah, it seems just like home. Except that Sweetie Face's aim is better than that, Mr. McGee.
Well, McGee wasn't throwing at you, Mr. Wimple. He just dropped his egg. It was hot.
My egg? That was Wimp's egg I dropped. Gee,
Sit right here, Mr. Wimple. This is your egg here.
His egg? The egg I dropped.
And you sit there, McGee. That's your egg there. It was my egg you dropped.
What? Oh.
I hope I'm not being trouble for you, Mrs. McGee. I wouldn't want...
You're not a bit of trouble, Mr. Wimple. You boys go on now. Start eating while things are hot. I'll put on another egg and get the coffee for you.
Well, I'm glad to have you with us while your wife's gone, Whip.
Oh, thank you. You forgot to put your napkin in your lap, Mr. McGee.
Huh? Oh, it slipped my mind. Like I said, it's good to have you aboard. Stay as long as you like, boy.
Thank you. You don't have to reach way over here for the toast, Mr. McGee. I'll pass it to you. Here.
Oh, thanks.
You almost got your elbow in my egg.
Yep, kind of breaks the monotony having you with us, Wimp. Just consider that your room up there and stay...
Oh, goodness, you don't need to reach into the marmalade with your knife like that, Mr. McGee. Here, let me put some on your plate. You'll get it all over your knuckles that way.
When's your wife come back, Wimp? Not that you're not welcome to stay as long as you like, but if you want to get home a day or two before she does...
No, I'll sit down and join you boys. How'd you sleep last night, Mr. Wimple? All right?
Oh, just dandy, thank you. Pass the jelly, please.
Here you are. That's my Uncle Dennis's room you have, you know.
Uncle Dennis? Oh, yes. Isn't he the one who always comes home sort of,
That's him. That's Uncle Dennis. That trunk up there under the bed up there, that's his trunk under the bed up there.
Pass the honey, please. Thank you. That's the trunk that sort of clinks when you move it?
He calls that his memory trunk. It's full of old souvenirs. Uncle Dennis just hates to throw anything away.
Yeah, even when they're empty. Boy, if they ever start giving him a nickel back on the bottle, he'll be a rich man on account.
McGee. Say, I didn't tell you about tomorrow, Mr. Wimple. Thanksgiving. Herb and Ruth Travis are coming for dinner, and Dr. Gamble is bringing a friend.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I love Thanksgiving. The fall is such a pretty time of year, isn't it?
Yes. Must be beautiful out in the country today with the trees all turning red and gold.
And all the little birds flying south for the winter.
Yeah, I was out at the edge of town yesterday, Wimp, and I saw one flock of over 1,000 birds in one bunch.
Oh, my. Flying south, were they?
No, these were walking north. They were turkeys.
Say, you two. It's a beautiful day outside. Why don't we just take a drive out in the country?
Great.
We can gather a lot of pretty colored leaves to decorate my table with tomorrow.
Oh, goody. I'll bring my bird book and binoculars.
I'll bring a lunch.
Swell. While you're getting the lunch packed, I'll go wipe off the car. Somebody soaped it all up Halloween, and I've been so busy.
Mr. McGee, do you have a good pen?
A pen? Why, sure, Wimp. Here, use my new papermate, boy. Going to write a letter to Sweetie Face?
No,
That's just a wonderful pen, Mr. Wimple. Papermate is a pen that's approved by bankers and school principals all over the country, you know.
Really?
And it ought to be. Because why? Because papermate pens don't leak, Wallace. You don't get ink all over your hands and clothes and stuff. Not only that, but papermate ink dries like a flash, stays permanent, and don't smear or rub off.
That's nice.
The papermate pen doesn't have a cap to get lost either, Mr. Wimple.
You see, Wimp, you just push this little button, click, and the point pops out, ready to write. Push it again, and zingo, it's back up the barrel out of the way.
Oh, that is truly amazing, Mr. McGee. Actually,
The papermate only costs $1.69. Ain't it a beauty? Go on, try it. Write your letter.
Oh, I don't want to write a letter.
Well, you asked if he had a pen.
Well, I was just making out my Christmas list. I wanted to...
Oh, why didn't you ask me, Wimp? That's easy. Give papermate.
My, it certainly is beautiful out here in the country.
Sure is. This drive was a good idea, kiddo. Hey, you got any ideas where we ought to go, Wimp? Find some pretty colored leaves? You get out this way, don't you?
Yes, I do know this country extremely well, Mr. McGee. I was out this very road last week with my Birdwatchers Club on a field trip.
Did you have fun?
Oh, much. There is a lovely grove of oaks and maple trees out this way, all red and gold. Let me see now.
What's the name of the grove, Wimp? On account of because there used to be a grove out of Peoria that a guy named Groves owned, and they called that grove Groves' Grove. Old man Groves used to grow cloves, and they claimed the cloves from Groves' Grove was the best grown cloves ever grown in a grove.
This is called Flagmeyer's Woods, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
It's owned by a gentleman named Mr. Jenkins.
Jenkins?
Mr. Flagmeyer sold out. Now, let's see. I believe we take the next turn to the right.
Okay.
Or is it to the left?
You're asking me?
Let me think a minute. I remember this field here because this is where I saw the golden pileated warbler. And Mr. McFeeters, he's from New York and he thinks he knows everything. Mr. McFeeters claimed it was a northern pileated warbler. Oh, was he noisy.
Yeah, sure, but which way?
I think this was the field, all right, because, yes, there's the very fence where Mr. McFeeters set me up on the post to argue with me. And, yes, that's right. We passed our turn.
Huh?
Oh, now listen, maybe we ought to ask that man parked up ahead there, McGee. Maybe he'll know. Truck drivers are always very helpful.
I'll go ask him.
Well, I'll go with you. You stay where you are, Molly.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah?
I wonder if you could tell us...
that you, Wally?
Why, it's Mr. Strunk. What are you doing way out here in the country?
Oh, it's my day off, Wally. I drove my truck out here to look for some of our feathered friends. This is the time of year they're all migrating south, you know.
Oh, this is a wonderful time of year for bird watching, Mr. Strunk.
I seen 3 cedar waxwings, a puce-breasted mudlark, and the prettiest little green-tailed towhee. All in all, I've had me a very thrilling morning, Wally. Hey, who's the mug with you?
Oh, good gracious, I completely forgot my manners. So sorry, Mr. McGee. This is Otto Strunk, Mr. McGee, apprentice nest inspector 3rd class. Otto, my friend, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Otto.
Nice to meet you, McGee. Is he one of us, Wally?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Strunk.
Oh, a square, huh?
Yep.
Well, you ought to get with it, Mac. Before I joined the Boyd Watchers, I was jumpy all the time. I was nervous as an acrobat with a new toupee.
Yeah, well, if you can tell us which way...
But, boy, a few weeks of this Boyd watching, and I'm all relaxed. Nothing bothers me at all. What a change.
Well, I'm glad you're all straightened out, Otto. Look, can you tell us if this road...
out? Boy, I got nerves of steel. Nothing bothers me no more. Nerves of steel.
Steel nerves, Mr. McGee.
Yeah, well, we just...
Oh, you don't believe me, huh? Well, here, punch me in the stomach.
Go on, bust me right in the stomach, Mac. Hard as you can. I don't even flinch. Go on.
No, I don't want
Go on, slug me in the stomach.
Well, okay, if you insist.
Didn't have to do it so hard. Were you trying to prove you're a big man or something?
Well, gee whiz, you said...
Good thing I'm a bird watcher now. I don't lose my temper no more. Right, Wally?
Right, Otto. Now, I wonder if you can tell us which turn to take to get out to Flagmire's Woods?
Flagmire's Woods? Sure, you go straight ahead to the next turn to the right. Turn right.
Well, thanks, Bud. At last. Well, come on, Wimp. Let's go.
Hey, look, Wally, look. On the limb over there. Pretty little northern pileolated warbler. Ain't he lovely?
Oh, very pretty, Mr. Skunk. But he isn't a northern pileolated. He is a golden pileolated warbler.
Wimp, will you come on?
Wally, I know you've been watching birds a long time, but I got good eyes. That little fella happens to be a northern pileolated warbler.
Oh, you sound just like Mr. McCedars.
Wimp, will you come on?
What's the delay?
Oh, it's Wimp. Come on, Wallace.
Otto, will you give me a lift to town later?
Well, sure, Wally, but...
You go gather leaves without me, Mr. McGee. I'll be home after a while. Now, Otto, a golden pileolated warbler.
Oh, further. Come on, Molly. You drive a while. Wimple's got a warbler.
Fibber and Molly will be right back. I don't know how it is around your house, but things have certainly been hopping around my home today in preparation for tomorrow's big Thanksgiving Day dinner. And there's still a lot to be done right up until the time the family sits down at the table to dive into all those piping hot dishes of delicious food. Along about evening time tomorrow, there'll be a lot of stuffed Americans sitting back and relaxing, wishing they hadn't eaten so much food. It seems to me that the chuckle-filled radio shows on the NBC Radio Network tomorrow night might be just the ticket to help you get your mind off your troubles. So I'd like to suggest that you laugh along with the rest of the nation tomorrow night when it's time for Robert Young to star in Father Knows Best. Or when Ralph Edwards puts his contestants through their paces on Truth or Consequences. If you're in the mood for memories, Eddie Cantor will have some very special ones for you on his show business show. So tomorrow night, join us for top radio entertainment. Join us here at the NBC spot on your radio dial.
My, the autumn leaves look just lovely on your dining table, Mrs. McGee. Sorry I missed the fun.
So am I, Mr. Wimple.
Did you finally get your warbler argument settled, Wimp?
Absolutely, Mr. McGee. We trailed the bird for over a mile till we finally got the binoculars on him and got a good look. That settled it.
What was he?
A sparrow.
Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC and Papermate Pens have brought you the Fibber McGee and Molly program transcribed with Bill Thompson as Wallace Wimple and Jack Moyles as Mr. Strunk. This is John Wald inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night for another visit with Fibber McGee and Molly.
Sundays, enjoy 2 exciting hours of Weekend on the NBC Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You are standing in the doorway of the diabolic, the dangerous, the deadly. And in a minute or so, you will hear one of the strangest tales we've ever told. A story unlike any we have ever poured into your willing ears. Because this is a story about a man you knew only too well. A man who personified the diabolic, the dangerous, the deadly, to an entire generation. A man the world will never forget or forgive.
We're pumping too fast, Doctor. Look at his skin. He's turning purple.
Wait, another minute. We must improve his heart action.
You'll kill him this way. He's too old to stand this.
Look. He's trying to speak. Yes.
Estoy cansado.
Yes, my Führer. Yes, I know. You are tired, my Führer.
Our mystery drama, The Rise and Fall of the Fourth Reich, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slesser and stars Robert Dryden and Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This is Mexico City, a noisy, bustling city, full of people and automobile traffic. Right now, we're standing at the intersection of the Paseo de la Reforma and the Avenida de los Insurgentes. We're watching a black Thunderbird make its way down the avenue and then turn into the narrow, crazy quilt streets of the makeshift neighborhood they call the Ciudades Perdidas, one of the lost cities built by the squatters. There are two men in that automobile. One of them is a man of 71 years, and his name is Dr. Hans Bunderschoff. The other is a man who has many names, so we'll let him introduce himself.
You can call me Gunther. When I lived in London, I used the name George Brighton. When I lived in New York, I called myself... What's the difference? Now I'm in Mexico, and my name is Gunther Binder. And that's good enough.
Gunther, is that the building?
Yes, looks like it.
Do you have the photograph with you?
Right here in the envelope. Yes, that's the building, Doctor, but it looks empty, even abandoned.
If our information is correct, and if God is with us, there is still one occupant.
As we mounted the stairs of the ancient building, it was hard to believe that the information was correct, or that God was even aware of this dingy hovel on the edge of nowhere. But then we were at the door of the third-floor back apartment, and it was obvious that no lock was necessary because no thief could be interested in what might lie behind that door. But we were very interested. We had spent a lifetime seeking it, or rather, seeking him.
Gunther, look.
Dear Lord. He doesn't look alive.
Yes, but he's breathing. You can see him breathe.
Doctor, how can we be sure? He doesn't look like... There's barely any resemblance.
He's 86 years old, Gunther. What did you expect?
But we are sure it's him?
There's no question of verification. It's him. The one we have sought for so long. I must try to speak to him.
He's unconscious. He won't hear you.
I must try. My Führer. My Führer. Can you hear me? My Führer. We have come to take you home.
But our work was just beginning. First, we emptied the trunk of our rented automobile, and I brought the heavy black suitcase containing Dr. Bunderschoff's apparatus up the 3 flights of rickety stairs. Fortunately, the man we had found in the third-floor back apartment was the building's only occupant, so our thumping and bumping didn't disturb anyone, not even the man himself, who remained comatose throughout, his breathing growing more labored all the time.
We'll have to use the oxygen soon. I think he's suffering from cardiac insufficiency.
Are we too late, Doctor?
No. He's lasted this long. He'll last until we're ready. We'll have to clean up this place, too. It's filthy.
Our informant said there was an old lady who took care of him.
Yeah, I've seen her. She came around while we were bringing the trunks upstairs. She asked me about El Ciego.
El Ciego? That means the blind one. Is he blind?
Cataracts. Thick as bottles over both eyes. But don't worry, Gunther. We'll take care of that, too. Our Führer will see again. Our Führer will see the coming glory.
What did you tell the old woman?
Something that didn't surprise her. I told her, El este muerto. He is dead.
El este muerto. Yes. Of course, the old lady believed it, and so did the rest of the world. Because our Führer had arranged it that way, in one of the most subtly conceived and well-executed deceptions in history. A plan formulated long before the first excavation of the Führer bunker below the Chancellery. I remember that day in Berlin, when the operative we called Leopard came up with the exciting news.
I'm telling you, it's true. I got the information straight from the engineer in charge of the construction.
But what happened? How did they find the tunnel?
They were making a foundation for a new apartment building in the Hansa Quarter, and the whole thing collapsed. That's how they uncovered it. 6 miles long, Gunther, leading straight from the Chancellery to what must have been a secret airfield.
That's just speculation.
Hear the rest of it. There's a barn at the site, or what's left of a barn. But there isn't any loft or stables or anything you might expect to find in a barn.
You mean it was used as a hangar?
Nobody wants to believe it. Not officially. Or they'll claim that Hitler never carried out his escape plan.
But you think otherwise.
What I believe is the Führer confided his true intentions only to Bormann and Goebbels. All the others in the bunker were kept in the dark so they could testify to the authorities about his so-called suicide and Viking funeral.
Good Lord. But the body in the blanket, the body that Heinz Linger burned.
It was a corpse that he burned, but not the corpse of Adolf Hitler.
I simply can't believe it.
You remember Bormann's statement that the face had to be covered because it was disfigured?
Yes.
Gunther, the face was covered because it was the face of some orderly, not the face of der Führer.
And now that face was in front of me. His face. The little square mustache gone. The black hair with its slanted lock across that famous forehead gone. The lips that had once blared out martial music loud enough to stir the world had vanished into a black, toothless hole. The eyes that had given hypnotic guidance to millions looked out blindly through thick, gray windows. I stared at that face, and I turned to Dr. Bunderschaff. Doctor, is it really possible? Can we make him smile again?
It is possible, Gunther. We can make him smile and feel happiness for the future. But first, we must make him understand.
Shall I increase the pressure, Doctor?
Yes, slowly.
He doesn't seem to respond to anything. I'm not a physician. I know my opinion doesn't matter.
He's not in coma, Gunther. This condition of his is more resignation. He has stopped caring about being alive.
His skin color is changing.
More pressure, Gunther.
The needle is near the danger mark now.
More pressure, I say.
We are pumping too fast, Doctor. Look at his skin. He's turning purple.
Another minute. We must improve his heart action.
You'll kill him this way. He's too old to stand this.
Look. He's trying to speak.
Estoy cansado.
What's he saying? Quick, kill the pump.
Cansado.
It's not German.
No, Gunther. It isn't German. But don't forget he's lived outside of Germany for 30 years.
What does he say?
He says that he is tired. Very tired. He wants us to leave him in peace. My Führer, listen to me.
Do you think he hears you?
Look at his eyes.
He's blind.
He knows someone is here, Gunther. My Führer.
Estoy cansado.
Yes. Yes, my Führer. I know you are tired, but now you can sleep. And when you wake, we will give you the future.
It was another 24 hours before Stiller arrived. Stiller was a doctor, too, but he was able to do something that Dr. Bunderschaft could never do. He was an ophthalmologist, and he would apply his surgeon's skill to the cataracts that prevented our Führer from seeing the men who had come to restore him to power.
I'll do what I can, Hans. But don't expect me to perform miracles.
Well, why not, Stiller? We have performed one. We have found him.
It's not enough simply to remove the cataracts. He'll need to be fitted with special glasses.
Perhaps not. Not after our endocrine treatment.
Hans, you still persist in this dream.
I know what I have accomplished before. I know what I can accomplish now.
But this challenge is too great. A man of his age, in his condition...
I will need your assistance, Stiller. Gunther is a fine young man, but he lacks professional skill.
I'm an eye doctor, Hans. I know nothing about glands and hormones and all your other mysteries.
Please, Stiller, help me. Help me make it worthwhile for those eyes to see again.
All right, Hans. If you can believe in miracles, I suppose I can, too.
The operation was performed. From Stiller's point of view, it was a success. The gray clouds covering the old man's eyes were lifted, but it was only after new strength was pumped relentlessly into his bloodstream, after stimulants had excited the action of his heart and liver and pancreas and nervous system, did we see any reaction or result. And then the moment arrived. The moment when Adolf Hitler opened his eyes and spoke to us.
Who are you? Did you hear me? Who are you? What do you want of me?
We are your subjects.
What?
Your subjects, my Führer.
You are mad. You are all mad. I am no one. Let me alone. Let me die.
No, my Führer. You will not die.
Stop calling me that. My name is Marcus.
Please, listen to me carefully, my Führer. My name is Hans Bunderschaft. I am a doctor, an endocrinologist. I served your cause for many years. I have performed thousands of experiments on behalf of the Reich. Experiments probing into the very core of life itself.
Yeah, please. You must stop this. I will not hear more of this talk. These lies. I am nothing but an old man.
My Führer, please, hear me out. While you were bringing Germany victories on the battlefield, I was seeking victory in the laboratory. I failed, just as we all did.
Failed? Failed? We were betrayed.
Yes, betrayed, of course. And out of that betrayal, we were defeated. But out of that defeat may now come victory.
Victory? What are you saying?
He speaks the truth, my Führer.
Who are you?
I am Gunther. Gunther Binder, your subject, too.
This is madness.
I know that I was too young to serve your cause when you first brought glory to our nation, but my father served it and died for it, and now I want to be part of the new glory.
New glory? What are you raving about? Lunatics!
Tell him, Doctor, please.
No, Gunther. You tell him.
All right, I will. My Führer, we have come to restore you to power.
As you can see, we have found ourselves in the middle of a horror story. A nightmare made all the more terrifying because of the reality that inspired it. But can Dr. Hans Bunderschoff make good on his incredible promise? Can a handful of men, even with the decayed body of a former tyrant, create a fourth Reich in the world? We'll be back shortly with Act 2. Strange things are taking place in a near-abandoned hovel on the edge of Mexico City. The third-floor back apartment has been converted into a clean white box of a room filled with gleaming chrome apparatus and the smell of strong chemicals. But there is something more than medical progress being discussed. For the men who have gathered in this room are discussing surgery on the world.
Don't misunderstand, my Führer. We are not men of politics. We know there are others who can guide you better than we.
Politics? I know nothing of politics. Why should an old man know anything but the water he drinks, the food he puts into his mouth?
But you remember this much, my Führer. You remember that politics is power. Nothing more.
Power? And is that what you offer me? Are you my army, my legions? Is this my new chancellery?
But we speak of a different power now.
There is only one power, strength. And I have none. Look at me. I am old, dying.
But the power we are talking about is strength. Strength, life, youth.
Youth? Now I know you are mad. You would make me young again?
Yes. Yes, my Führer. We can give you back the years that were lost in Germany when you so wisely escaped from Berlin.
We don't know how many years we can promise you or how much vitality we can restore. But it will suffice for your return to the fatherland.
Hans, look at him. His eyes.
Madness. All madness.
It is enough for now, Hans. Let him rest. You've troubled him enough.
We must make him understand it's no good unless he realizes.
No. Stiller is right. He has stopped listening to us. We will speak to him again later.
It was later, all right. Almost 2 weeks later before we heard the voice of Adolf Hitler again. But Bunderschoff was a busy man during that 2-week period. I had expected him to begin the testosterone treatments first, but instead he chose to administer massive doses of vitamins. And then he began a series of amphetamine injections whose effects he watched with concern for the stamina of Hitler's heart. But the Führer survived. And then Bunderschoff began the critical phase, the hormonal injections which he had used to restore temporary youth to gray-haired rodent veterans of the laboratory. Stiller and I watched the procedure in awe and skepticism.
The man isn't a rat, Hans. It's simply not the same thing.
We have had similar results with primate Stiller. Don't tell me now that a man is not an ape.
I still cannot believe in this miracle of yours.
But he is stronger. You can see that for yourself. He grows stronger every day.
But will he grow younger?
We'll soon know.
And then, on the night of the 10th day, we were awakened by a horrendous cry.
My God, what is it?
It's him.
The Führer must not be bound by existing legal regulations. The Führer is leader of the nation, supreme commander of the armed forces, head of government, supreme executive chief, supreme justice, and leader of the party.
He's out of his head. Yes, my Führer, please, easy. Lie back and relax.
I must conserve my strength.
Yes, that's right, you must.
My strength is the strength of Germany.
Seems to have gone back to sleep.
Yes. Yes, he sleeps. And this time, his dreams are brighter. Much brighter, Gunther.
Maybe our Führer's dreams were brighter, but Dr. Bunderschaft's dream began to fade as the days wore on. Despite daily massive doses of the hormonal formula, there seemed to be little change in the years that lined the face of Adolf Hitler. And Stiller began to question whether the dream would ever be fully realized.
Hans, why do you persist? I was never convinced that your primate experiments were valid.
Everyone has been skeptical. Most of all myself. But I know it is true, Stiller.
You should have conducted other human experiments first. To begin with this
There
one.
could not be a more important beginning.
Or ending. Didn't you have many deaths? Even among your apes?
Yes, there were errors. A sudden change in the androgen balance can sometimes be dangerous.
And if such a change occurs now, what will you have? A dead old man?
No, this is one thing we must not have. Merely a dead old man.
And so the experiment went on day after day, until finally some improvement began to appear.
Blood pressure?
Almost in the normal range.
Red blood cell count?
Not much improvement yet.
Muscle tone?
And that's hard to say, Doctor. Skin seems firmer to the touch, more elastic.
You see, Stiller? One improvement after another. Do you still think we will fail?
It's a question of time, Hans. But do you have enough time?
Yes, time. Time is the enemy. We're in a race. All right. We will double our efforts by doubling the dosages.
But that might kill him. The shock.
We will have to try, Gunther.
So we doubled the dosages. The risk was great, but Dr. Bunderschaft was encouraged by Hitler's ability to withstand the initial treatment. There was only one problem. The increased dosages seemed to affect his mind, and days of delirium followed.
They're fools. All fools. Our enemies are enemies of themselves.
What is he saying, Gunther?
I can't make it out.
Britain is a dying empire, dying. America is trying to be its heir. Russia wants the Balkans, deprive them of the belief that victory is certain. We must show them that they can never reckon on our capitulation. Never.
Doctor, don't you think this is dangerous?
No, let him carry on.
Smash the Americans. 45 German divisions.
His voice grows stronger.
Get me General Culler.
He may be unhinged, Doctor. Then all this would have been for nothing.
We must wait and see.
There must be no holding back now. No commander must hold back his forces. Disobedience will be punished by death. Culler, I hold you personally responsible. Do you understand?
What is he saying? Who are those people?
He commands generals who are gone.
I say that he's mad. I say this whole experiment is mad.
No, Stiller. The Führer only dreams. He must dream of yesterday before he can dream of tomorrow.
The second miracle took place that same day.
Here, careful.
Yeah.
Lift him carefully.
Here, Doctor. Let me help you, sir.
Are you sure it's all right to do this, Hans?
Yes, I think we can. All the life signs are encouraging. His pulse, his color, his blood pressure.
Even his eyes seem to be in better focus, Doctor. I think he's beginning to see us.
His lips are moving.
He does see us.
My Führer, can you hear me? Can you understand what I am saying? My Führer.
Who are you?
I told you my name. It is Bunderschaft.
You are German?
Yes. I am German. And I am a physician.
Why are you here? What is your purpose here?
My purpose is reincarnation, my Führer.
There is no such thing.
Then I will use the word rejuvenation.
You can make people young again.
It has been my goal for all the years of my life.
And where were you, Doctor, during the war?
I was assigned by the SS to Dachau to participate in the noble experiments of racial hygiene. But I convinced my superior, Dr. Sigmund Roscher, that I would be better utilized in research, which would uncover the mysteries of the aging process.
I know of no such experiment.
It was to be Dr. Roscher's surprise present to you, my Führer. A gift such as no loyal subject had yet given you. The secret of eternal youth itself.
And so, what became of this gift?
Dr. Roscher abandoned the experiments after our early failures. Like Steinach and Voronov before us, our efforts produced only short-lived improvement in the aged. We were forced to conclude that the testes of men were useful only in the formation of spermatozoa and the secretion of hormone.
Yeah, I understand nothing of this.
That even the synthesis of testosterone was of no great consequence, although testosterone was one of the chemicals I still employ in the process.
What process?
The process I developed in Stockholm, where I worked after the war. It is no magic formula, my Führer. It is a synergistic group of chemicals which I believe will eventually lead to an acceptable method of human rejuvenescence.
Is it true? Is what you say really true?
It is. It is all true, my Führer.
You can make me as I was?
We can do only so much.
But it will be enough for the cause. Enough to make the world tremble at your resurrection from the dead.
The world?
And when you make your reappearance at the proper time, in the proper place, it will be like a lightning bolt illuminating the planet.
That is our hope, my Führer. We wish it to be your hope, too.
Hope? But I had abandoned it 30 years ago.
But we bring you hope again, my Führer. Hope for a new beginning. The beginning of the next 1,000 years.
Tell us. Tell us your thoughts. Tell us what you wish.
Very well. I will tell you what I wish. I wish for something to eat.
And with those words, we knew that it was going to work. That our Führer was back among us again. That the day of the Fourth Reich had dawned.
The Fourth Reich sends shivers up and down your back, doesn't it? But the idea has created ecstasy in that small room in Mexico City as three men watch eagerly as Adolf Hitler dines. His appetite used to be greater. He could swallow whole countries at one sitting. Now he seems to be content with a bowl of soup. But if he has a new chance at power, well, let's wait and see what happens when I return with Act 3. There are still exciting events occurring for Doctors Bunderschaff and Stiller and the young man who calls himself Gunther. The same excitement parents feel when their child takes his first hesitant step, because now Adolf Hitler is taking his.
Carefully now, don't overdo it.
My limbs are still so weak.
Take my arm, my Führer.
No. I can do it alone. I must do it alone.
Good.
Now, only this far, my Führer. Just to the chair.
Yes, I can. I can do it. There.
You did it. I knew you could.
And now I want to see a mirror.
A mirror?
You heard what I said. I wish to look at myself.
It's all right, Gunther. There's a mirror advisor in my bag. Let him look into that.
Yes, of course. Ah, here it is.
Here. Is that me?
Yes, my Führer. You can see how much you have changed since our arrival. How much firmer your flesh has become. How much improved the color of your skin is.
But I am still hairless.
Yes. The hormonal treatments cannot restore your hair. If anything, they do the opposite.
But there is still something we can do about that. False hair.
A wig? Like a woman?
For the image, my Führer. Only for the sake of your image. A wig, a mustache, so that all those who see you will know and remember.
Yeah, that must be done. For the sake of my people, I must return to my people the way they remember me.
Within the week, it was accomplished. Stiller found the appropriate adornments, a hairpiece that vaguely resembled Hitler's own. The mustache was easier to find. When we looked at the effect, we all shuddered in ecstasy, and when Hitler himself saw the image, it did as much for him as all of Wunderschaft's formulas and vitamins and injections. But the Führer became impatient.
Now, I tell you, I'm ready now. Your miracle has worked. Dr. Wunderschaft, you have done what you claimed you could do. Now I am ready to return to my people, to my country, to the world.
There must be no undue haste, my Führer. The timing of your appearance must be right. Tell him, Gunther.
It's true, my Führer. The entire movement must be carefully prepared for the putsch that will bring you back to power.
Then prepare them. Tell them I am here. I know they have been waiting for me, as I waited for them for long, empty years after the war.
And they never dreamed that our talk would be led by the beloved Führer himself.
But now they must know.
They will, my Führer. In time they will. But the world has changed since you went into exile.
Fool! Do you think I managed to live to this age of mine? An outcast? A useless derelict? By feeding on the past? No. What sustained me was the future. Always the thought of the future.
That was wise.
For years after my exile, I considered the means whereby the Reich would rise again. I knew the day of great land armies was over and finished, of armadas and armor and massive bombing. I knew that victory was now determined by a handful of excited atoms.
Yes, you are quite correct, my Führer.
That would be my plan of conquest for the Reich. My warriors would be atomic guerrillas.
Please, don't excite yourself.
Then tell them, Wunderschaft. Tell them I am ready.
Yes, my Führer. We will communicate with the Vaterland and tell them.
Dr. Stiller left us that afternoon. He had a serious operation to perform on the retina of a close friend. It didn't matter, however. His part in the experiment was over. Mine, though, was still important. I left the small room on a series of errands, shopping for the vegetable staples which constituted the diet of Adolf Hitler, buying pharmaceutical supplies and picking up a large, flat box at a tailor shop whose proprietor seemed mystified by what he had just delivered into my hands. Here it is, Doctor.
Yes, it's perfect. Exactly what we wanted.
And now to find out how well it fits. 20 minutes later, Adolf Hitler was in full uniform. He stepped out in front of us, a willing model, turning to give his audience the full benefit of the effect. His right hand was on his hip. The left, still useless from the bomb damage that had destroyed his nerves, was held rigidly at his side. An iron cross hung from the breast pocket, and there was a black, white, and red armband circling his left arm, the sign of the broken cross. But there was one other thing in the image before us, the most electrifying sight of all. Adolf Hitler was smiling.
They call you Günther.
Yes, my Führer.
I will call you Günther, too.
Thank you, my Führer.
You will be rewarded, Günther. You and Dr. Bunderschaff and Dr. Stiller. You will all three be at my side in the coming days of victory. You will be privileged to witness the birth of true peace in this world. True peace, Günther. You know what that is?
No, my Führer.
Not the peace of blind pacifists. Peace not supported on the palm leaf fans of tearful pacifist mourning women, but founded on the victorious sword of a lordly people that puts the world to work for a higher culture. Do you understand, Günther?
Yes, of course.
Why are you sweating? What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing, sir. I am just overwhelmed.
My Führer, please, you must not excite yourself.
Steiner must counterattack the Russians. The Luftwaffe ground troops must be alert.
Please, you must sit again. You stood too long.
Yeah, I must sit down. And you, Günther, you must come here.
Go ahead, Günther.
Günther, kneel down.
Yes, my Führer. I am kneeling.
Günther, you must take this.
No, my Führer. No, not the Iron Cross. It is yours.
No. I wish you to have it. I wish you to have it from your Führer's own hand. For bravery in battle. For exemplifying the ideals of Aryan manhood. Here, Günther, my son, I give you... Wait. What is that?
What, my Führer?
This chain around your neck.
Only a chain, my Führer?
But this ornament hanging from it...
It's not an ornament, my Führer. It is a symbol. It is called the Star of David.
What? The Star of David? The Jewish Star of David?
It was given to me by my father. No, not from his hand directly. He was dead when I received it.
Bunderschaff! Do you hear this? You are harboring a traitor!
The truth is, I took it from his body. I was only 5 years old at the time, but I had the sense to take it from him before it was taken by the guards at Auschwitz.
Bunderschaff! Do you hear? Kill him! Kill him! We are betrayed!
It's taken me 36 years to get here, my Führer. 36 years after my holiday in Auschwitz. 34 years after Dr. Russia froze my mother and father to death before my eyes. My naked mother and father lying on the ground while the guards poured water over their bodies and grumbled that they had to crack the ice before the water would pour.
Bunderschaff! Quickly! He means to hurt me!
I hear the sound of the cracking ice always in my ears, and the sound of that water splashing, and the sound of my mother's voice begging for a quicker death, begging for something that you won't be denied.
Good.
Adolf!
Well, stop. That's enough.
No, Doctor, not enough.
Bunderschaff! He has a knife!
A scalpel, Adolf. A scalpel for the final incision.
My God. Bunderschaff, help me. He
He has cut my wrist wide open. I am bleeding.
Gunther, why? Why did you do this?
Save me, Doctor. We have been betrayed once again. Betrayed by...
Oh, Gunther. Why couldn't you have waited? Why couldn't you let us bring him home and share your vengeance?
What are you saying? Wunderschaf. Not you, too. You are not part of this betrayal.
No, my Führer. Not part of a betrayal. Merely part of a revenge.
But I thought you were a good German. A loyal German.
Yes, I was that, my Führer, until I was brought to your service in Dachau and learned what loyalty meant to those who served depraved animals.
The bleeding. Hey, stop, please, the bleeding.
No, Doctor, let it happen here and now.
But why? Why did you do this? Why did you give me back my strength, my hope? I was a dying old man. Why did you make me into this? Only to murder me.
You don't know. You don't understand, my Führer.
No. Why? Why?
Tell him, Gunther.
Who cared about destroying a dying old man? What good was our vengeance unless you had strength and hope? Now, do you understand, my Führer?
And so, Adolf Hitler dies. Not in the bunker beneath the Chancellery in Berlin, but in a dingy, deserted rooming house in Mexico City. There will be no Viking funeral for him this time. No obituaries, no mourners. Just a memory. A very bad memory. But one which no man can ever afford to forget. I'll be back shortly. You know, some people might find it hard to believe the story you've just heard, either because they can't accept the idea that Hitler might still be alive, or they can't accept the idea of rejuvenation. Well, I can't prove the first part, but I think I can support the second, because I know a prime example of rejuvenation. It's called radiodrama. We hope you agree. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, Joe Silver, and Ken Harvey. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm a very busy man.
And prefer to spend as little time as possible in the company of anyone as vicious and depraved as Guy Richards. Yes, I know. But that's exactly why I asked you to come and see me. Warden, before very long, you're going to be spending all your time in my company. I don't blame you for looking puzzled. Let me explain.
Yes, do explain.
A little more than a year ago, Warden, I was a professor of parapsychology at the university. I was happily married, successful, and deeply involved in my work. And then suddenly, shockingly, for no apparent reason, I became, well, the embodiment, you might say, of a man who has been dead for many, many years. Jack the Ripper.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
guests in the hall. Does that mean the doctors are here?
Yes, Dr. Copard and the foreign doctor. They're all in the library.
What did they say? Is he all right?
Quite all right, Ducky.
Oh,
No, you'd better not go in. They're doing something to your poor father.
Doing something?
The foreign doctor's going to put some drops in his eyes.
Oh, drops? Is that all?
No, he's got to keep them bandaged for 6 months.
What? You mean he won't be able to see for 6 months? Oh, that's awful.
Better than going blind for life.
But what about his work?
Well, that's what he said. What about my practice, he said. I ought to be in court this afternoon, he said, but the foreign doctor said it's got to be done at once, or we can't save your sight.
How did they ever get Father to agree?
Oh, her ladyship managed that. She sat by ever so quiet till they'd done talking, and then she said, we'll have it done in the library. The light's better in there. And in he goes as meek as a lamb.
She's wonderful.
Oh, she's a very clever lady. I've always thought that.
Did my mother, my own mother, manage him so well?
Your mother, Ducky? Oh, well, poor dear, he didn't need managing then, not in the same way. I mean, he wasn't making so much money.
A husband's more difficult to manage when they make money.
Of course they are.
It's a very old-fashioned idea.
Kathy, don't go.
I think I heard Monica come in. She'll want to know. I'll come back.
Oh, well, that's safely over. Has Nanny told you, Monica?
Oh, Kathy, was it awful? Did they hurt him?
No, Dr. Valentine did it beautifully.
Oh, Kathy, your hand. It's all red and swollen.
Oh, it's nothing. Your father held my hand while they were doing it. He certainly got a grip. I'd better bathe it. No, later on. But, Nanny, I think I'd like a glass of sherry, and you'd better see that the doctors have one before they go. Yes, I expect they'll need it. Poor chaps.
But has he really got to wear a bandage for 6 months?
We'll be lucky if he keeps it on for 6 minutes.
Literally all the time?
I shall have to change it every day in a dark room.
What will he do all day in the house with nothing to occupy him?
I don't know. After all, it might have been... Oh, Monica. I'm so relieved.
Kathy.
I braced myself for the worst, and now this seems nothing.
Then you were really frightened.
Terrified.
You never showed it.
I didn't want your father to know.
But you might have told me. Oh, why didn't you, darling? You've always been such an angel to me. Always. You must let me share things. Be a proper daughter to you. Tell me when you're worried about anything.
Darling, I will. Another time.
It's going to be a strenuous 6 months for you.
Well, at least I shall see something of my husband. And that'll be a change. Doctors are just going.
Oh, I'll come. Oh, Nanny. Nanny, I do feel such a pig. She's been terribly worried, and I never knew it.
Well, you couldn't have guessed, Ducky. She keeps everything to herself always.
I know. And yet she's so sympathetic and understanding to other people. You've never really properly liked her, you know, Nanny.
Oh, I like her well enough. I've nothing against her. She's been a good wife to your father and kind mother to you. I suppose I'm funny. I just never could bear to see a stranger in your mother's place.
Poor Kathy. I believe you'd have got just as devoted to her if her baby hadn't died. It may have brought you together.
Perhaps. You do feel different to a lady if you've got a baby to care for. I'd have had my nursery again, and I wouldn't have kept thinking of what's gone.
Oh, well, next time I'll make it up to her. If she ever has any other great trouble, I'll be a perfect angel to her. But at the moment, it looks as though I've gone and missed the bus.
Come on, darling. All right, now, there. Come on.
Careful. Don't go too fast. I'll trip over the rug or something. Put me on the sofa.
There we are.
Is Monica there?
Here I am, dear.
Oh, my poor little girl. Come here and kiss me. Have to put up with an old crock of a father now. You'll have to lead me about.
Oh, but you'll learn to get about alone very soon.
Shall I, darling? Well, let's hope so.
People do. They get used to it very quickly.
What people?
Blind. People who have to wear bandages or things.
And what grounds have you for asserting that? Did you ever know anyone who had to wear a bandage?
No, but I always heard.
Exactly, you've always heard. How often have you heard it? And who were your informants? Have you any reason to suppose that they knew what they were talking about?
Are you sure that bandage is quite comfortable?
I'm sure it's not. It's much too tight. They must offer it. What happened? Who went out?
Monica and Nanny. Now sit still and I'll try and loosen this knot just a little.
Oh, it's a bad business. A very bad business.
Oh, it might have been much worse, darling.
Tomorrow, I must get on to an agent. About
selling this house?
Oh, I wouldn't be in too much of a hurry to do that.
Realize we're ruined.
My dear, aren't you going a little too far? A rest of 6 months won't demolish your career.
I shall lose my practice. You don't know what solicitors are like. Once they get out of the habit of briefing you, they give all their work to someone else.
And he'll lose all their cases, and then they'll come back to you. Oh, now, don't let's look so far ahead, darling. What are we going to do this winter? Let's make the very best of it.
You talk as though you enjoyed the prospect.
Well, I can't help being glad that I'm going to have you with me so much. It'll make up for a lot of things.
Darling.
How much time in all these years have we really spent together? So often I thought, oh, I must tell Brian this or that when he has a minute, and then, well, there never was a minute.
I felt that too. But I've consoled myself with the thought that I should probably bore you. And I think of the difference in our ages. Why are you laughing?
Oh, the difference in our ages. 13 years, and yet how they worried you. You know, you mentioned them when you proposed. I heard about them daily, all the time we were engaged. Don't you remember?
You had a blue hat, that's all I remember.
You talked yourself into extreme old age and me into the cradle. By the time we'd got to the altar, you'd settled all the details of our inevitable divorce.
Kathy, you're making this up.
No, I'm not. But you do dramatize things, you know, darling.
Do I?
Oh, yes. You always give such a wonderful performance. When you're in your bath, you give a superb imitation of a man having a bath. Now you've got this bandage, you'll go about being blinder than anybody ever was before, like Samson in the opera.
All right, Delilah. I'm a lucky man. You're the most wonderful wife any man ever had.
Shall I read you your letters?
Oh, if you must, you must.
Oh, they're mostly bills. You don't want these.
Yes, please, I want them all.
But a bill sounds so much larger when you read it out.
I must keep control of my affairs. I want every word of every letter that comes to me.
No. This doesn't look like a bill. Oh, it's a letter.
Oh, who's it from?
Funny, it's not signed. It looks like a sort of begging letter, you know, bad writing, cheap paper. Dear Sir Brian Crawford, please excuse me venturing to trouble you without having the pleasure of your acquaintance. Believe me, it is only a sense of moral duty which forces me to open your eyes. You will be interested to learn that you are the only person...
Well, go on. Well, why don't you go on?
Oh, it's disgusting.
Anonymous letters usually are, but you must read it, please, dear.
It's vile. We'd much better take no notice of it.
I'm the best judge of that.
Oh, let me tear it up.
Kathy, if you tear it up, I shall take off this bandage. I can't allow you to decide a thing like this for me.
It would only upset you for nothing.
I'm not easily upset. I've had abusive letters before. Just read it. It's a good girl.
It's too revolting.
Revolting? Oh, you mean obscene language?
Yes. I couldn't really read it out, not even to you.
Well, give it to me. Mark Seeley's coming to dinner. I'll get him to read it to me.
Mark? Oh, that's impossible.
Oh, don't you worry, darling. Mark and I are used to these things. We'll deal with it.
No, you couldn't. You see, Oh, well. All right, I'll read it. You will be interested to learn that you are the only person in London who does not know of the relations between your wife and Mr. Mark Seeley, what you think is your friend. Everybody is laughing at you, even the poor devils you put on the carpet. But there's none so blind as those that won't see. So look out. Look out.
Is that all?
Yes.
Every word?
Yes.
Oh, there's nothing there you couldn't read aloud. Did you know that this scandal was going about?
I? Never. I hadn't the least idea.
Why do you suppose they picked out Mark?
I can't think.
Can't imagine any possible reason.
Well, his name is associated with yours. He was your pupil. Everyone knows what he owes to you. And, of course, he's here a great deal.
Oh, I see. He's here a great deal.
Well, you know he is. And he has taken me about when you were too busy.
Quite so. And you've been to his flat. Have you ever been there alone?
Oh, yes. Often.
How often?
Oh, my dear, how can I remember? We've been such friends of his for years.
2 or 3 times a week?
Well, some weeks, perhaps. It depended on how busy we both were.
You've never been there without telling me?
How can I be sure? So often I simply haven't had time to tell you all I've been doing.
I mean, I've neglected you, so it's my fault if you get yourself talked about.
Brian, my dear, please try to forget about it.
No, that's impossible. No, I'm not satisfied.
Are you telling me that you
I
believe?
believe because I can't see you, but I just can't quite believe that you're speaking the truth.
What can I do? What can I say?
You don't think he is in love with you, do you?
I'm sure he is.
After all, he isn't married. He spends all his time with you. You're seen going to his flat. One could say there's some ground.
I really think it might be wiser if he didn't come here so often. Now.
Why?
Well, if people are talking...
Let him come. I'll judge for myself.
Judge?
Whether or not he's in love with you. I think he is, and you know it, but you won't admit it.
Oh, you're quite mistaken. You must put these ideas out of your head. He doesn't come here because of me particularly.
Then who does he come here for? Not me, surely. I suppose you'll tell me next he's in love with Monica.
Yes.
What?
I said yes. He is in love with Monica, actually. That's what makes all this so horrible. He's been in love with her for a long time.
It's the first time I've heard it.
Well, I wonder you didn't see it for yourself.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Because I promised not to.
Whom did you promise? Him?
Yes.
You discussed it with him?
Yes.
When?
Oh, a long time ago. He asked my advice. She's not an easy girl to deal with, so wrapped up in her lectures and
Didn't
things.
he want me to know?
No, not at that time.
Why not? He might have known I'd be delighted.
I think he was afraid you might try to put her up. He'd be furious now if he knew I'd told you. Oh, you must please be very careful, darling. Don't show that you know.
Oh, I'll be the soul of discretion. Oh, I do hope it comes off. Nothing could please me more. Very nice boy, doing extremely well.
Don't set your heart on it. It may come to nothing.
Good family. I shall give her £30,000 when she marries. I must talk to Mark about money.
Brian, not yet. He mustn't guess that you know.
I'm very tactful. Can't you trust me?
Do you always trust me?
What? Oh, that wretched letter. Yes.
You accused me of not being straight, hiding something.
Well, you were hiding something.
Now that you know what it is, don't you think you ought to beg my pardon?
Yes, I do. Am I forgiven?
Oh, yes. Let me tear this horrible thing up.
Yes, tear it up and forget about it. Now, kiss me to show all's well. My poor darling. I've been a brute.
Oh, it was rather a shock for both of us.
But it is forgotten now. I couldn't bear it if there was the slightest cloud.
There's no cloud. There never will be.
Where are you? What are you doing?
Just sitting near the fire.
Sitting near the fire. How cozy that sounds. And the curtains drawn?
Yes.
I like the autumn. That touch of frost in the mornings. Tang of wood smoke in the air. Leaves burning. And those last roses.
It is beautiful, but a little melancholy.
You'd like the summer to last forever.
Nothing lasts forever. I've always known that.
Oh, it's too soon for you to think of autumn. Oh, I wish I were 10 years younger. Kathy, where are you?
Here, darling. Hadn't you better phone your clerk? He's been trying to speak to you all day.
Good heavens, yes, poor chap. Oh, no, don't help me. Must learn to get about. Now, where are we? Yeah. See that, Kathy? I calculated the distance exactly.
Yes, I saw. You're a marvel.
Yes, now my desk. 12 paces, I think.
Monica, are you going out?
Unless you want me. I was going to a meeting.
With people dining.
Well, only Angela Kane and the Drummonds.
Oh, yes, and Mark Seeley.
Still, your father doesn't like your not being here.
Oh, then I'll ring up Bert and say I can't go with him.
Who's Bert?
Just a boy.
One of your dear little socialists?
He's very sweet. Father's a sanitary inspector. He's awfully nice, too.
You'll need to be.
Well, I'd better go and phone Bert.
No, wait a minute. Your father has his own ideas of home life, and now that he'll be at home so much now, he'll want you to be the dear little spoilt only daughter, ever so busy having a good time.
Crikey.
Lots of new clothes, fewer lectures, and more dances.
I'll do my best to be a dear little butterfly.
Thank you, dear.
But you'll have to provide some decent men to take me about.
Oh, we can hunt up someone suitable. For instance, there's Mark Seeley.
He never takes the slightest notice of me.
You never give him a chance.
Why should I risk breaking my heart?
Breaking your heart? What do you mean?
Nothing. I can see he's attractive. But I don't like him. I despise him.
Why?
He's worldly. He's insincere.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Besides, he's got a moral squint.
Oh, what?
One eye on heaven and the other on the main chance.
You say that because you think he's snubby.
No, I don't. Yes, I do.
Well, it's true anyway. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must make a phone call.
Hello, Mark. Listen, I've got something very important to tell you. Can you come rather early tonight? About 7. Well, as soon after 7 as you can. Right. Goodbye.
I brought some hot water to bathe that hand of yours.
Oh, it doesn't hurt now.
It will tomorrow.
Mark, darling. What else did that letter say? Nothing. Just the mere fact that we are lovers. Oh, we had a terrible scene. But surely he didn't take a letter like that seriously. I don't know. He suspects something. What? I'm not sure. I think that you're in love with me and I won't admit it. You denied that? Yes. Well, we'll have to be more careful than ever. What did you say exactly? You won't be angry. No. What was it? I told him you were in love with Monica. Do you mean that I'm now supposed to pose as her lover? Because I won't. Well, what should I have said? Tell me that. I don't know. But I'm not going to make any sort of pretense. I should give myself away hopelessly. Oh, Mark, if only you'd...
Oh, Kathy, are you in here?
Yes, darling?
Oh, hadn't you better get dressed?
I am dressed.
Oh, are you? Oh, let me see if I can guess what you're wearing. No. I don't recognize this dress at all.
The blue velvet.
Blue velvet, now I remember. How lovely your neck controllers feel. One can tell what a graceful woman you are just by touching you. Wonderful, smooth skin. Oh, Kathy, what is it? Oh, is anybody else here?
No.
What's the matter then?
Nothing. It's getting late. You'd better finish dressing.
All right, dear. I won't be long.
Oh, that was horrible. I love you as much as ever. But just now I'd have given a good deal for the whole thing never to have happened. I can't be sorry it happened. It's been part of our lives. But that child, Monica, she ought to have been kept out of this at all costs. Mark, you must marry her. Marry her? You must be mad. Why didn't I see it before? It's got to happen that way. You've lost all sense of proportion. No. It's the only real solution for us all. It'll make Brian happy, and our love, Mark, will develop into something stronger, different, better. How? It's for Sherry's lunacy. No, listen, Mark. Mark, you must marry sometime. I want you to have all the best things in life. I couldn't bear to feel you'd missed anything because of me. You want somebody to share all your success. You must have a wife and children to be proud of. You don't really want me to marry Monica? You merely want to see yourself in a nobler light. I do want you to marry her. I'd do anything to bring it about. You deceive yourself. You're much too clever. Anyway, she thinks you have a moral squint. She says you have one eye on heaven and the other on the main chance. Oh? She said that? Perfectly true. She's quite as clever as you are. You're getting me quite interested. Or is that your end?
They think me old-fashioned, and I dare say I am. But when I engage a servant, I always have just a little simple personal talk with her. I say, this is a very happy house. We all do our work, and we're all cheerful and contented. Just quite simple. I'm sure it helps. How long do they stay? That isn't the point. Catherine, what divine flowers. Monica did them. Did you, Monica?
Yes.
You are growing domesticated. Flowers in London are so terribly expensive, but of course Catherine doesn't have to worry about that. Brian's busier than ever now, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Those 6 months off didn't affect his practice at all. Is it true that the first day he went back to Chambers, he found £12,000 worth of briefs on his desk? Not quite that.
How much was it really?
I really forget.
My husband sent him a brief. I said, now we must all stand by poor Brian. After all, he is my brother, I said. This illness may have crippled him financially, but then George has always given him a lot of work.
Oh, uncivilized we are. Talking about money and servants.
Certainly, To whom is Monica waving?
Has Mark come, Monica?
Just arrived.
Who is it?
Mark Seeley. He was coming to dinner, but at the last moment he had to go and defend a murderer at Maidstone.
A murderer? How exciting.
I mean, a man who is accused of murder.
Cautious, Kathy.
I hear the men coming up.
Poor Catherine. Have you been praying for them to come?
I think we're more than ready for them.
Of course, Monica's mother wasn't clever. The brains come from our side of the family.
But you're so clever, Catherine, about her clothes. At least I imagine it's you that...
Oh, here they are. Well, George.
Well, Angela, how's interior decorated?
Moribund. People are so poor nowadays, they buy a pot of paint and do it themselves.
Well, you've been very quiet up here, you women. We miss the happy laughter we sometimes hear on the stairs. Well, May, what scandal have you been hatching?
Personally, I never talk scandal. I always say it leaves a nasty taste in the mouth.
You can always spit it out, dear.
George!
Has Mark arrived?
Yes, didn't he join you downstairs?
No, I didn't know he was here. I'll go and look for him.
I was just telling Brian downstairs. May has just bought a new weighing machine to put in our barn.
Not a new one, George. I got it at a sale.
We've had it about 3 weeks.
No, dear, not as long as that.
It's one of those machines that you put
You
one
get
foot...
such bargains at these sales. It was at a house called Balmoral, just at the end of our road. A large house with a garden. The old lady...
It's one of those machines that...
And the nephew lived in South Africa. Well, Kenya, really. So they sold everything. Anyway, I thought...
Just as I thought. They're in the garden.
Martha's telling me about his case.
He's got his men off.
Oh, the murderer. He's got off.
So everything's fine. Shall I tell them how?
I think they've all guessed.
Please. I have an announcement to make. I want you, all of you, our dearest friends, to be the first to share our great news. I know you'll be delighted to hear that Monica and Mark are going to make a match of it.
That's wonderful news. Congratulations, dear Monica.
Oh,
and
indeed,
Mark.
congratulations, my dear.
Extraordinary thing.
Oh, you're a very lucky man. You've had an engaged look all the evening, Monica. I knew something was in the wind.
And you too, Catherine. To have married her so young, you must be absolutely delighted.
I am. I think they'll be very happy.
Monica, my dear, my congratas.
Oh, thank you. You are darlings to be so pleased.
Now, Miss Lord, charge your glasses.
I'm bound to say it was a surprise to me. I hadn't heard a hint of it.
Well, it's only just been settled, Aunt May.
I drink to Mark and Monica.
Mark and Monica.
Mark and Monica.
Thank you very much. If I can make Monica half as happy as she's made me, Well, there's a perfectly good end to that sentence, but I've forgotten it. But we're very, very grateful to you for your good wishes.
Indeed we are. You're all wonderful.
Do you remember our wedding, May? Brian made a most brilliant speech, and nobody could stop laughing.
Yes, that was in October. When will Monica be married?
In August, in the long vacation.
It's the first time Mark's ever taken the whole time off.
8 weeks. It'll be too lovely. Where are you planning to go?
We shall take a map of Europe, shut our eyes, and choose a place with a pin.
Well, August won't be convenient for us, unless it's right at the beginning. We go to Torquay on the 5th.
One moment, please. I want to end this little ceremony with music.
What? We all got to sing Auld Lang Syne? Oh, Brian, spare us that.
No. All you've got to do is to sit still for a few moments and talk, if you like, in undertones. This concerns me, not you. A little piece of pure sentiment. I want Catherine to play an absolutely rubbishy little composition called Humoresque.
Oh, Brian, really?
The evening won't be complete for me without it. Has associations.
Oh, Catherine, do play.
Yes, do.
I couldn't possibly. I don't remember.
Oh, yes, you do, Catherine.
Oh, play it, Catherine.
Come on, Cathy. I shall give you no peace.
Please.
Very well, then. But try not to listen.
Are you much of a gardener, Angela?
I've never had a garden.
Oh, that's where we score. We're living at Wimbledon. Got a couple of acres, you know.
Shush, George. I want to listen.
Oh. Well, that's something nice.
Oh, good grief. Kathy, she's fainted. Kathy, are you all right? What's the matter?
Give her
with
air.
her?
Give her air.
Wrong. She'll be all right in a minute.
It's very hot in here. Airless.
I thought she was looking pale. Fetch some water, somebody. No, brandy. It's cooler in the library. I think if we could carry her in there. Brian!
Oh, yes.
Help me to carry her.
Can I do anything for you?
I
say.
Oh, she does too much.
That's it.
She overtires herself.
She's coming round.
Good. I don't wonder she fainted. I nearly fainted myself. Your father's a great actor. That speech.
Oh, poor sweet. He can't help it. He just has to make a scene of everything. Where is everybody?
Gone home.
Oh, what a blessing. I'm glad they've gone. Now we can have a nice long time to ourselves.
Not very long, I'm afraid, sweet. I got to work all night.
You don't worry about justice. You don't worry much about your clients either, do you? All you worry about is your job, whether you're doing it well.
You're pretty well right.
Still, I'm glad you're like that. Selfish, egotistical, hard-hearted.
Am I?
Ruthless.
That's all you know about it.
Oh, you are. You are. I love it. Kiss me. I feel so sort of lost since I began loving you. You would have failed me now. I'd have nothing to hold on to.
You haven't told me yet when you did begin.
I can't be sure, but I was frightened when it happened. I felt, oh dear, now he's really begun to love me. How glorious, how awful. Now we're in for it.
I felt like that too. Do you remember the week I stayed away?
Oh, don't I? But what frightened me was the feeling that all my life seems to be in your hands, all that I am. I don't belong to myself anymore.
Darling.
What you do, what you are, that will be me. Nothing else matters anymore.
I must look after you. I must make you happy.
Mark, has anybody ever loved you as much as I do?
No, darling. Because you're quite different from any other woman. Monica, can't we be married sooner than August?
Oh, it'd be heaven. Always being together without people interrupting. Never having to say goodbye in the evening.
You make me quite dizzy.
I feel I must be wonderful because you love me. I feel as if it were written all over me.
Oh, Monica, how idiotic of me. I can't forgive myself. I've ruined your evening.
Doesn't matter a bit, darling.
Where's Mark?
After they all left, he stayed on a little, and then he left too.
Oh.
He wants...
Well, what does he want?
Well, we both want to get married at once, not to wait until August.
But why?
Because, well, why should we wait?
Why, you've got no house for one thing.
I could go to his flat.
Oh, no.
Don't look as if I'd suggested something indecent.
No, of course not. It's just that I don't understand all this hurry.
Oh, you know what it's like to be in love. We're always having to say goodbye.
I think you should wait.
But why? You want me to marry him, but you don't want us to be in love.
Oh, yes, I do, darling. You're quite right. I don't know what I'm saying tonight. Why should you wait?
I couldn't bear to let him go tonight.
Oh, you're so sweet. Such a darling. Let me kiss him.
No. Don't.
What? But I only want...
I sort of don't want anyone else to kiss me. Not just after I've been kissed by Mark. Sorry.
You grudge me that? Even that? Am I nothing now? I mustn't love you because he does?
Oh, no. I didn't mean to hurt you.
It's all I have left. Oh, let me kiss you.
No. Oh, Kathy, don't.
What are you doing? I don't know, and I don't care. Get away.
Monica! I remember lots of things. I didn't understand then. I do now. Now I know.
What do you mean?
The flat. I mustn't go there. I knew there'd been somebody else. Monica, please.
Keep away from me. Don't you dare to touch me.
You must listen.
No. I know.
Monica, what is it?
She's mad.
Kathy.
A dreadful thing has happened, a mistake.
I don't think so, Kathy.
But, Brian, you don't understand.
I think I do, Kathy. Sit down, Catherine. Try to calm yourself.
Yes.
I have something to say to you. I'm sorry I have to say it tonight when you're so unwell, but it's rather urgent. I've decided that I can no longer take the risk of letting Monica marry without knowing the truth.
The truth?
That Mark has been your lover. Be careful what you say. Take your time.
You mean anything I say will be used as evidence against me?
Everything you have said and done tonight is evidence against you. During my illness, I had an excellent opportunity of observing Mark, Monica, and you. I couldn't see, but I could listen. The tones of your voices gave me more information than your faces would ever have done. I was convinced that Mark did not love Monica.
You think he doesn't?
He didn't last autumn. He does now. Meanwhile, I proved to myself that you had told me a story concerning yourself and Mark that did not square with the facts. Mind you never betrayed yourself until these last few days as the wedding announcement drew nearer, and especially this evening.
When I fainted, you mean?
I saw it all then. You can't bear the idea of this marriage. You still love him. You want him back.
You had no right to allow the marriage if you think that.
I couldn't be sure. I am now. That's all I have to say.
Yes, he has been my lover. I still love him.
Then why did you engineer this marriage?
That's my business, not yours.
I have a right to ask.
You've no right to ask. You're not my husband anymore. Oh, you gave a fine, happy imitation of one tonight for the benefit of our friends. But now you're prosecuting counsel. Another impressive performance.
Why should I defend you?
It's your trade, isn't it, defense? You're ready to plead the cause of any poor wretch who comes to you, not only to defend, but even understand. It's only to me you deny that understanding, only to your wife.
Why didn't you tell me, Kathy? If you loved him, I'd have tried to be generous. Let you go.
There was your career to think about. It was soon after my baby died.
Oh, could I have helped you more, Kathy?
No. It was never any of it your fault.
I was working desperately hard. I left you alone a great deal, and I hadn't time to feel as much as you did.
Nobody can share that pain. A child, a baby is, after all, only a person to its mother.
If only you told me then, Kathy.
Don't you think I haven't longed to tell you over and over and over again?
I think I begin to understand.
You do believe we fought against it?
Mark, too?
Oh, yes. We knew from the first what misery it would be. At last we agreed to stop seeing one another, and then you took me to Norway.
Oh, I remember. You were sleeping badly. I was anxious.
I never slept at all. I was afraid of my dreams. And in September I came back alone to London. You stayed in Norway a little longer. I never supposed he was in London. I thought he must be away. It was so hot. One night it got so hot that I dressed and went out into the streets for a while. It was cooler. It was just before dawn. Suddenly, I heard his steps walking a long way off. I knew they were his, but I thought I was dreaming. I thought it was my longing that made me hear them. Footsteps in the street. An empty street at dawn. You hear them so far off, coming. I thought if I turned round, I should see nothing. I didn't turn round till he was there. You see, he couldn't bear it anymore. He just came to look at the house. Oh, he loved me then. He did. More than anything in the world.
Oh, hush, dear. It won't always hurt like this.
He can't love her. He can't. It's all a mistake. He thought I wanted it. I must go to him. Oh, Brian, let me go to him.
No, Kathy, you mustn't. It's no use. Stay with me. I want
Oh,
you.
how can you want me? How can I be anything to you now?
Oh, no, Brian. Lady Crocus. Oh!
What is it, Nanny?
Sorry, it's Miss Monica. She's gone.
Gone? When?
Just this minute. She passed me on the stairs without a word. Something dreadful must have happened.
Monica. Monica! I must catch her! Monica! Monica! Monica, come back! Monica!
Lady, have the police got any news? Inspector says that if she isn't traced by 8 o'clock tonight, we ought to broadcast a description of her.
But then it would be in all the papers.
Well, we must find her. 3 days now.
What can have happened to her? Suppose she...
What's all this about Mark Seeley? What does he want?
I don't know. You see him, Brian. I don't want to.
Oh, you two go upstairs. I'll talk to the inspector. I'd rather deal with all this myself.
Brian, you must let me do what I can in this. Why do you treat me as if it were no concern of mine?
I know you want to help, Kathy, but I'm afraid there's nothing you can do.
Oh, come on, Nanny.
Yes, my lady.
Monica. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, you. No?
I have to come. I must know if there's been any news.
I'll let you know as soon as there's anything to report. I told you that on the phone yesterday.
I thought I ought to tell you that I found out where she went when she left this house.
Oh? Where?
To that artist friend of hers, Sally Kemp.
That's not likely. I rang Sally up. She couldn't tell me anything.
Yes, but she said something about a friend of Monica's called Bert. I asked who's Bert, and she told me that he was one of those young socialists that Monica used to go about with last year. She doesn't know about his surname or where he lives or anything, but I'm sure she knows more than she says.
Oh, I'll phone her now. Now, what's her number? Oh, the police inspector's still in the library. Get rid of him, will you?
Very well.
Yeah, here we are.
Nanny. I want Nanny.
Monica.
Nanny? Nanny?
Oh, darling, thank heavens you're back. Are you all right?
My head hurts.
We'll look after you. What's been happening to you?
There's something. I can't tell you what it is. Something awful.
Now, how could you frighten us all like this? Mark's been going crazy.
I can't ever see Mark again.
You went to Sally Kemp, didn't you?
Yes.
Monica, who is Bert?
Bert? Oh, a man I used to know.
You never spoke of him. He never came here.
I've been with him till just now.
What?
I had to go somewhere. I couldn't go walking about. I was so tired. I couldn't come back here. I meant never to come back. I meant to live with him. I did. But he said he wasn't taking me on those terms. He said I'd got to feel about him as he felt about me. You see, I only went to him because I wanted to destroy what I had been.
You didn't know what you were doing.
I could have gone through with it if he hadn't said something that Mark used to say. That made me cry. Oh, if only I'd had the courage to go through with it.
Monica.
Make him go away. Don't let him come near me.
Oh, my lamb, what is it?
Oh, Nanny. Nanny.
Oh, my precious.
Oh, Nanny.
No, don't go on like that. Oh, what have you got yourself into such a state?
Oh, Nanny.
You come along upstairs.
Well, you heard what you said.
Yes, she went straight off to this man. I can't believe it. However, it doesn't matter. The whole thing's over anyway.
Yes, and the sooner you clear out now, the better.
I'm going. I only came on her account. Now I know she's all right.
She's not all right.
I've no wish to force myself on either her or you. She'll never see me again.
How do you mean that?
It's an intolerable position for me now.
Seeley, ring up the police and tell them she's back. That's the last thing you'll do for me.
Very well.
Does not know what's happened.
Yes, he's taken it very badly.
Badly?
He doesn't understand Monica's distress in the least. He thinks she never loved him because she went to this fellow Bert, or whatever his name is.
I see. Well, it doesn't matter much what he thinks. It's all over now.
Is it? There's one thing that might get her over all this.
What's that?
That Mark did genuinely love her. She thinks he didn't. He did. And what's more, he still does.
You think so?
I know it. Don't you? No, Kathy, don't go. We must get this thing clear.
Well?
She matters more than you or I. Her life, her peace of mind.
She'd much better not see him again. She'll forget.
Will she?
She's not the first woman to be crossed in love.
No, nor the first who's never got over it.
Then she'd better see him, I suppose.
You're against me over this.
Yes, I am.
Why?
I think a clean break is best.
Do you think it best for her? Do you, Kathy?
I told you. I can't bear the idea of his loving her. I know it's wicked of me, but I can't.
Kathy, you've got to help me. You've got to make him see her.
Why me?
Because he won't listen to me. You're the only person who can make him do it.
Impossible. I told you how I feel. You're humiliating me beyond endurance.
I don't want to humiliate you, Kathy. I've told you what I think. I leave you to follow your own heart.
I run the police department. I'm afraid Aunt May is lying in wait for you in there.
Oh. Excuse me, Kathy. I'll get rid of her.
Well, I'll go now.
Yes.
There's nothing more that I can do.
No.
I hope Monica will be all right.
Oh, she will. In a day or two.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye. Mark.
Yes?
Your vanity is a pity, I think.
Pardon?
You heard?
And what has my vanity got to do with it?
It's your downfall. It always has been.
What do you mean?
You think that Monica has treated you badly.
I don't think that. I merely think she's shown she never could have loved me.
Which you prefer to believe.
She'd have given herself to this man if...
If it hadn't been obvious even to him that she was broken-hearted.
She wanted to hurt me.
Oh, no, Mark. You must convince her that you did love her, that you still do. Unless you do, she'll never get over this.
I thought you said she'd be all right in a day or two.
Oh, Mark. Is it possible that you're being stupid or merely cruel?
It's possible, but I am both.
You're too clever. That's the trouble. That, together with your vanity, will be the end of you. That's why falling in love with Monica was so right for you. Think of all you felt when you and she were happy together.
That's perfectly true. She made me feel...
What I never did. That you wanted to be nicer for her.
Kathy, you're too good to me.
I can't do go to her, darling. You will, won't you? I can't do nothing with her. She won't lie down, and now she says she wants to go. Go? Where? Oh, anywhere but here, she keeps saying.
Would she see me, do you think?
Well, sir, she asked me once or twice if you'd gone. I asked did she want to see you, and she said no, but
I think I'll chance it.
I'm afraid she won't stay, my lady. She seems to have taken a most shocking dislike to me, Nanny. Why don't you say it? To me. I am going to marry Mark. Nothing and nobody can stop me.
But I'll do my very best to make her happy.
You see, dear, it's the beginning of a new life. It's putting the past behind us. My life has been cut in half. And this is the new half. You understand?
Perhaps I do.
You know that we love each other.
Yes. Yes, I know.
And this can't be my home anymore.
No, I see it can't. If I could be sure you'd look after her, Mark...
I will. I promise I will.
He's been through all that with Nanny. He's promised that he won't even let me bathe after a heavy meal. Monica! Father, Nanny's putting some things into a suitcase for me.
You're not coming back here?
No. It's best. Nanny will pack all my other things in my book. I'll let you know where to send them.
But we'll come to see you get married.
I'd rather you didn't. I don't want anyone to come who belongs to my old life.
I see.
Goodbye, Mark. Good luck.
Thank you, Catherine.
My suitcase is in the car. We can go now.
Mark, before you leave, I want to talk to you about money.
Oh, Catherine, forgive me. No. No, it's I who... Don't hate me. How could I? Oh, Catherine. Don't cry so, my darling. It's all right. I love you. I do love you. I do. I know. But now you must be happy. Oh, Catherine.
Monica.
You must go with Mark now, darling. Yes. Blow your nose and put on your hat. Goodbye, Catherine. Goodbye.
Is there anything in the world I can do for you, Kathy? Isn't there anything you want?
I don't want anything.
Sit down. Rest.
I'm all right. I should be all right in a little while. You can read to me if you like.
What sort of thing?
Oh, not anything about people. Something...
Come and sit here. I'll read you that poem you like so much.
All right.
How vainly men themselves amaze to win the palm, the oak, or bays, and their incessant labor see, crowned from some single herb or tree, whose short and narrow verged shade does prudently their toils upbraid.
Forgive me, Brian. Please. Please forgive me.
Kathy, darling.
Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Horror that makes the flesh crawl as with maggots. Terror that turns the brain to jelly. These mark the work of Edgar Allan Poe. For nearly a century and a half, readers have wondered at the mad creations of his fevered brain, even as their blood ran cold with fear, as shall yours. Our mystery drama, The Fall of the House of Usher, was especially adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I must warn you that there lies ahead for you a tale so gruesome that when it ends, you will know beyond doubt that never in your life before have you experienced such revulsion. Are you prepared for this? Come, then, to a certain room where a man named Gabriel Mannering sits writing in his diary. A certain room in the House of Usher. I sit here writing this diary, when in truth, were I not a fool, I should have already departed this frightful place. Already I have sensed such horrors in these first hours of my visit that I tremble at the thought of what may be in store for my friend Roderick Usher. And for me. During the whole of this dull, dark autumn day, I had passed on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of evening drew on, within a view of this bleak and melancholy house, the house of Usher. I felt at once an iciness, a sickening of my heart, and wondered what it was that so unnerved me. I was soon to find out.
You would be Mr. Mannering, sir?
Yes.
My master waits you.
One moment, my horse.
We'll be well cared for, sir.
Oh, that carriage standing there. That black carriage? Is there another visitor?
Only the doctor. He is attending Miss Maitland. This way, sir.
Thank you.
Follow me now, sir. We turn here, the passage on our left. Now, this to the right.
I had no idea the house of Usher was so vast.
Oh, yes, vast. Above and below.
Below?
There are chambers underground, vaults, dungeons that even I have never seen, and I have lived here as servant to Mr. Usher more than 30 years. Here we are, sir.
Come.
Mr. Gabriel Mannering, sir.
Oh, Gabriel. My dear good friend, you've come at last.
Roderick, I came immediately on receipt of your letter. It gave me cause for concern, deep concern, after all, Roderick. Not having seen each other in years, nor corresponded even, to receive a letter from you was in itself a surprise, but the contents, Roderick, the contents were a shock. How ill are you?
Ill? I'm not ill.
Not ill? But in your letter...
I am not ill. Oh, I may have mentioned something of the sort in my letter, but...
More than mentioned, you spoke of acute bodily illness, of oppressive mental disorder, of a malady, dear friend, so strange you could not bear to face it alone. Now, that is why I'm here. That is why I came at once. The terrible agitation in your letter.
Oh, mood. It was nothing but mood. Mood of the moment. Nothing more.
Come now.
Cato, the port. Good. Thank you. I'll pour. And, Cato.
Sir?
Dr. Wyndham is with my sister still?
Yes, sir.
I would speak with him before he takes his leave if he feels I can bear to...
Sir?
Nothing. Just say I wish to see him.
Yes, sir.
The vintage port, Gabriel. You'll enjoy it. Its aroma, its fragrant bouquet will delight your nostrils. Its taste will fall sweet on your tongue. Your health, good friend.
And yours, Roderick.
Well, now, tell me about yourself, Gabriel. How has life gone with you all these years?
Oh, as all lives go, I suppose. Has been the good, the bad, indifferent.
Yes, well, mine has been mostly bad.
I've prospered. My importing business in Baton Rouge.
Ruination, that's been my lot, my fate. The fate of the House of Usher.
Well, if you are financially in need...
No. I speak of another kind of ruination. Decadence. I speak of the evil that molders within my body, my mind, my house. House? Oh, no house this. A tomb that houses the living dead.
You are ill.
Yes, I lied. I am ill with what?
With what?
With fear.
Fear? Of what?
I know not.
Well, what do we all fear, each of us? What living thing has not known fear? It lives within us, this fear. It rots within us, as I rot within this house. But mark you, good friend, whereas with others fear rides like a restless maggot only now and again, with me it's ever present, a colorless slime growing within me, spreading, engulfing, drowning me.
Roderick.
No. I'm all right now. I'm all right. You must go.
Go?
Well, you shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have asked you. You must leave this house of death, this tomb.
Stop that. Now stop.
I tell you that...
Enough. Enough now. Here. Sit down. Compose yourself. Now hear me, Roderick. I came a great distance through the foulest time of the year to be with you, and here I shall stay until you are well again.
No, you don't understand. I shall never get well.
Of course you will.
No. She is dying, you see, and I...
Your sister? Is it she who is dying?
Yes, Maitland.
But it's she who is dying. If it is...
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Come in.
Dr. Wyndham.
Come in, Doctor. Thank you, Cato. May I introduce myself, Doctor? Mr. Usher, as you see, is not himself. I'm a friend of his. Gabriel Manning of Baton Rouge.
Oh, how do you do? Louis Wyndham.
I entreat your pardon, both of you.
Now, Roderick.
Well, my nerves sometimes.
Yes, I know, and I'm sure Mr. Mannering understands. You've been taking the laudanum I prescribed?
I used the last only yesterday.
Well, I'll see that you get more.
Oh, thank you. My sister?
There's no change.
How long? Before death?
I don't know. Your sister's malady baffles me. I don't know what is killing her, nor do I know what keeps her alive, when in truth, she's all but dead.
Oh, would it be an impertinence, Doctor, for me to ask you what you mean by that?
Well, no, Mr. Mannering. Quite simply, there have been times when Miss Usher, Maitland, has been devoid of all vital signs. Well, by this, I mean I've been unable at these times to detect a pulse, blood pressure, any respiration whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And yet, moments later, she's opened her eyes and returned to the world of the living.
Strange.
Yeah, I've encountered nothing like it in years of practice. It's not too far from the truth to say that she is dead, and yet she lives on.
Yes. Like the house itself.
Now, Roderick, you mustn't harp
I tell you, we are like this house. My sister and I, we are this house. The house is us. The house is dead, and yet it stands.
Your aberration about this house...
It is no aberration. It's the truth. The house of Usher crumbles, yet it will not fall. Maitland is dead, yet she will not die. And as for me, oh, heaven, the horror that awaits me.
I'll send the laudanum as soon as possible, Mr. Mannering. There's little else I can do. Yes, I have other patients to attend. Thank heaven it's a moonlit night. I have many miles to travel. Good night.
Good night. Roderick.
Yes.
Roderick, I want to help you in every way I can. That's why I'm here. But now, you must do your part to help yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, I could be wrong, but it seems to me you let yourself go to pieces all too easily. This wild talk of your sister Maitland being dead and yet alive. Well, now, that's nonsense, you know.
No.
Yes, well, I'll agree with you with one thing only. In a way, you have become this damnable house. No healthy, sane man could live here for long without beginning to lose his sanity, without serious damage to his nervous system. I've never seen such gloom, inside as well as out.
This very room reeks of dejection, despondency, undusted cobweb furnishings, black drapes covering the window. Here, let me throw them back and at least get some moonlight, if not sunlight, into this place. There. That's... Roderick.
What is it?
There's a graveyard. I can see it in the moonlight.
The family graveyard, yes.
Who would be walking in it at night?
What do you say? Well, where do you see that?
There. Amidst the headstones.
Oh. It's Madeline. What is she doing out there?
We'd better go and find out.
Good Lord.
In the doorway. What is it?
Maitland! Am I that horrifying to look upon? Dear brother.
Madeline Usher walks among the headstones of the Usher graveyard, yet stands in the doorway at the same time. Does her spirit walk abroad? Is she that close to death? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Again, I must ask if you wish to go on, and warn that if you do, you will experience a kind of horror for which I can find no words. Even Gabriel Mannering, writing in his diary, found it difficult to express his feelings in that moment of first meeting with Madeline Usher.
I seek and cannot find words to recreate the terror of that moment. Not a woman, but a corpse stood before us in the doorway of that awful room. The very woman, or corpse, if you will, that but an instant before Roderick Usher and I had glimpsed in the moonlight graveyard beyond the window. If she is alive, I thought, she should be dead. Fatuously, I said, "You are Madeline Usher?"
Yes.
How do you do? I'm Gabriel Mannering.
I know. Ah, you winced as you took my hand.
What?
You felt its coldness.
No.
Yes. You need not dissemble with me. Even now, you find it hard not to stare at the dark patches on my face, the putrescence that lives. Yes, thrives in my dying flesh.
Madeline, my dearest sister, you should be lying down, resting. You mustn't waste your energy.
I wanted to meet your friend. Someone from the world of life outside this house. This tomb. I needed.
Falling, catch her. Put her on the couch, Gabriel. No. Better still, we'll carry her to her room.
No pulse. No heartbeat. Is she...
Well, heaven help me. It's impossible to say. Can you carry her alone?
She weighs nothing.
Follow me, then. Oh, what evil stalks the house of Usher. Help us, dear Lord. Please help us. Put her down, Gabriel. Gabriel.
In what? In that?
It's her bed. A coffin. But nevertheless, it is her bed. It's where she rests and sleeps. And haven't you noticed? What she's wearing isn't a nightdress. A shroud. Yes. She's been ready for her burial for nearly a year now. Oh, look. See? Her eyes are fluttering.
I'd have taken my oath she was dead.
Not yet.
Gabriel, my friend, come.
Well, you don't leave her like this, alone, no company to cheer her when she wakes.
She may not waken again for days. She may not waken again. Come?
No. Wait. There's something about her. Something in her face It reminds me. Well, of course, it's you.
Oh, you see, then?
The family resemblance. Obvious. In spite of what the intimacy of death has done to the face, the resemblance is still there.
It's more than a resemblance, Gabriel.
What do you mean?
Well, we are twins.
As my friend spoke those words in that chamber of death, a curious change came into his face. It floats before me even now as I write, a complexion gone so suddenly cadaverous, his eyes large, liquid and luminous beyond comparison, thin and pallid lips gone thinner, paler. For a moment, he seemed scarce human. I had tried to calm his fevered nerves by telling him it was his sister, not he, who was dying. And he had cried out,
Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand.
And now, in an instant, I did understand, or at least the shadow of what he meant touched me, and I was filled with a dread, a loathing of what was to come that I cannot fully express. Had I known the full truth of what lay before us, my loathing would have increased 100-fold, and I should have fled the house of Usher then and there. Certainly, I should not have found myself at breakfast with Usher the following morning.
Another helping, Mr. Mannering?
No more, Cato.
Then I can give you the message.
A message from whom?
Miss Maitland. She wishes to see you at your convenience.
Well, then I'll go to her, of course. Now, why do you look at me like that? And now why do you turn away? Cato, face me. Look at me. What is it?
Cato, is it the odor?
Yes, sir.
You'd best not go, Gabriel, or if you do, another time.
I don't understand.
The odor, the stench of putrefaction. It's stronger at times than at others.
And you mean that she... Take me to Miss Maitland at once, Cato.
No. It will sicken you, nauseate you, even infect you.
Well, it can kill me and be damned to it, but I'll not disregard a last wish of a dying woman. Unlike you, Roderick, I do not fear death. Miss Usher? Maitland? Are you too tired to speak now?
No.
Would you prefer I came back another time?
No. How good of you to come at all.
It's a privilege to be of use to you.
A favor. I wish a favor.
Anything in my power.
I want to die. I'm in such pain and I want to die, but I cannot.
Cannot?
I'm afraid.
There's nothing to fear. Death is only sleep, dreamless sleep.
No,
don't fear death.
I don't. I fear.
You fear what?
Burial alive.
Why would you have such a fear? What makes you think you might be buried alive?
My mother.
She?
Promise me.
Spare yourself. You need say no more. I promise. I promise you. You will not be buried alive. Rest now. Rest. That is what you meant, Roderick, is it not? Like her, like your twin, you don't fear death so much as you fear being buried alive.
Right, part of it. Yeah? Yes.
Only part?
Well, I fear... Oh, God, more than I can tell you. I fear what happens in death.
Another aberration. As with the house, so with this. You are a man given to aberration.
And what of that? You make as little sense as Wyndham. You think because you call a thing an aberration, it'll go away, that it will cure itself if you but name it.
Reason. Common sense.
Reason, common sense. When you speak to me and Usher of reason and common sense, Do you not know of the madness that has tainted this family through its history? From the beginnings of the house of Usher, this house, this
this family. Until now, until Madeline and me. The last of the ushers, from beginning to end, from rise to fall.
Roderick.
Rise to fall. Roderick. From rise to fall. I had not thought on it before, but that is what it will be when she and I are dead. It will be the fall of the House of Usher.
Yes, Cato.
The laudanum, sir, from Dr. Wyndham.
Oh, thank heaven. It has come none too soon.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
What? Oh, yes, Cato.
You've been sitting here in the graveyard for nearly 2 hours.
That long?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Cato, how long have you been servant to Mr. Usher?
More than 30 years, sir. But I thought I'd told you that the night you arrived just a week ago.
Did you? Now, then I forgot. Were you here when the mother died? The mother of Mr. Roderick and Miss Maitland?
Why do you ask such a question,
I
Miss Mannering?
I don't know, really, except I've been dwelling on what Miss Maitland told me about her mother. Buried alive. Was she indeed?
Sir, don't ask such questions. Don't dwell on such thoughts.
Why not? It was discovered the mother had been buried alive.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Sir, I entreat you. Understand. You cannot stay in the House of Usher. No one can without something. I know not what, but something evil taking possession of his mind, his spirit, his very soul. It will happen to you. It is happening to you.
No.
You've been drawn here to this spot. You've been sitting here in the damp and chill for hours because you, too, have taken the first step toward madness.
How did they discover she'd been buried alive?
Sir, I beg you, turn your thoughts away from...
How?
If you must hear it. A few weeks after she had been buried, the coffin placed in that vault you see under the trees, it was discovered that she had been buried wearing a valuable ring.
A ring?
It contained a stone worth a fortune. It had been...
Tell me about it.
She had always worn it, and when the undertaker encoffined her, he neglected to remove it. He had no idea of its worth, or surely he'd have inquired whether the family wished her to wear it to the grave. And as you will understand, such was Miss Madeline's and Mr. Roderick's grief. They didn't think of the ring until weeks later.
And decided to retrieve it.
Yes. We went to the vault, the three of us, slid back the slab that covers it, and... sir, let us go in.
Finish what you're telling me.
There lay the coffin. The lid was in two parts. A lower part that covered her body from the waist down, an upper part from the waist up. This I pried up, and there...
Go on.
She lay face down. Her hands had torn chunks of hair out by the roots. Such was the agony of terror. Hands, do I say? Claws. They had become rigid in the death throes.
Yes.
We turned her over. Her face, oh, my God, be with us. Her face, I cannot describe. I cannot.
Enough, then. Oh. Chill is getting to me.
No!
Henry! Quickly. Come.
Heaven help us. What is that?
They're coming toward us from the house. Roderick!
Help me!
What?
Help me!
What is it, man?
A corpse! A corpse!
What?
Maitland, dead. She's dead at last. Dead, but...
What? What is it?
She tried to take me to the grave with her. She tried to drag me into her coffin.
No. Roderick, pull yourself together and tell us.
I went to her chamber to see how she was. I called her name again and again and again, and no answer. I felt for a pulse, none. I lay my head against her breast, no heartbeat, and then... Oh, God! Her arms were entwined around my neck, her cold arms around my neck, and I tried to break free, but I couldn't. I grabbed her wrists and I tore her arms from her neck.
Sir? I've got him. Help me carry him inside.
Oh, no.
Now be calm, Cato. When Mr. Usher tore himself free, he must have dragged her half out of the coffin. Come. We must put her back in. Cato.
I dare not touch her.
Very well. There.
Is she at last dead?
She seems so. Ride for the doctor. Tell him to come at once.
Yes, sir. Sir, you mean to stay here?
Yes.
But I will be gone at least 2 hours. You change your mind.
I grabbed her wrist.
Find your way back to the library in that maze of corridors.
Don't worry about it. I shall stay here. I made her she'd not be buried alive, and I mean to keep that promise, Cato. Beginning now.
Alone in that chamber of death, within the house of Usher, Gabriel Mannering seats himself beside the coffin of Madeline Usher to keep his vigil and his promise, and wonders if he himself may not be going mad. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. So awful as to shatter the human mind haunts the house of Usher. Hangs like a shroud in the air. Drips on the spirit like the very slime upon the decaying walls. As Gabriel Mannering sits beside the coffin of Madeline Usher, he feels this terror seeping into him.
Seeping into me like a rising tide of pollution. Cato said he would be gone 2 hours in fetching Dr. Wyndham, but to me, it seemed like 20 before I heard his returning footsteps.
You don't look well.
I'm all right.
Sir, you deceive yourself. Well, never mind now. I'm seeing Miss Usher. And back, Cato. Thank you. Heart first. Mm-hmm.
Is she?
No, there's no heartbeat. None whatever. No pulse. No vital signs at all.
She is gone, then?
Hey, Mr. Mannering, I have attended her in this strange illness for nearly a year. I've seen her in this state 4 times before.
What's to be done?
What, indeed? Well, I would wait a few days at least, and then I should bury her.
No.
No?
She feared to be buried alive.
Yes, I know. Her mother.
You attended her?
No, another man. From what I've been able to learn, I judge her illness was similar, just as unaccountable as baffling. Well, Mr. Mannering, she did indeed fear the same fate her mother suffered, but I think that after, say, 3 or 4 days...
I say no. At least a week. No, 2. Even 3.
You don't know what you're saying. You can't keep a body for 2 or 3 weeks. Especially hers.
Why especially hers?
Well, look at her, man. Here. See? under the skin of the cheeks. Those gray patches. She's partially decomposed already.
I gave her my word, Doctor. I said we would make sure.
There is an evil in this house. A sinister, malevolent thing that fastened itself on the ushers years ago. And is beginning to fasten itself on you.
Now, Doctor,
now hear me out. I have not seen you in some days. The moment I came into this room, I saw it. I tell you, I saw it. The change in you. The sickening in you. I do not use this word lightly, Mr. Myring. The insanity in you.
You are right. I gave Madeline Usher my word she would not be buried alive, and she will not be.
Now, I see that I cannot dissuade you. Very well. Do as you wish. And may God help you.
I stayed by her coffin for yet another hour or so, making sure there were no signs of life. Then I returned to the library, led there, of course, by Cato, for I could never have found my own way through that maze of corridors and passages. I found Roderick Usher seated bolt upright in a wing chair, staring at I know not what. Roderick, I must talk to you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Now, Roderick, as I told you, I promised your sister to take every precaution against her being buried alive.
She is dead. I know it in my heart, my soul. I know it.
I believe so, too. But we must be certain. Now, that presents a problem. Roderick, are you listening?
Problem?
Yes. Decomposition. If she is dead, she will decompose. And after a period of days, if you could imagine...
Days? Days of what?
Of visiting her coffin, at least every 12 hours, say, to make sure she's dead.
Are you mad?
We must keep her body. 1 week, 2. And the question is, where?
Where?
We'll have to leave the coffin open in case she should regain her senses. On the other hand, if she is indeed dead,
Well, there are vaults deep down beneath the house. We could put the coffin in one of those.
Good. We'll do that, then. Yes. We'll do just that. Together, Usher and I arranged for the temporary entombment of Maitland, his twin. The vault, so long unopened that our torches were half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission of light, lying at great depth beneath the house.
There, Gabriel. It is done.
We must come here again. In no more than 12 hours.
As you say. As you say.
Before he wished only to bury Madeline, why had become so compliant, agreed so readily with what I said. He only had asked myself that question. But I did not, and in consequence faced an unexpected problem.
Why do you not believe me?
It isn't that I don't believe you, Roderick. I wish to see for myself.
There is no need for you to do it. I have done it.
You have?
I have visited the coffin at least once every 12 hours, sometimes twice. She does not live. Take my word for it.
It is my word concerns me. I gave my word to her, not yours.
She is dead. I assure you, she's dead.
It was about that time the sounds began. Strange knockings, creaking. Perhaps it had begun before, but I had not at first. I would hear some curious sound from below and say to Roderick, "What was that?"
What was what?
Listen. What is that?
Rats, perhaps? Rats? Well, the house is infested with them.
I've never heard rats make sound like that. I answered. Time went on. And it seemed to me the sounds grew louder, and I would say to Reich, listen. And he would answer.
A door banging in the wind somewhere.
And I would say, there is no wind. He would answer,
well, then it's something else. Don't bother me.
And on that fatal night, as we sat in the library, he'd sitting, staring vacantly at nothing, trying to read, but my mind was on that awful chamber of death far below him. Outside, the wind gathering for a storm. It happened. I became aware of distinct, hollow, metallic, yet muffled reverberation. Complete unnerved, I leaped to my feet and looked at Usher. His eyes were fixed before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. I said, Roderick, do you not hear it?
Yes, I hear it and have heard it, as you have. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard. Yet I dared not speak. No, touch me not. I am accursed. For I heard the sounds as did you, but I dared not speak and dared not go.
Not go? My God, are you telling me?
That not once have I gone down to see. I dared not.
We put her living in the tomb.
She comes. For me. Listen. Now listen and know. We've heard the rending of cough and the grating and iron hinges of a prison, struggles within the covered archway of the vault. And now, she comes for me. The moment she'll be here. I hear her footsteps on the stair. I hear the horrible beating of her heart. She comes for me, she comes. I tell you, she stands outside the door.
And as if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell, the huge antique panels to which he pointed drew slowly back. And outside those doors did stand the towering and enshrouded figure of Maitland. There was blood on her white robe, evidence of some bitter struggle on every portion of her putrefied frame. For an instant she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold. And then with a moaning cry, fell heavily in on her brother, and in her violent, now final death agony, bore him to the floor. A corpse. A victim to the terrors of all he had anticipated.
This is E.G. Marshall. I shall return shortly. The manuscript of The Fall of House of Usher ends thus. I fled from the house, leaving all behind me. As I ran, I heard a sound so horrendous it made me stop and turn. My brain reeled as, looking back, I saw the mighty walls of the house burst asunder. And in a few moments, the moon, breaking through scudding clouds, a blood-red moon, revealed the end. The fall of the House of Usher. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Arnold Moss, Marion Sotis, and Robert Biden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Malice at Autumn's End by John Hyatt, with John Bentley, Margot Boyd, and John Gabriel. Malice at Autumn's End.
Well done, Sister Alice.
Thank you, Father. Have you finished hearing confessions?
Yes, we'd better get a move on, or we'll miss the opening of the fete. You know what the traffic's like on a Saturday afternoon.
Oh, a late comer.
Today of all days. Why, it's that woman.
What woman?
I saw her early this morning in the park. She was behaving very oddly, almost as though she was being hunted.
Oh.
Poor thing. Oh, dear, what a dreadful black eye.
She does seem to be looking round rather nervously. See if you can help her, will you, sister? I'll wait in the confessional in case she wants me.
Good afternoon. Are you...
You startled me. Is it... I've seen you somewhere before.
Early this morning in Highfield Park. I was going to speak to you, but when you saw me, you ran away. Is there anything I can do?
I want to see a priest. It's urgent. Is there one here?
There's Father Nicholson. He's hearing confessions at the moment, just over there.
Oh, thank you.
You're just in time to catch him. He's due at the church fete at 2:15. We've got an important celebrity opening it.
George Catesby, yes, I know. Excuse me, I mustn't keep the priest waiting.
George Catesby? I wonder why she called him that.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, amen. How long is it since your last confession?
I haven't come to confess. I just wanted to tell someone who can help. I thought you'd be the best person.
Would you rather see me in the sacristy? It would be more comfortable.
No. It's better like this, private. I said I didn't want to confess, but I do. I must. There may not be another chance. There are people, Father. I must betray them. They're evil, wicked. I didn't think so at first. I didn't believe it.
Just a minute. You want to tell me about something wicked. Is it also criminal?
Yes. Yes, criminal.
Are you guilty of this crime?
I've stolen something.
I see.
But that's only part of it. There's much more. Much worse.
Well, tell me.
It's my husband. They're going to kill him. Did you hear what I said? It's true.
I heard you. Are you quite sure?
Of course I'm sure. I was there when they planned it. Last night I walked in the middle of it. He knows all about them, you see, and he's making his knowledge public. They're frightened to death of him.
You say they?
The witches, Father. The witches in this town. They meet every week, an organised coven. You'd never know it. It's so secret. They don't want to be found out. They're serious, dedicated. They worship Apollyon.
Apollyon?
Oh, it's another name for the devil.
I see.
My husband and I never got on. We never saw eye to eye. I tried to make alliances, but he was so full of his own importance.
You are not here to criticize others. Now, let's take things one at a time, shall we? You say these people have uttered threats.
They mean them. They do. They mean murder. If you'd seen them last night, I could feel the hate. They turned and looked at me. I could see the malice in their eyes.
Keep calm.
I ran, but they started to chase me. They knew I'd never agree to that, to murder.
Now, listen to me.
I've been hiding in the park all night. Oh, Father, you must believe me. I'm not that bad. Father, I don't know what to do.
I will tell you what to do. This is not a matter I can deal with effectively. Surely you can see that. The police can help you.
Oh, no, the police, not in this case. Oh, no. Father, the witches, they'll kill me too now. I'm as dangerous as my husband. Please, here's my rosary. I want you to take it. I want you to see that it's buried with me. Promise me.
Now, this has gone far enough. Now, listen to me. Be quiet and listen.
What's that?
Listen.
Oh, there's someone out there in the church. They followed me. Oh, God.
Sounds as though the opening ceremony is well underway, sister. We're nearly 15 minutes late.
It wasn't your fault, Father. The traffic at Harper's Corner.
Mr. Capper won't accept that as an excuse. He'll say we should have started earlier.
Well, if we had, you wouldn't have been able to help that poor woman in the church. Mr. Capper should have learned by now he can't always take priority, even if he did have a distinguished career in the police force.
Well, this is hardly the moment to tell him that. For the next 3 hours or so, he's selling his autograph at 6 a time. Well, I'd better make my apologies before he gets into his stride. But who's that over there?
Where?
There's a man prowling around those parked cars. He's seen us.
It seems we've disturbed a car thief.
He didn't look that time.
No, he didn't. And I'm sure I've seen him before. Oh, look at that car, Father. That's Mr. Capper's car.
Really?
Well, perhaps we've done the old man a favor by being late.
Right, let's see. Everything ready? Pen, ink, blotting paper. Oh, good afternoon, Lady Norton. In luck with the weather, eh? Cash box. I'll keep that under the eye.
Good afternoon, Mr. Capper.
Oh, Father Nicholson. Glad to see you could make it at last.
I really must apologize before you're besieged with autograph hunters.
Think nothing of it, Father. I know you're a busy man. I've already apologized to Lord Catesby on your behalf. He's a busy man, too, and an important one besides. And he only agreed to open this fete as a personal favor to me.
Oh, yes, I know.
But as one of the leading Anglo-Catholics in this country and the owner of the Sunday Record, he's entitled to a bit more than common courtesy.
I'm terribly sorry.
You'll have to excuse me now, Father. We're all busy this afternoon, and this looks like my first customer.
Yes, well, let's hope you have a successful afternoon. I'll see you later.
Aye. Good afternoon, sir. Nice to have you with us. I don't have to ask what I can do for you, eh?
Rather not, Mr. Capper. I promised my youngster I'd get your autograph. She's an avid reader of the Sunday Record.
Oh, reading my memoirs, is she?
We all are, sir. I'm finding them of particular interest.
Oh?
My name's Hagel, Detective Inspector, Whitchurch Crime Squad.
Well, we must have a drink sometime.
You must come along to the section house, sir. An ex-copper with your reputation would do wonders for morale.
Well, that's very pleasant of you, Mr. Hagel. I will. There. There's the autograph.
Thank you.
I hope your daughter approves.
I should be thrilled to bits.
Sixpence, if you please. In the box. Oh, that's very, very generous.
All in a good cause. I mustn't hold up the queue. See you soon, Mr. Capper.
I look forward. Good afternoon, young lady. Got your autograph book with you? Good.
Oh!
I was terribly sorry.
You nearly knocked me over.
There's half my cup of tea gone, huh? Oh, well. It's quite a chapter of accidents you're getting through lately, Mrs...
What do you mean?
I take it that black eye was as much an accident as me knocking into you. Or did Tom give it to you in one of his more affectionate moments?
Who are you? I've seen you.
My name's Hagel. You've seen me at the club, I expect. That's where I've seen you. Mrs. Doyle, they say your name is, but I know Tom better than that. Is he here this afternoon?
No.
I didn't think it was quite his line of country. I didn't think it was yours, come to that. You never can tell, can you?
Excuse me, I must...
Would you like a cup of tea?
No, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, his gratitude. She's in more than a hurry. She's in a panic. Heading for old Capper's stall. It's funny. She's no autograph hunter.
Nearly 4 o'clock. Everything seems to be going well. All right in here, sister?
Yes, Father. Even in spite of the heat.
Good.
Oh, these tea urns are the nearest I've been yet to hellfire. Did you make your peace with Mr. Capper?
Well, I opened negotiations. Sister, I can't get that woman out of my mind, the one in the church. I wondered if she might be somewhere in this crowd.
I haven't seen her, but I've just remembered something odd that she said.
Oh?
When I mentioned that we got a celebrity opening the fete, she said, George Catesby. Yes, I know.
But how is that odd?
She called him George.
Well,
most people would have said Lord Catesby. They wouldn't have known his Christian name.
Ah, yes, you've got a point there.
And I've got another one. Who is the only person we know who's on intimate terms with Lord Catesby?
Barnard Capper.
Exactly. Well, I think I'll start circulating with a tea tray. I've earned a break from this furnace.
Yes.
If that frightened woman knows Lord Catesby, then it's perfectly possible she knows Mr. Capper as well.
Indeed.
I'll keep my eyes open, Father, and let you know if I see her.
Watch yourself with that tray, Sister Alice, or you'll spill the lot.
Why are you roaming round the field, Mr. Capper? What's happened to your public?
I've been sitting on a hard chair signing my name for nearly 2 hours, and I think I've earned a break. Oh, don't worry about the takings. Father Ward's got his eye on them. Is one of those cups of tea going begging?
You'll help yourself.
Right. Oh, my, that's hot. That's what a cup of tea should be.
I gather, Mr. Capper, that you find it hard to forgive Father Nicholson for missing Lord Catesby's opening address.
Well, can you blame me, sister? I went to a lot of personal trouble.
Well, the traffic was really very congested. And if Father Nicholson had been here on time, he would have been on the platform and not in the car park at 2:30. And if he'd been on the platform, he wouldn't have disturbed the man prowling round your car.
Man? What man?
Actually, it was Mr. Doyle. I couldn't put a name to him at the time, but
Doyle?
He runs a club down on the docks. I've seen him once or twice when I've been visiting in the area.
Well.
You know him, Mr. Capper?
I know about him. Any copper could smell Tom Doyle a mile off. Interfering with my car, eh?
Oh, I didn't say that.
I'd better look into this.
But it was 2 hours ago and he ran off.
Here, sister, put that tray down and come with me to the car park. If there's anything missing, I'll want you as witness.
Oh, but I...
Excuse me, Mrs. Harris. We're going to leave this tray on your stall a minute.
Oh, thank you, Mrs.
Right. Come on, sister.
I don't suppose you know a woman with chestnut hair, aged about 35, do you, Mr. Capper? She's wearing a floral print dress, and she has an unfortunate black eye. I'm rather anxious
She
to...
was around earlier this afternoon. Why? Who is she?
I hoped you might be able to tell me.
What makes you think that?
Something she said. What is it, Mr. Capper? What's wrong? Oh, that poor woman. Look, the lid of the boot must have fallen on her neck.
Don't touch her. Get the St. John's ambulance. There's a crime squad man somewhere in the field.
Crime?
That boot didn't fall. It's been slammed down on her neck.
Mr. Capper, was I right? Did you know her?
Aye. I knew her, sister. She was my wife.
I'm sorry we've had to meet again under these circumstances, Mr. Capper. I'd hoped for a much happier occasion.
So would I, Eagle. So would I.
And I'm sorry we've had to curtail your fate, Vicar, but you do see...
Yeah, of course, of course.
Well, I suppose we might take advantage of being in the refreshment tent and have a cup of tea. I understand from that sensible lady, the nun, called her sister, is that right?
That's quite right, but Sister Alice is a deaconess, not a nun.
Oh, is she? Well, Sister Alice tells me you saw Mrs. Capper earlier this afternoon, Vicar.
Yes, she came to St. Matthew's in a very distraught state. I can't tell you what was said because she came to confession. But she seemed frightened out of her wits. She was crying, hysterical.
She was always hysterical. Always dramatizing the slightest thing. I suppose you feel I owe you an explanation, Father.
No, not unless...
Come off it. I've been living in this town 6 months. You must think it peculiar. I never said I was married.
Well, I took it for granted you were a widower.
Just what you were meant to do, you and everybody else. I'd always planned to retire to Midport. During my last months of service, Vera used to come here looking for a likely house. That was how she met the man she left me for.
Some man, I must say. String of convictions as long as your arm. Assault, robbery with violence.
Yeah, he trades on that. It's part of his appeal. And he's 20 years younger than I am. You wonder I wanted to keep it secret? Right, silly fool I'd have looped if that story had got out. Fine scandal for a man in my position.
Surely it was bound to leak out eventually.
Not bound to, no. There was always the hope that she might come back.
Pretty poor hope that turned out.
She cared for you, I can assure you of that.
Had a funny way of showing it. Well, it's done now. I've not a hope in hell of keeping this quiet. Just have to get used to the sneers and the sympathy.
Oh, I don't think many people will sneer.
Soon find out, won't we?
We'll soon find out a lot of things. Now, my impression when I saw Mrs. Capper this afternoon was that she was frightened. Well, you bear that out, Vicar. Do you also confirm my suspicion that she was frightened of Tom Doyle?
I thought I made it clear she came to confession. Even under these circumstances...
She told you, though, didn't she?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Capper.
Must have.
Look, she came
Witches.
to me...
That's what she was scared of. The witches operate in that club.
Doyle's club?
Down on the docks it is in Gus Street. A place called the Devil's Kitchen. You know it, Father?
No, I don't. But you say it's in Dockland. That's another parish, St. Mary's.
Oh, you're not serious about this, Mr. Capper. Why, this witchcraft thing is just a gimmick of Doyle, something to interest the customers. No one's meant to take it seriously.
You've never come across a case of witchcraft before, have you? Take it from me. It's the filthiest thing a copper ever has to soil his hands on. You'll find out, Eagle.
People laugh at witchcraft now or think it's something long dead that was nasty. Well, it's nasty, all right. You know, ritualistic murder isn't that uncommon today.
Mr. Capper, you mustn't get this tragedy out of perspective.
You think it's just a gimmick too, don't you? I tell you, Father, I know about witches. I just lost my wife through those devils.
I can't see the logic of that, I'm afraid. I'm not yet convinced your wife wasn't the victim of a ghastly accident.
Accident? Look, the lid of that boot was slammed down. It didn't fall. There was nothing wrong with the mechanism. If it had just fallen, then it might have knocked her out. But her neck was broken. It was slammed down on the back of her neck.
And you call that a ritual murder by witches?
The ritual induces the murder. Do I have to spell it out for you? Vera wanted to spell it out for you. Vera wanted to get out of that coven, but the witches thought otherwise.
Oh, that's just guesswork.
I'm afraid so.
It's informed guesswork based on professional experience. They held one of their obscene ceremonies. And under the guise of that ritual, they conceived her death.
Oh, for heaven's sake. It's an absurd idea.
I agree. Well, why should they want to kill her anyway? This isn't the Middle Ages. Nothing to stop anyone being a witch nowadays, if that's what they want.
There's a social stigma, man. That's why they need to keep their identity secret. Suppose you were one of them. And someone threatened to tell your wife you'd been indulging in orgies and sacrificing to Satan. You wouldn't like it, would you?
Oh, I'd feel a damn fool.
Ah, but you'd do something about it, which is more to the point. We're not dealing with rational, sensible people here, Hegel. We're up against a gang of sick, perverted dropouts with a lot to lose. You know, I can't understand why you haven't done something before this. Both of you I'm talking to. This bestiality's been under your noses for at least 6 months. And neither of you's done a damn thing to stop it.
You said yourself the whole thing's secret. Certainly I didn't
But
know
it's your duty to find out. The witches are anti-everything you stand for.
They always have been down the long, dark centuries, but they're not vindictive today any more than the Christians they oppose.
Not vindictive. They put a spell on my Vera.
Lord help us. Mr. Capper, you're distressed.
Ah, come on.
You're under a strain, so you blame other people for your loss.
The witches. I blame the witches.
Well, no one else will. Look, I've lived in this town for 9 years. I know how these people behave. If you put around a story like this, you'll be looked on as a crank.
We'll see about that. In a fortnight's time, the Sunday Record is due to publish an episode of my memoirs, dealing with a case of witchcraft I handled in 1950. Well, I'm scrubbing that. As from now, there'll be a brand new article setting out the facts of this case.
Hold on, Mr. Capper.
You've got a fortnight, Inspector Hagel, to get those facts. Less than a fortnight.
Now, just a minute.
I know what I'm doing.
You'll do untold harm if you don't stop to think. I warn you.
The harm has been done, man.
I know how you feel, believe me. I do know how you feel. But that's why I ask you to take my advice. Forget this vendetta. Concentrate on your work, your book.
First things first. Before I write another word, I'll smash these people. Flush them out. Finish them. But the witches killed my wife.
Well, this is the place Capper mentioned, Gas Street. There must be a sign hanging somewhere. Here we are. The Devil's Kitchen, members only. A selective Satan. I wonder if the devil's abroad at 10 in the morning.
Hello there. Can I help you?
Good morning. I'm looking for Mr. Tom Doyle.
You found him first go, Father. Come on in. The door's open.
Here we go.
That's right, Father. Come on in.
Thank you.
Takes me back, it does, to see the priest calling round this hour of the day. You're forgetting me a good name, Father. A priest now. Wouldn't be anything to do with this terrible business of Mrs. Capper, would it?
Exactly that, I'm afraid, Mr. Doyle.
I might have known. I've had the coppers swarming all over the place since last Saturday, to say nothing of reporters. Too much publicity can give me a bad name. And now you, Father. No offense, but I don't see what your interest is. It's not as though Vera ever went to church.
She came to see me at St. Matthew's just before she died.
Did she now? Well, I'm glad to hear it. I really am, Father. She'd have had a hell of a time if she died without the blessing of the church.
Look, I don't
Oh,
wish
I
to...
beg your pardon. That wasn't meant in a frivolous manner. Not at all. I find it very reassuring that Vera should have gone back to the church. Makes a man feel there's always hope. Sort of a reflex action at the last. Do you think that's possible, Father?
I think it's perfectly possible. But in Mrs. Capper's case, it's even more interesting to reflect on the cause of that reflex. She turned back to her faith so suddenly, almost as though she were driven.
Oh, you're right. That is interesting. Look, I'll be honest with you, Father. 6 months ago, Vera left her husband, and she's been living here with me ever since. Now, I know there's only one attitude you can take over a situation like that, and I'll not hold it against you. But it was what she wanted. She came of her own free will, Father, and she stayed. She was happy here.
Why did she leave?
Leave, did you say? It's news to me she left.
Look, Mr. Doyle, when I saw her, she was anything but happy. She was scared out of her wits. Something had terrified her beyond her reason.
Did she tell you what it was?
Oh, you know what it was. It happened here in the club late on Friday night when the customers had gone and only Vera Capper was left. Vera and a select handful of others, including you, Doyle. Don't hedge with me, man. You know what it was.
You're very forceful, Father. And there's an awful lot you seem to know. I still don't see, though, what your interest is.
I'd like to see your partner.
Oh, you're lucky to be seeing me at this hour of the morning. The partner's still in bed, I shouldn't wonder. Would you like to see the premises instead?
Huh?
Come on. I'll show you around. Doesn't look so good by day. No atmosphere, but I think you'll be impressed. Here we are. I'll draw the curtains. Lights. There. You're placed right in the heart of the devil's kitchen.
You were wrong when you said there'd be no atmosphere. I can feel it. Evil, malice seeping out of the walls.
You and Vera had a lot in common, Father. Your imagination has a touch of the Gaelic, to be sure.
Is this where she stood on Friday night? If she'd come through that door, she'd have had a clear view of the altar. You do use this as an altar, don't you? What filth did she see, Doyle? What horror drove her to her death?
That's enough of the demonstration. You're getting carried away, Father.
Who's behind it, Doyle? Not you. You haven't got the flair for this. You put up the money and organized the club, but the ruling spirit isn't yours.
I never claimed it was.
Tom?
Talk with the devil. In here, Aggie. This is a busy morning and no mistake. Here comes my partner now.
There you are, Tom. I thought
Aggie, we've got a visitation from the church. Let me introduce you. Miss Agnes Craft, my partner. Oh, sorry, Father. I don't even know your name.
This is Father Nicholson, Tom. It's been a long time. How are you, Nick, my dear?
Good morning, Sister Alice. Airing one of your charges?
Yes, Mr. Capper. Rosemary here has to have her walk. But you were certainly the last person I expected to see in the park. I thought you were busy with your memoirs, aren't you? Writing them and they're coming out in book form soon?
They are. It's partly that...
I found last week's installment in the record fascinating. You're a lucky man, Mr. Capper, being able to fill your leisure hours in retirement.
You've been in the police force 25 years. You know what damage idle hands can do. I've seen it in this town.
Here?
Here in Midport. I'm talking about the witches, sister.
Witches?
You'll be saying next, like Hegel and Father Nicholson, that you had no idea of their existence. It was the witches who killed my wife.
You've been a policeman a long time, Mr. Capper, so I suppose you must have evidence for what you're saying.
I've got more than that. I've got the power to make those creatures sorry they were ever born. That's why I've come to see you. I need your help, Sister Alice.
In what way?
As you know, Lord Catesby, apart from being the owner of the Sunday Record, is a personal friend of mine.
I believe you have mentioned it.
Well, I expect I have. It's a friendship I'm proud of. Now, Lord Catesby agrees with me that I should waive a forthcoming episode in the paper and publish instead an account of the witches in Midport.
But how do you expect me to help you?
I want you to type out the article.
But why not use an agency?
It's more than I dare do to risk an agency. This must be done in the utmost secrecy, sister. These people are dangerous.
I'm sorry, Mr. Capper. I really don't have the time. The parish needs me.
Ah, you pamper the parish, sister. Let them stand on their own feet for a bit.
I'm sorry, but I really don't have the time.
I thought, as a Christian woman, you'd only be too glad to strike your blow against the evil in this town.
This evil, you say you've mentioned it to Father Nicholson. What was his reaction?
Tried to make out I was imagining things. Told me my experience didn't count. But he'll learn. He'll find out. There's evil in our midst, sister.
There's always that. We fight it every day.
Yeah, but this is one fight where I'm on my own. Well, that's nothing new. I can fight again, and I don't expect me thanks for it, neither.
No, that's very wise. People will laugh, you know. Have you thought of that? And some will be angry. You may take witchcraft seriously, but to the majority
I know
of
a
people...
damn sight more about witches than you do, Sister Alice. I've dealt with them. They're not wicked old women in storybooks. They're devils.
I'm sure you could make the details very convincing, Mr. Capper. Why do you resent Father Nicholson's advice so strongly?
Because I've got a feeling he's not to be trusted.
That's absurd.
Maybe, but it's a feeling that's been growing on me since Vera died. I can't ignore it, sister. I've had this feeling too often to ignore it. I hope to God I'm wrong.
I know you are wrong.
No, you just hope it, same as I do. If Nicholson's got some connection with this coven, then I'm done for.
Really, Mr.
I told him, don't you see? I told him I'm out to smash these people. If the witches get to know that, I'm finished. I'll end up dead, like Vera.
Yes, it's been a long time, Nick. 15 years this autumn. And now you're in a spot again.
We both are the same spot, Aggie. Another woman has died.
Died of witches. Serve her right. Serve her.
You're not well. Here, come sit down.
No, it's the altitude.
You should never have climbed that hill.
And missed this magnificent view. Oh, the hell with it. There are too many things one should never have done. It's just a cough.
You won't cure it in Midport.
Doctors doubt that. I was sent here to recover.
How long have you been here?
Poor Nick. You can't get over the shock of seeing me, can you? Nearly a year. I hate this dirty, sprawling town. The sea air stinks.
If you hate it that much, why stay?
Why move? Nothing would change. Now even Oxford is a dead world.
We had our good times there, Aggie. There are happy memories, too.
Oh, our memories. Our dreams we cherished 15 years ago. I can do without those memories. They just accuse me now. As you'll have gathered, I didn't carve out the niche I dreamed of at Oxford. I've roamed and drifted for 15 years, and I end up in this huge, sordid town telling fortunes in Tom Doyle's club. Tom's making money, which is all he wants. And the appeal of the occult brings me the disciples that I want.
Women like Vera Kappa?
No, not women like Vera Kappa. I warned Tom at the time that woman would cause trouble. But you can't argue with a man like Tom. Well, he knows now I was right.
Aggie, Doyle's a dangerous man with a record of criminal violence. It's more than likely that he killed Vera.
I told you just now she died of witches. She found out something and...
She found out that you meant to kill her husband.
You're well informed, my dear.
Then it's true. But why? What harm's he done?
Harm? You know his reputation, and you ask what harm he's done? For years, Barnard Cap has persecuted those who practice witchcraft. The Bradford witches, the Coven at Leeds, John Gordon, Wilkie.
But they were criminals. Wilkie killed 3 women.
They weren't just criminals to Chief Inspector Capper. To him they were victims because they abhorred his God. He hunted them down in hatred, and now he intends to mock them in his memoirs, to hold them up to ridicule in the Sunday Record. Last Friday we prayed to Apollyon and sacrificed in his name. We invoked the wrath of the devil and brought down death on that old man's head. On the Feast of All Hallows, Nick, Barnard Kappa will fall prey to his own victims.
Vera knew what you'd done, didn't she?
She walked right in and saw the doll we'd made in her husband's likeness torn to shreds before her eyes.
And you killed her because she tried to warn him?
She died because she was willing to betray us. Don't waste your tears on her. She wasn't worth it. How long have you known I was here?
Since Saturday. I heard the name Pauline. I could hardly believe my ears. No one has ever used that name but you.
And then the memories came flooding back. Hmm? But not the happy ones.
Aggie, You've got to get out of this town. You're right to believe that Kappa hates you. He's ridden with hatred. He's not concerned now with the witches of the past, but with you and the coven here in Midport. If he ever checks back on you...
How close the past has come. You and I, Nick, threatened by a ghost that has been buried for 15 years. Don't worry, it'll come no closer. Barnard Kappa may glimpse it in the days that are left to him, but he'll not have time to lay the ghost.
Aggie, don't be a fool. Kappa's watching you like a hawk, and so are the police. You've got to get out of Midport.
I've got to get out of nowhere. All my life I've been hounded and chased. Now you try it for a change. You feel what it's like. 15 years ago, you were my most ardent supporter. You practiced the arts of magic then as fervently as I do now. What was it the Sunday Record headline said at the time? Classic students sacked for devil worship. It was the classics you were reading, wasn't it, before you wiped the slate clean and joined the Christian soldiers?
Aggie, we both have a lot to lose.
I have a lot, you have everything. If Kappa publishes that scandal, you're done for. You won't pick yourself up so easily this time.
It wasn't easy last time.
Well, there's a sight to behold. Look, down there by the azalea beds. I know your nuns have been emancipated, but I never expected to see one pushing a pram.
Well, that's Sister Alice, one of our parish workers.
Oh, that's done it. She's seen you. Poor old Nick. In an hour's time, the news will be all over Gas Street. The priest of St. Matthew's has been seen out walking with a witch.
Why, Sister Alice, this is a pleasant surprise. Not every day I come back to the office and find a deaconess waiting.
I only called
You'll have
in...
a cup of tea with me.
Oh, thank you.
Now, the usual, Sergeant. Quick as you can. Bring an extra cup. I half expected to find Sir John waiting for me. He's been on my back all week, wanting to know when I'm going to find his wife's pearls for her.
The Norton pearls? They've not been stolen.
They have, you know.
But when? She was wearing them at the fete on Saturday.
You were taken in the same as everyone else, sister. The pearls she was wearing on Saturday were a fake.
Oh.
The real Norton pearls disappeared a fortnight ago. Still, you've not come here to talk about missing jewels, have you?
No. A missing person, actually. Inspector, have you seen Mr. Kappa lately?
No, I've been counting his absence at one of my blessings. What do you mean by missing?
Simply that no one's seen him since Monday.
Oh?
I've made several inquiries, but for the last 3 days he's not been seen or heard of in Midport. And his wife is being buried this morning. It will look most odd.
You can't have forgotten that.
Well, one would think not, certainly, but his behaviour has been so unaccountable since she died that nothing would surprise me. Normally, of course, I'd say it was the effect of his wife's death, but I really don't think he was all that fond of her. She's not only left him, she'd turned her back on the church as well, and he'd find that very hard to forgive. He's a deeply devout man and a terribly proud one. Oh, dear, I'm sorry. I'm talking too much and taking up your time.
You're worried, aren't you? Oh, thanks, Sergeant. Sit down, sister.
Thank you.
Nothing like tea for calming the nerves. Has Mr. Kappa been telling you some of his tales of witchcraft?
He told you, too. I don't understand that man. Such loose, irresponsible talk, such nonsense.
I've got the feeling he's looking for an ally, someone who'll take his side for once.
Very probably. But he won't find it easy. He's not a likable man. But he's brave. One has to acknowledge that.
Brave, did you say?
Oh, yes. Mr. Kappa believes in the malignant power of these witches. He believes that it may soon be directed against him. If only this dreadful murder could be solved...
You think that'd shut him up?
Inspector, if you could prove that Mrs. Kappa was killed for a perfectly understandable reason, though of course a very dreadful one, then Mr. Kappa could hardly persist in his theory that she died of witches.
You think I've been a bit slow over this case, don't you?
Oh, I wouldn't dream of criticising.
And Mr. Kappa will when he turns up. Well, it was a perfectly simple case at the beginning, just that it's been complicated by that old man and his witches. And my fault, really. I should have backed my own judgment and ignored Mr. Kappa's rantings.
It's not easy to ignore Mr. Kappa.
You can say that again. Plus, of course, the fact that this is my first murder case since promotion, and I've got to watch my P's and Q's more than ever. Well, it's full steam ahead now. I'm applying for a warrant this afternoon.
Oh, congratulations.
Now I feel I've justified my promotion. Biscuits, sister?
No, thank you. No, the tea is quite sufficient.
Oh.
May I ask, the witches... had they anything to do with it?
Now, sister, what do you think? You come in. Oh, Mr. Capper. You've just solved a missing persons case for me.
I've solved more than that. Oh. Morning, sister.
Good morning, Mr. Capper.
Sister Alice has been worried about you. Did you know that nobody's seen you for 3 days?
Nobody in Midport's seen me because I've been away. You're coming to the funeral, I hope, sister. If you'd like to wait in my car, I'll give you a lift. Shan't be a few minutes.
Sister Alice is coming in my car.
Please yourself, sister. You might wish later that you had waited in the car. Right now, Hagel, what progress have you made since Monday?
It's all over, bar the shouting. I'm applying for a warrant this afternoon.
Glad to hear it. Who for?
Tom Doyle, of course. Who else? We've got witnesses who saw him at the fete on Saturday, Sister Alice being one of them. And there's a set of his prints on the boot of your car. The only thing that's holding me up is the motive.
But we've had the motive all along.
Your motive, Mr. Capper, which didn't satisfy me. A hard nut like Tom Doyle doesn't waste his time on witchcraft.
Why else should he kill her?
I'll tell you. There's a barman at the Devil's Kitchen called Clark who overheard a row between Doyle and your wife 2 nights before she died. Now, according to Clark, it was the mother and father of a row with blows struck on both sides.
I know. That's where she got her black eye.
More than likely. Now, the row was over a necklace which Doyle accused Mrs. Capper of stealing.
What? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yes, naturally, I thought he'd got that bit the wrong way round, but Clark insists that he hasn't. Doyle wanted the necklace, but Mrs. Capper refused to give it to him and said he'd never find it. Doyle said he'd kill her if she didn't hand it over.
But what good would that have done him?
Oh, I agree it was just his temper talking. A very nasty temper which has led him into trouble before.
Is this all?
The interesting thing to my mind is the necklace itself. They wouldn't have a stand-up fight over a string of beads. This could be the Norton pearls. If Doyle stole them and your good lady took a fancy to them...
What's all this got to do with my wife's death? I'm not interested in the Norton jewelry. Look, if you're trying to impress me with this story, Eggle, you're wasting your time. I got it out of Clark myself before I went to London.
London?
Yes. Why have you been there, Mr. Capper?
When I joined the police force 25 years ago, I was taught to be thorough. Check, check, and double check was my motto.
I don't need to check on Tom Doyle. I know him backwards.
But you don't know Agnes Kraft, and you've not checked on her. If you had, you wouldn't be sat there making a fool of yourself about stolen pearls. I told you right at the start. The witches are behind this.
Oh, Mr. Capper, not again.
You won't listen, will you? You won't be guided by my experience.
I'll listen, but you don't make sense.
Don't I? Don't I just? Do I make sense to you, sister? Would you have checked on Miss Kraft?
It's hardly my place.
You chose to sit in on this conversation. Now, come on.
Mr. Capper, we haven't got all day. If you know anything about Miss Kraft, then tell me. I'm listening.
Right. Now, these are photostat copies of reports of a case of witchcraft published by the Sunday Record in November 1954. The existence of this particular coven was brought to light by the death of a young girl. Her name was Jennifer Preedy. She was 22, a student at Oxford, intelligent, full of promise.
And a member of the Witches' Coven.
They were all students. What do you expect? No sense of responsibility.
How did the girl die? There's nothing here.
Fell under a car, killed outright. Bottom of the page there, look. It was established that only a few hours before her death, she had threatened to betray the coven to the college authorities, and that those damn witches had prayed and plotted for her death. I'll lay you any odds you like. It's the same pattern. That's exactly what happened to Vera.
There's another picture here. A man covering his face. Oh. No.
And that caption's clear enough, too, isn't it? G.K. Nicholson, leaving the coroner's court.
Now, may I see that?
All along I've had a feeling about Father Nicholson. I know a guilty man when I see one. When he wasn't trying to persuade me that the witches are harmless, he was trying to warn me to leave him alone and not interfere.
What happened to these people, Mr. Capper, the students in the coven?
Expelled, a lot of them. Sent down in disgrace. And Agnes Kraft still crowed in triumph. Made no secret of what she'd done. Claimed the girl's death as proof of her own supernatural powers.
You've really set the cat among the pigeons, haven't you?
I've done my duty.
And you're as pleased as punch.
Don't be childish, man. These are facts. Somebody had to dig them up.
But just how relevant are they?
Exactly. Let's keep a sense of proportion. Your wife, Mr. Capper, was murdered. This Preedy girl died by accident.
Accident, my eye.
Death by misadventure was the coroner's verdict. It's here in black and white. No mention of the supernatural. Accident.
So that's it. You two are going to cover up for this ruddy priest.
That's enough,
Now,
Mr. Capper.
please, both of you. We must use our common sense.
Sister, I don't doubt your loyalty to your parish priest, but...
I hope I don't leave here doubting yours, Mr. Capper. There's something, surely, that you overlooked. If Father Nicholson were really a member of Miss Craft's coven, would your poor wife have made her confession to him? Well, would she?
Come on, Mr. Capper.
Well, she were in a panic. She didn't know what she was doing.
She knew perfectly well. It was I who told her Father Nicholson was in the confession.
But you can't deny this evidence at Oxford.
No, but it's all a long time ago. Students grow up in 15 years.
Not Miss Craft. You can't defend her. She's in it deeper than ever. Hegel, if you don't get these witches...
Well, what do you expect me to do? Charge her up with conspiracy?
Well, there was a conspiracy between 13 misfits in his town to kill my wife. And they succeeded. Now they're drunk with that success. There's no holding them. Already they're planning some new devilment. You know what tomorrow is, don't you?
Tomorrow? Friday.
It's the Feast of All Hallows, the most important festival in the witches' calendar. Tomorrow's your chance.
Oh, we mustn't forget the time.
Eh? Oh, Lord, the funeral. Where are those photos? Right.
Are you all right, sister? You look pale.
It's a shock. I warned her.
I'm perfectly all right, thank you. Certainly Mr. Capper's revelations have been a shock, but there are always two sides to be considered. When we've heard Father Nicholson's explanation, I hope you'll have the courtesy to listen to him, Mr. Capper. In all fairness, you owe him that. You not only condemned him unheard, you've taken pleasure in doing so. You've made a mockery of Christian duty.
I knew I shouldn't be popular. You told me that yourself. But I didn't think you'd be the first to... I'll see you there.
Oh, dear. Basically, he's right. It was his duty.
No, it was mine. If I'd done it, I could have softened the blow. Blast, Mr. Capper. Now, sister, after the service, would you be good enough to stay behind? I'll have to have words with your Father Nicholson. It might be easier for us both if you're there, too.
I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me.
Oh, it's a bit chilly, isn't it, sister?
It is, Inspector. Oh, funerals have a very humbling effect. There's so little one can do for those who grieve.
You implied earlier on that Mr. Capper wasn't grieving.
I said he was difficult to understand. His face never gives anything away. I suppose 25 years in the police force would make anyone look implacable.
Not many people here, are there? Reporters, mostly.
Why are you here, Inspector, apart from...
Vera Capper had some undesirable friends. I thought some of them might turn up today.
If they were truly undesirable, they're not likely to come to her funeral.
Yeah, you're wrong there, sister. One of them has. Excuse me. Here, Doyle.
Pay me respects.
You're not showing much respect for Mr. Capper's feelings. You didn't show much for his car either, did you?
His car? What are you on about? I don't even know his car.
Then how come your prints are all over the boot?
Look, there's a poor lady going to her rest, and all you can talk about is cars. That's very ill-bred of you,
Now,
Harry.
listen to me.
There now. Our troubles are over. The good die young, they say, though touching 40, she left it a bit late. Old Capper's bearing up well for a man full of grief.
Doyle, that woman there was murdered. For the last 6 months of her life, she was closer to you than anyone. And on the Wednesday before she died, you threatened to kill her.
Harry, if that's a joke, it's in very bad taste. Why should I do that?
She's the joker, chum, not me. She never gave you back the necklace, did she?
Inspector, aren't you exceeding
You've
yourself?
moved heaven and earth to find the Norton pearls. You even searched the old man's car boot.
Oh, so we're back there, are we? Hey, now, did you see that? He's dropped something in the grave.
A rosary. She asked for that to be done. Her church meant more to her than you ever did.
Isn't that a touching thing? And just like Vera, the big dramatic exit.
It's time you were making yours. Get back to the club and stop there. You're going to answer some awkward questions later.
I've had a lifetime of practice.
Oh, go on. Or... What's up?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Emotion, Harry. I was very fond of that woman in my way. I'll be seeing you.
Fond of my Aunt Fanny. It wasn't grief put that glint in his eye. There's something I said? Oh, blast it. There must have been something.
That was very moving, Father. I hope Mr. Capper was able to draw some comfort from it.
I was relieved to see him disappearing for 3 days without explanation.
He'll explain all too soon, I'm afraid.
I don't understand him, sister. That's the truth. He's gone racing away now without so much as a thank you. For some reason, he's come to resent me.
He resents you very bitterly, Father. He makes no secret of it. He makes no secret either of the connection between you and Agnes Kraft.
Sister.
Here's Inspector Hagel. You can trust him, Father.
Right. Now that's over, Vicar, I'd like a word with you. Now let's walk over this way. We don't want those reporters interrupting us.
You look very grim, Inspector.
I feel very grim. You've deliberately withheld information in a criminal case. A fine thing for a clergyman. You've also made me look an abject fool in Capper's eyes. Not that I care what he thinks, but he's hell-bent on making trouble.
Yes, he's made that clear.
And your behavior hasn't helped. Capper's provided evidence of an association between you and Miss Kraft.
An old association.
It's quite...
Old or new, it's nothing to do with it. Now, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you that Miss Kraft and I practiced witchcraft at Oxford? How would that have helped? I'm not proud of the fact.
I should think not. And I'll be the one to say what's helpful and what isn't. You've got a lot to answer for, Vicar. Another woman has died, and this time...
This time, as before, Miss Kraft and I had nothing to do with it. Now, you have a right to be angry.
I have every right
please,
to be
have the decency to hear me out. I will tell you what happened 15 years ago. And when I've told you, I'll have to make Capper understand it, too.
You'll have a job.
He must be made to understand. Otherwise, there's no knowing what harm he may do. For once in his life, that stubborn old man must see reason.
Dumb.
Capper, if I'm not disturbing you, may I come in?
Aye.
Thank you. Aye, what splendid chrysanthemums against that wall. They look just like a Van Gogh. You have an excellent eye, Mr. Capper. I'm not blessed with green fingers myself. I'm afraid the vicarage garden is a disgrace.
I thought this morning you needed a bit of attention. Well, sit down. You've not come here to talk about gardening.
No, I haven't. Hegel tells me you've looked up the details of that affair at Oxford.
You don't deny what happened.
Well, of course I don't. I've never attempted to. But I've tried to forget it.
Well, I'm trying to remind you, because the same thing's happened again. Only this time it's my wife that's dead. So don't ask me to be impartial.
You're very quick to condemn what we did that night, and you're right, of course. But can you imagine how we felt when we learned that that poor girl had died?
Aye, drunk with power.
But that power was part of the illusion. With one exception, we were all shocked into our senses.
The exception being Agnes Kraft.
Well, she's a very remarkable woman, you know, with undoubted spiritual gifts. She's a prime example of what I would call a person apart.
She has to be. That's what witches breed on. But faith and fear weren't enough for her. Oh, no. As maiden of the coven, she puts herself above such things. But to keep that faith and fear alive in her followers, she was ready to do murder.
And is your attitude going to change her? Certainly her creed is vicious and absurd. I'm with you all the way on that. But you're not going to defeat it by persecuting her?
What then? Turn me back on it? Ignore her?
Can't you get it into your head? Miss Kraft had nothing to do with Jennifer Preedy's death. I know she claims she had, but no one in their right mind is going to believe her.
Aren't they?
Now, look, I know Miss Kraft a good deal better than you do. Once she was a fine woman with a keen intellect and a great sense of humor. But for 15 years, simply because of her beliefs, she's been hounded by ignorant, bullying, frightened men.
Meaning me?
Meaning all men like you who can't control their prejudice or superstition. Will you mention that in your article for the record?
Now we're coming.
We have to have this out, Mr. Capper. Have you considered what's at stake if you revive this scandal?
Your livelihood for a start.
Oh, much more than that. The reputation of the church itself.
Church? You talk about the church. You! If the bishop of ordained you had known what I know now...
Great heavens, man, of course he knew. You don't think I'd conceal the facts from him?
You concealed them from everybody else, and there's one fact now sticking out for all of us to see. My wife and Jennifer Preedy were murdered. Behind their death stand you and Agnes Kraft. You can't conceal that. By God, you'll be begging for charity by the time I've done.
Well, there's no point in arguing further.
I've got the names. 8 names out of 13 I've got. I'm not bluffing. I swore I'd identify the creatures in your coven, and I have. Mrs. Harris from the Station Hotel. Joyce Pritchard. Dr. Rowley. Lady Norton.
Lady Norton?
You thought I didn't know.
Capper. You're going to land yourself in serious trouble.
I've got proof, man.
Well, it's the same caliber proof you have against me.
Someone's got to take a stand against all this rottenness. Already it's breeding on itself. I'm not the only one putting pressure on.
What are you talking about?
Blackmail. What? Someone's blackmailing these creatures. Ask Lady Norton if you don't believe me. She's living in terror.
Is this another of your fantasies?
You'll not dismiss it like that when our blackmailing pal gets round to you. And when he's done, don't talk charity to him. He'll want more than that.
Are you quite sure of this?
Taking me seriously at last, are you? Think the old fool might know what he's on about, after all.
I didn't think it possible.
You too right you didn't. You and Egel and others like you. Witches. They're good for a laugh, and so's anyone who says otherwise. But I know Nicholson. I know better. You were a priest, and only 15 years ago you were one of them. You and Agnes Croft up to your ears in depravity.
I wonder, you know, if you'd feel so vindictive if you hadn't a grudge against these witches.
Grudge? What are you on about? I've got no grudge.
But your wife.
Oh. You know, I'd almost forgotten. Want a scotch?
No, thanks.
Only buried her this morning, and already I've forgotten. Of course, I'd have seen her for 6 months. Managed her on my own. It was like she was dead all that time. Does that shock you?
No. It's sad, but...
You didn't have to live with her. My fault, I suppose. Old enough to be a father. We never had a thing in common.
She had a lot of courage.
Courage? Vera.
And concern for you.
Look, I don't know what she told you in the confessional,
What
but...
she told me was dreadful. But her anxiety for you was clear.
For me? Anxiety?
She desperately wanted to talk to you.
Scream at me, you mean? She came to my stall at the fete, hysterical, humiliating me.
Then she told you about the witches.
She didn't tell me anything. I got shot of her quick as I could. Told me what about the witches? That they were going to kill her, you mean?
No. No, I said she was concerned for you. It's you the witches want to kill. It's your likeness they made and sacrificed to you. They've willed you dead tomorrow night. I thought you knew that. Here, come and sit down.
You sure?
Quite sure. I asked Miss Croft. I thought you knew.
I did. I felt it days ago. Malice, hate, creeping to me.
Oh, now, hold on, Mr. Capper. Don't tell me you believe that deeply in witchcraft.
You can't afford to treat it lightly. I know. I've seen. You've seen, too. You believed yourself once.
I thought I did.
Look, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I'm sorry. I don't want to be alone. I must have someone with me.
Yes, of course. I'll tell you what I'll do. I have a confirmation class at 8, and I can't cut that. But if I go now, I can look in at the mother house and ask Sister Alice if she'll come and sit with you. How will that do?
I don't want to be a bother.
No, it's not the least bother. You know Sister Alice. She'll only be too pleased.
I've got this feeling, sense of danger.
I'm afraid I've been tactless. I never thought you'd mind so much. It's only mumbo-jumbo. Truly it is. It's not pleasant, but... Look, it's still light. Why don't you get in some gardening before Sister arrives? What we were discussing earlier can wait, can't it?
You mean the article?
Will you postpone any decision for the moment? And try not to brood about Miss Croft. Really, she's not the ogre you imagine. She has her problems, too.
Shut that door, and don't walk out on me.
Get your hold on yourself. The whole place can hear you. The club's packed to the roof.
Shut the door. I could kill you. God help me, I could. I underestimated your driving force, didn't I? Disgusting, unbridled greed. God knows I'd never trust you with a penny piece, but I didn't think you'd betray me.
Betray you? What sort of talk is that?
In a matter of months, preying on her treasured respectability, you've had £1,000 and a pearl necklace out of Lady Norton alone.
And how did you
She
find
told
out?
me herself less than an hour ago. And she's not the only one, is she? Which of the others are you blackmailing? Who else have you battened on?
No need for others. Sarah Norton's got more money than wrinkles. The pearls alone
Is
are...
that the truth?
Now, Aggie.
It never struck you, did it, that she'd blame me? That she'd think I'd failed her? She trusted me, they all do, to preserve their anonymity, and I do protect them from dangerous fanatics like Barnard Capper. I can cope with people like him, but you've ruined everything I've built up in this lousy town.
What's ruined? What's spoiled for you? The woman's putting on an act. You don't want to take any notice of her.
Don't be a fool.
I'm talking sense to you. That old Harridan's as sly as Barney Capper when it comes to making a show. You should have seen him at the funeral this morning. Face as solid as a wardrobe, mourning fit to break your heart.
Righteous, vicious fool. I'll squash him like a flower.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
It's already done.
Then undo it, Aggie, I'm telling you. There's been enough coppers in the Devil's Kitchen this last week.
The coven is my concern.
I said undo it!
You hit me, Tom, I'll hit you back. I'm not Vera Capper. You don't ride roughshod over me.
Now see what you've done, upsetting yourself. Aggie, let's be done with harsh words and unpleasantness. Put it behind us and start again. It's the best time there could be for a new beginning.
Don't tell me I want a convert in you.
Aggie, I know the powers that are given to you. Haven't I seen them working? Don't I know what you're capable of?
What are you getting at, Tom?
That's my girl. Now listen. Tom Doyle's got it all worked out. Come tomorrow night, they'll have cause to remember the witches of Midport. Damn his eyes. A pound to a penny, that's Hegel. I'm getting tired of that fella. Well, now, here's a surprise. I'd never have guessed it. Come on in. This is a great honor you do us, Father.
I was directed up here by your doorman. I know it's a busy time of evening for you, but I must see Miss Kraft urgently.
Oh, she'll be delighted. Won't you, Aggie?
It really is important.
I don't imagine you'll walk dog-collared into a dubious club if the matter were trivial. I can give you 5 minutes, Nick, and then I have to entertain these people.
Oh, we'll stay and watch you, won't you, Father? Oh, Aggie's a great marvel at fortune-telling. You've no idea. Funny how superstitious people can be, isn't it, Father?
Superstition dies hard.
You've not been able to upset it much, have you? I'll see you downstairs, Aggie.
You were right about him. He is a dangerous man. Less than 5 minutes, Nick. Sit down.
Aggie, earlier tonight I was at Capper's house. I told him of your elaborate threat.
I thought Vera had done that.
So did I, but we were wrong. Aggie, that old man is abject with fear. He's not putting on an act. He's convinced you mean him harm.
I told you before, I mean him the ultimate harm. What is this? Have you come here to plead for Barnard Capper?
Partly.
Save your breath.
And partly to warn you. Don't you see? If you persist in this, Capper will point to your malice as proof that you killed Vera. He'll say you're unhinged.
Nick, you know the power of Apollyon as well as I do. You've not forgotten it in 15 years. Tried to, perhaps, taken refuge in a fool's paradise.
What are you getting at?
You never could accept that I killed Jennifer, could you? You refuted the testimony of your senses, and you've done so ever since. You didn't think it possible.
Well, it wasn't possible. Anyone else. Maybe I would have believed it, but...
The great romantic. Poor Nick, you're still going through hell.
Even hell can change in 15 years.
But the wheel comes full circle. It has now, hasn't it? These last few days since you and I came face to face again. The past has been brilliant in your mind.
I've relived it, yes.
Oh, what a lot we had in common once in those old days. The things we shared and loved and gloried in. Now you call it hell. And me, what do you call me, Nick? For 15 years I've been the wandering Jew in your life, haven't I? The lurking threat to your peace of mind. That peace is going, Nick, and this time you'll not regain it. This time you'll not be able to fool yourself. In a few hours from now, when the light comes creeping over the harbor, the burden of death will have been laid on Barnard Capper. It will have been carried under the wings of the dark angel and nailed to the old man's door.
Oh, keep this cant for your customers downstairs.
I look at you. You! I despise you. You who oppose me with the blessing of the church. You who once stood with me at the altar of Apollyon and defiled that god, that church. Even when Vera Capper died, Vera, who once had followed me, you usurped my place and laid her in a Christian grave.
But what else could I do?
She wasn't yours to bury. All my life I've tried to build my faith, to create something for others to believe in. And I end up in this stinking town with nothing at all. Every night in my dreams I see your face and Vera's and Jennifer Preedy's swimming in my mind and smiling.
Aggie.
The last thing I want is their pity.
My poor Aggie.
Don't touch me. That's all we need now, isn't it? To rebuild the past completely. That's all we need to recreate the memory. Go home, Nick. There's nothing you can do. Maybe soon the hate will be burned out.
I'm heating the milk for the cocoa, Mr. Capper. I suggest you take some aspirin and try to get some sleep.
It won't be much of an early night for you, sister. 12:15 already.
I'm blessed with an iron constitution, though I must admit my legs are aging fast. oh, that's better. Now, why don't you sit down? You'll do no good peering through the curtains every few minutes.
Forewarned is forearmed. I like to be prepared. Oh, damn it. They switched off the streetlights. I can't see a thing.
There's nothing to see. There won't be either.
Think I've brought you out in a wild goose chase, eh?
Mr. Capper, you've shown some sense this evening in agreeing not to write your article.
I never said that.
Well, in having second thoughts, then. Why not show a little more and admit that you're frightened of your own imagination?
Are you telling me I've imagined the deaths of two women?
You've invested them with a spurious, melodramatic... Oh, I give up. You see the devil everywhere.
Quiet. Turn that wireless off.
Oh, the milk. Excuse me.
12:20. Well, if she's coming, she must come soon. She's bound to come. She's laid the curse. What's that? Sister! Sister!
Oh, what a mess. And milk stains, sir.
Sister, she's here. She's outside in the garden. I saw her through the window.
Miss Croft?
I saw her.
Oh, she hasn't rung the bell.
She's not paying a social call.
Oh, my goodness. Mr. Capper, we can't stand out here holding our breath while Miss Croft does whatever she's supposed to do.
I'm not going out there.
Well, I am. If I stay here doing nothing, I'll get as jittery as you, and then where will we be? That sounds like a fire.
It is. I told you they prayed my death on Friday. Now on the eve of All Hallows, they're bringing it home.
We'll see about that. Mind, please.
It's no use.
Mind.
Don't open that door. You'll kill us both.
What? Good gracious. Mr. Capper, get something to beat with. There's something burning on the door. It's been nailed there and set alight. Don't just stand there. It might take a hold.
No.
Oh, impossible. Pass me that old coat.
Where is she?
Miss Croft, you mean? There's no one here. Whoever it was nailed this... Why, it's a doll. You see it? A homemade doll. Soaked in petrol. A wizened old man nailed to the door and burning... Ah! Oh, Mr. Capper. Mr. Capper.
Morning, Vicar. That looks hot work.
Morning, Inspector. Yes, I felt I ought to make some effort after seeing Mr. Capper's garden yesterday. Things won't grow for me, but any fool can mow a lawn.
You sound a bit depressed, sir. I take it you know what's happened to Mr. Capper.
Yes, Sister Alice phoned me last night. I gather he fell and hit his head.
That's about it. And not recovered consciousness, apparently. It's rather annoying. There were some questions I wanted to ask him. You're ignoring the part Miss Croft played in the business, are you?
Well, it seems hardly worth consideration.
I wouldn't go so far as that. A silly, childish trick, of course. From all I've been hearing lately, I expected the old fool to be turned into a donkey, at least. Not that that'd be very difficult.
Inspector, you mustn't think...
No, I mustn't. Of course I mustn't. Irritating old buzzard, though. I thank the Lord I never had him as my chief. It doesn't strike you as odd, then, that Miss Croft should be content with nailing a burning effigy of Capper to his front door?
I don't know about odd. It was effective, Inspector?
Not half as effective as slamming the lid of a car boot on someone's neck.
It might be, in the long run.
And you don't really believe that.
Look, Inspector, to you and me, that burning effigy might be silly and childish, but to Capper, it appeared as a manifestation of the malice he's aroused in this town. It wasn't a crude, rough doll he saw nailed to that door, but himself.
Oh, come now. He's a hard-headed...
Look, he believes. He accepts the inevitable. He sees this action of the witches as a death wish laid upon him.
Oh, he's a nutter, then. Well, I've said so all along. This case is full of them.
He has a blind faith in the power of evil. Certainly, that's unusual today.
Well, there's one good thing come out of it. He'll be out of commission tonight.
Tonight?
It's All Hallows Eve, Vicar. Don't say you've forgotten.
Ah.
The witches will be coming into their own tonight.
Yes, you think Miss Craft will hold a Sabbath?
Well, I'm not thinking so much of Miss Craft, actually. No, there's another hand in this. Has been all along.
Doyle. But he's a law unto himself. He couldn't care less about the witches.
I can't agree with you there, either. But didn't you know? He's been blackmailing people in the coven.
Yes. Capper hinted as much last night.
He doesn't miss much, does he? Vicar, with your permission and that of the bishop and whoever else, I want to station men in the churchyard tonight. It's a situation I'll have to play by ear, but with all the signs, it should pay off.
What signs?
Oh, signs. Now, I'm not talking about omens and not talking about witchcraft at all. I'm ignoring the supernatural for once. And much easier when you do that, as I'm sure Sister Alice would agree.
I don't know what you're on about.
You will, sir. Well, have I your permission, then?
Hegel, you put me in a very awkward position. I want to help, but I don't see how I can. If you're right, these people will desecrate the churchyard. How can I allow that?
If I had men stationed there, any damage would be prevented. It's up to you, of course, and I wouldn't dream of asking if I didn't think it was worthwhile, but it's either that or get an exhumation order.
Exhumation?
Yes, and everything will be that bit more unpleasant.
But exhume whom? Mrs. Capper?
I think that's what people have in mind.
What people? Oh.
That's right, the witches.
It always comes back to them. Why are they doing this? A week ago, we hadn't even heard of them. We'd no idea of their existence.
Not till Mr. Capper started shouting it from the rooftops. He's a real stirrer, isn't he? Yes, and there's no knowing where it might all end.
No.
It could end tonight, you know. It depends on you.
All right, Hegel. Station your men.
Jolly good. We'll meet in the churchyard then, all being well.
And all being well, we'll finish this evil business.
And keep your fingers crossed. It's 11:30. I wonder if Mr. Capper's with us yet. I really must have words with him.
Doctor's just left, Inspector. He suggested taking him to hospital, but I thought it would be better if I stayed with him here. I'll arrange relief duties with one of the other sisters.
That's very good of you.
Not at all. I'm qualified to nurse people, and the hospitals carry a big enough burden already.
True.
I'm afraid he's still unconscious. Did you want to talk to him urgently?
Just as soon as I can. Would you mind if I got a constable to sit with him?
To take notes, you mean? Not at all. It seems an excellent idea.
Look, he's moving. Sister, look at his eyes.
Shh, quiet. Relax, Mr. Capper. You're safe and comfortable. How do you feel?
Fire.
Mr. Capper?
No, please, let me. The fire's out, Mr. Capper. It's out, and there's been no damage.
The curse brought in the fire. Warned you. Danger.
There's no danger anymore. You fell and hit your head.
Don't fall. Vera, she saw. She knew. Came to warn me. I couldn't. The priest have told me.
Told him what? Is he delirious?
His temperature's high, certainly, and his pulse none too steady.
Shall I get a doctor?
No. No, doctor. Don't fall.
Now, you'll soon be all right.
Never understood. Never believed any of you.
You try believing this, Mr. Capper. The coven won't be meeting after tonight. The witches are finished in Midport. In a matter of hours?
He can't hear you. He's lost consciousness again. I'll see you out, Inspector. Was that true, what you just told him?
Hmm?
You weren't deceiving him?
About the witches? Or rather not. I've laid it all on with your father Nicholson. Between us, we'll settle these witches. Oh, the nights are really getting cold now, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a frost, I think.
Well, if we are cold, think what it'll be like for the Glee Club. They can't be going to perform in their birthday suits this weather, can they?
It's customary, part of the ceremony.
Rather them than me.
There are ointments, herbal mixtures you can rub them into the skin for warmth.
Old wives' remedy, eh? And drugs.
Yes, but not the kind you'd be interested in.
Yeah, I never thought I'd be interested in a witch's Sabbath. You never can tell, can you? What time do they start?
Midnight.
Uh-huh. Curtain up.
Where?
I mean, it should be.
You know, I'm rather glad Capper's still out of the way. He was bound to interfere.
He'll be furious he's missed it. I'm a bit worried about him. He's got worse since I saw him this morning. You know he's in a coma.
Sister Alice still with him?
Ah, yes. She's a marvel.
Yes, she's in good hands.
Couldn't be better. Hey, up. Where? By the south wall. Good Lord. It looks as though the procession's coming up out of the ground.
Ah, they're using the old crypt. Thank heavens for the moon. I can see Miss Craft and Doyle behind her. And what's he carrying?
Looks like a shovel. Well, they're dressed too, most of them.
It's mainly the men with the shovels.
That's Frank Proctor. Who's that woman? Oh, no.
Yes, Sarah Norton. Mr. Capper's proved right again.
You wonder if he's ever wrong. I'm surprised they risk the music.
It's necessary. We're on the outskirts of the town, small risk of being heard. Ah, they're forming a circle. Look, around the grave.
That usual?
Yes. For the summoning.
They'll get a surprise when we answer it. Hold up, Vicar. Not long to go now.
O thou most puissant prince and protector, proud Apollyon, behold thy servants on the threshold of the circle. By Lucifer, Satanthus, and Beelzebub, I conjure, bind, and charge thee to send thy servant without horror or deformity to penetrate this circle and give power to thy earthly servants. By the triple crown of Cerberus, I charge thee, O most powerful and princely lord, that thou
What's she on about?
She's summoning the spirit of the dead. She intends to convey Mrs. Capper's soul to hell.
Strong stuff, eh?
Half-baked rubbish. Hegel, you see what they're doing? Violating the grave.
Mrs. Capper's grave. What'd I tell you? Well, now they're lighting a fire. What's that in age of? Show the spirit of the dead where to head for?
Shh! The ineffable name of Apollyon. By the great sea of glass, by the four beasts which lodge before the throne, by the fire which is about the throne, answer me and perform all that I desire. By Apollyon do
I can't allow this.
Down.
It'll do no good.
Just a few minutes more. I want that coffin raised.
Quiet, damn you! Out of the way there, Frank. Let me climb down.
Inspector, what's going on? Doyle's jumped in the grave. That's no part of the ritual.
I think the party's about to break up, Vicar. Miss Craft's putting on a bold front, though, trying to keep order in the ranks. I'll bet she could murder Doyle for this.
Through spirit I have since deceased to appear before me.
Over by the gate, Parker. There's one trying to climb the wall. Sergeant, I want all these people in the vans in 2 minutes. If they've got any questions, they can ask them at the station. Rose, put that fire out. Climb out of that grave, Doyle. You're under arrest.
Get things in perspective, copper.
Bowden, Landry, get him out. Yes, sir. Give us your hand. Don't be petty, lad. Give us your hand or I'll hold you up by the collar.
Get your hands off me, Hegel. You're too flat. Get out of my pockets.
Hold him, you two. I want to know what Mr. Doyle carries around at night. Well, well, well. Isn't that a pretty sight? Put him in the van with the others. Bowden, get down to the crypt and fetch their clothes.
Yes, sir.
They may like dancing in the altogether, but we can't put them in the charge room like that. Ah, there you are, Vicar.
I hope you're satisfied, Hegel.
Satisfied? I'm delighted. Sorry about the grave. Nasty, but at least the coffin's not disturbed. Hey, what about this?
Why, it's a rosary. Where did you get this?
It's not a rosary. Look carefully.
It's not easy in this light. They're beads, poorly strung.
Done in a panic. She said they were hidden where he'd never find them. These are the Norton pearls, sir.
What? In Mrs. Capper's grave?
Bit macabre, I grant you, but a damn good hiding place.
She disguised them as a rosary to keep them hidden from Doyle. Then when she knew the witches meant to kill her...
She passed them over to you, asking that they should be buried with her. Tortuous minds, some women.
And when did Doyle guess what she'd done?
At the funeral. He tumbled to it just before I did.
And this fiasco tonight was his doing, not Miss Kraut's.
I've no doubt he suggested it. It seemed the only way of getting the jewels back in a hurry. Well, there they go. If you want to see Miss Kraft at all...
Thank you. It's thoughtful. What do you intend to charge her with?
Willful damage seems a likely start. She's made a right mess of your churchyard.
And then you charge Doyle with the murder.
Doyle? Oh, no. I was all set to do so, as you know, but Mr. Capper persuaded me otherwise. He was quite right, as usual. He's convinced Miss Kraft is the killer.
But I don't understand. You just said...
Vicar, what's your opinion of witchcraft? Is it all Mr. Capper cracks it up to be?
Inspector, you should know by now you shouldn't listen to Capper. He's steeped in superstition.
Ah, you've put your finger on it there. Let's go and tell him what's happened. The car's over here. Come on. Soon be there at this rate. Someone's had a hard day. You don't know who Mr. Capper's doctor is, do you?
I think it's Dr. Barton in the old town. Why?
It might be an idea to have him with us. You know what a stickler the old man is for procedure.
Oh, Lord, excuse me, I can't think straight.
It's just that I don't want Mr. Capper having cause for complaint.
Complaint? About what?
Well, the way I carry out an arrest, of course. He might say that as a sick man...
But you mean you're going to arrest Mr. Capper?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I thought you'd worked it out for yourself. Sister Alice has. At least I think she has. He came into my office yesterday saying what a proud man he was, how difficult it was for him to forgive his wife. And she's spot on, of course. That old man's not the type to tolerate a scandal.
But he was the one who threatened the scandal.
Oh, I don't mean about you and the witches. No, Capper saw a juicy scandal looming up at the fete when his wife put in an appearance. He'd kept her very nicely out of everyone's way for 6 months. And while she'd been reveling in obscurity with Tom Doyle, he'd been making a name for himself with his memoirs in the record. She was the last person he wanted to see at the fete. Everything was going fine for him. Crowds of people wanting his autograph, me among them. Proud as a peacock he was that afternoon. His personal friend, Lord Catesby, opening the fete, and then his wife turns up screaming hysterics.
And she was trying to warn him of the danger.
He never gave her a chance. I saw that myself. He said something to her that shut her up, and she went from his stall to the car park. It was a pity I didn't follow her. I was feeling a bit thirsty.
Bagel, surely you can't prove any of this.
I have a job proving anything against that cocky devil. But he's the only person with a motive for killing the woman. Doyle might have done it in a black rage, but the Norton pearls were at stake, and where big money's concerned, our Tom can control his temper.
And you'll rule out Miss Kraft?
Of course.
She tried to kill Capper.
Yes, the way she's always tried. By getting the devil to do her dirty work. She's convinced that because she asked him, the devil snuffed out Mrs. Capper and Jennifer Preedy, and Lord knows who else. I bet it never crossed her mind to lay a finger on Capper herself. She'd regard that as usurping the devil's prerogative. Hello, here we are. We get ourselves a bad name waking up the neighbors.
Are you, going to charge him now?
I'm going to play it by ear. I told you, he's a tricky bird. Oh, you're quick off the mark, sister.
I heard the car. I was expecting Dr. Barton. I called him 20 minutes ago.
Oh, what's wrong?
Is he deeper in the coma?
He's dead.
What?
I'm afraid he's dead, Inspector. Just 20 minutes ago it was, without regaining consciousness.
But it was just a blow on the head. Not that bad. Well, that couldn't kill him.
Perhaps not. But he died just the same, Mr. Hagel. I think of his fear of the witches.
Well done, Sister Alice.
I'm determined to be in perfect form for Monday, Father.
Monday? What's happening then?
It's the feast of St. Hilda of Whitby. She's a great favourite of mine.
Ah, St. Hilda, one of the virgin martyrs, wasn't she?
Well, rather more than that, Father. She was an intelligent virgin, and that's all too rare today. Have you finished hearing confessions?
Yes, we'd better get a move on. It's nearly 7. We don't want to be late for the harvest supper.
Rather not. The bishop would never forgive us.
Come on, then. The car's in Church Street.
Oh, no.
Afraid so. Another latecomer.
Father, the bishop is waiting. I think this is one of those rare occasions when the clergy must take precedence over the laity.
In Malice at Autumn's End by John Hyatt, the part of the Reverend G.K. Nicholson was played by John Bentley, Sister Alice by Margot Boyd, Barnard Capper by John Gabriel, Inspector Hagel, Wilfred Carter, Miss Craft, Maddie Head, Tom Doyle, Alan Barry, and Vera Capper, Margaret Wolfett. The play was produced by Norman Wright.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, editor of the theatrical yearbook Best Plays and drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Alfred Drake and Mary Boland in Night Must Fall. Mr. Chapman.
English theater goers are much more fond than we are in New York of the psychological thriller, the melodrama of suspense. So they get a great many more of these plays than we get few. However, once in a while, Britain sends us one which is greatly to our liking, such as Angel Street, Payment Deferred, or Maurice Evans's current hit, Dial M for Murder. Our play this evening, Night Must Fall, is one of the best of this kind. Emlyn Williams is the rare type of actor who doesn't wait around for some dramatist to bring him a play. If he needs a play, he can write it himself. And thus it was that he wrote Night Must Fall, so that he could be a particularly creepy, thoroughly enjoyable villain. And now we are passing Mr. Williams's role to another actor of great versatility and intelligence, Alfred Drake. I'm going to be just as interested as you are, or he is, in seeing how Mr. Drake comes out as Dan, the cheerful and obliging hotel bellboy. With him, as our play begins, will be Mary Boland and Carmen Matthews, whom it is always a pleasure to welcome anywhere. Right now, these three and others find themselves in a country boarding house in a remote spot in England.
Lady Isabel humbly crossed her attenuated hands upon her chest. "I am on my way to God," she whispered, "to answer for all my sins and sorrows. child, said Miss Carlyle, had I anything to do with sending you from East Lynne?
A beautiful character. Go on reading, Olivia.
I want to see Archibald, whispered Lady Isabel.
Olivia.
Oh, yes, Auntie.
You're skipping.
Am I?
Yes, you missed about Lady Isabel taking up a cross. I may be a fool, but I do know East Lynne. Very convenient when you want to go for a walk.
But
shame on you, trying to cheat an invalid in a wheelchair of her only pleasure in life.
But you were feeling so much better. You had 2 helpings of bacon at breakfast.
Doctor's orders. Every mouthful an agony. Mr. Lorry.
Huh? Oh, beg pardon. I was just reading my paper. There's a man here in Weston-super-Mare who stood on his head for 20 minutes and he hasn't come to yet.
Olivia, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Your face is as long as your arm.
I'm afraid it's made like that.
Aren't you happy here? You have a good position helping me. We have Mr. Lorry here as a guest to give you compliments. There's Dora to do the dirty work and Mrs. Terence to do the cooking. Is anything wrong?
It's a bit lonely, that's all.
If you think just because the house is tucked away in the wood you're going to get a raise in salary, you won't. I expect you've got an idea I'm worth a great deal of money, eh?
I don't want your money, Auntie. If you like, I'll go.
Can you afford to go?
No, you know I can't.
Then clear the breakfast dishes. No nonsense.
It isn't my job. I'll ring for Mrs. Terence.
Pride goeth before a fall. You won't catch a husband with your nose in the air.
I don't want a husband.
Did you hear that, Mr. Lorry?
Well, no, I don't really believe a pretty girl like you, Olivia,
It's going to be a nice day, don't you think, Hubert? Shall I pack the other half of Mrs. Henry Wood, Auntie?
Who?
The lady who wrote East Lynne.
You're a dark one, you are, Olivia.
Who rang?
Clear away, Mrs. Terence.
That's Dora's job.
Dora's busy gathering firewood. Now, clear away.
Oh, all right. Old sourpuss.
Well, what was that, Mrs. Terence?
You heard, and so did she. Oh, she has to save her face pretending she hasn't heard. But she knows nobody but me'd stay here a day.
Mrs. Terence, you cut the roses too young.
Then you come out and cut them yourself.
That's a nice way to talk to an invalid.
Oh, if you're an invalid, I'm the Prince of Wales. I'll be in the garden if you've a mind to choose some roses.
Would you like me to read some more?
No. She's upset me for the day now. I've a good mind to bring an action against her. I'd best wheel myself out and see she doesn't hang on my roses. Mrs. Terence, wait for me.
Oh. That's the 5th action she's threatened this week.
Well, a woman like that is going to be found murdered one of these days. By Jove, it says in the paper here that...
Hubert.
Oh, sorry. I guess you're fed up with this place, eh, old girl?
Fed up is such an inadequate expression. How bright the sun is today. I hadn't even noticed.
What are you thinking, huh?
I was just wondering what it will be like when darkness falls out there. We never know, do we? And yet, who are those men?
Where?
Poking about in the brush out there.
Well, here's Dora with the firewood. Maybe she knows. Dora?
Sir?
Who are those men out in the woods?
I don't know, sir. They seem to be looking for something. Excuse me.
Well, she looks a bit off color, doesn't she?
The atmosphere around here. Oh, I don't know why you wish to spend a 2-week holiday here.
Well, I wouldn't have, except...
Except what?
Well, don't you know, Olivia?
I suppose I do.
Well, I don't want to sound rude, etc., but women don't get men proposing to them every day, right?
I really can't think why you want to marry me, Hubert. I suppose you think I'm steady.
Well, nothing to be ashamed of in being steady. I'm steady myself.
I know.
Well, then, why aren't you keen on marrying me, what?
Because, Hubert, you're an unmitigated bore.
A bore? Me, a bore? Well, upon my word, Olivia, I think you're a bit eccentric. Oh, I'm sorry to be rude and all that, but I've never been called a bore.
Bores never are. People are too bored with them to call them anything.
I say, you are bored, aren't you?
I know I'm being tiresome, Hubert.
Will you at least think it over? My holiday's up on the 27th, you know.
The most disgraceful thing I ever heard of.
Madam Crocodile's coming back. Will you think about it?
Yes, I'll think about it.
Well, let me hold the door for you, ladies. I was just on my way for a constitutional.
Thank you, Mr. Lorry.
Right-o.
I don't care what you say, Mrs. Terence. Fetch that girl here at once.
Oh, leave the child alone. What child? Dora.
Broken 3 of my crown derby and thought if she buried them in the rose bed, I wouldn't see them. Well, I've seen them. Dora! Dora!
Mum?
Crown derby to you, my gal.
Beg pardon?
Broke 3 of them, just like the one you're carrying now. I suppose you think that china came from the village shop.
Now, come, Dora. It isn't as serious as that.
Oh, it's worse, Miss Olivia.
You can leave. That's all. Leave.
Oh, Mama. See, I'll drop the other one.
That does it. Now you'll have to leave.
Oh, please, Mama.
Well?
Mama, I'm not myself. I'm in a terrible tizzy.
What kind of a tizzy?
Well, it's a young man.
You've gone and made a fool of yourself.
You might call it that, Mum.
I suppose he told you he'd marry you, and you believed him.
Yes, Mum.
There is no one of them you can trust. What happened?
Well, Mum, I met this young man, after a manner of speaking, and he seemed very nice, and we went for walks and things.
Huh. Things, indeed.
And he seemed very sincere, Mum, and then after a while I said I didn't want to see him unless his intentions was honourable, and he said as how they was, and... Oh, Mum!
When were you to be married?
Next Sunday was the day we said, Mum, but now he isn't keen about it. I don't think he wants me.
Indeed. I'll make him keen. The idea of frittering away your time in affections, making you so nervous you can't do your work. Who is he?
Dan, his name is. He's a page at the Toll Boys.
The big boarding house up the road?
Yes, Mum.
I knew it. These places that are too fancy for ordinary kerosene lamps like the rest of us have. I've always said you breed nothing but mischief in a place where it's so easy to turn the lights on and off. What's his character, this good for nothing?
Oh, he's a nice sort, really. He's done wrong by me, but he's all right.
Where's he from?
Well, I don't know. Used to be a sailor, I think. He's strange. Baby face, they call him. Ever so open, yet I can never seem to get hold of what he's thinking.
I'll get hold of it. You just let me talk to him.
Oh, Mum, if you only would. Perhaps I could stay on.
You fetch him here.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mum, he's on a half day, and he said he'd pop in to see me.
You fetch him here when he comes.
Yes, Mum. Oh, Mum.
I'll stop the Crown Derby out of your wages. What were you going to say?
Well, Mum, I was going to say I don't know how to thank you for your generosity. Excuse me, Mum.
Well, Mrs. Terence, did you know about Dora's trouble?
Well, she did mention it to me.
Playing with fire, that's the game.
Oh, playing with fiddlesticks. Oh, she's been a fool over a young man, but she's no criminal.
Mum, Mrs. Ramsden, Mum.
What is it now?
Oh, dear. There's a gentleman at the back. He says he's from Scotland Yard. Says he wants to see you on a very particular matter.
Well, stop sniveling. Show him in.
I've already taken the liberty, ladies. I'm sorry to break in on you like this. I'm Inspector Belsize, Scotland Yard.
I don't like having people in my house, Inspector.
Well, I'm afraid the law sometimes makes it necessary, Mrs. Bramson. Would you be good enough to introduce me to these people?
My niece, Olivia Grain, my cook, Mrs. Terence, and Dora Parkham.
Dora and I met at the back door.
You can go, Dora.
Yes, Mum.
Mrs. Terence?
I'll stay. I might have to be arrested for stealing sugar.
Well, as a matter of fact, I wish you would stay. You may be useful.
If you come about Dora's carrying on with a young man...
Well, fortunately, that sort of thing is not in my line. You all live here?
Well, Dora and I ride in from town every day.
Well, it's a pity you don't walk.
Why?
Well, if they walked, they might have seen something on the footpath.
Something of what?
I'll tell you in a moment. Who's the gentleman coming up the walk now?
Oh, that's Mr. Hubert Lorry.
Has he been here long?
About a week, on a holiday.
Hello?
Oh, this is Inspector Belsize, Hubert.
Inspector? I say, it isn't about my car, is it?
No.
Well, how do you do? Well, I knew a chap on the stock exchange once who was taken through the Black Museum at Scotland Yard.
Really?
Yes, it was very interesting. He said a bit ghoulish.
Yes, I expect so. Now, I wonder if you've seen anything out of the ordinary in the woods, Mr. Lorry.
Out of the ordinary?
like a body.
By Jove. Fancy walking in the woods and stumbling over a dead body, what?
I stumbled over bodies in them woods, but they wasn't dead.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Have any of you seen anything?
Olivia's always moping in the woods.
I haven't seen anything, I'm afraid. Oh, except those men beating the brush today.
Yes. There's a lady missing. They're searching for her.
A lady? Where from?
The Toll Boys.
Who was she?
Mrs. Chalfont.
Chalfont? What happened to her?
She left the Toll Boys last Friday afternoon and went for a walk through the woods in this direction. She hasn't been seen since.
You don't think she's been done in, do you?
It has happened.
Trash. Anybody think you've been brought up on penny dreadfuls?
Miss Grain, you seem preoccupied. What were you thinking?
Nothing, only how strange it is.
What?
Well, here we are, perfectly ordinary English people.
Don't be silly, Olivia.
No, let her speak.
Well, we woke up this morning thinking, here's another day. We looked at the weather.
My dear, the policeman isn't interested
If you please, go on, Miss Grain.
And all the time, there may be something lying in the woods, hidden under a bush, perhaps, with 2 feet just showing, perhaps one high heel catching the sunlight, the other a stockinged foot with blood dried into the open work. And somewhere is a man talking, walking about like us, and he killed her.
Well, did you ever?
I don't think the lady can quite describe herself as ordinary after that flight of fancy.
That's nothing.
Well, I hope she's wrong about this. However, keep your eyes and ears open. Do you have a phone?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, if anything happens, nip up to Shepley Police Station and ask for me. Good morning.
What are you all standing around looking like that for?
That's funny, I can't get out of my mind what Olivia said about the man being somewhere who's murdered her.
Might even be you, Mr. Lorry.
Huh? Oh, come, Mrs. Tyrol.
Well, he's not going to walk about snarling, is he?
Missing woman, indeed. More likely she's in some saloon. Who's there?
Please, Mummy's here.
Who?
My boy, gentleman friend from the Toll Boys.
Well, send him in here. I'm ready for him. You stay in the kitchen, daughter.
Yes, Mum.
What gentleman friend?
The maid's in trouble over a young man.
By Jove.
Shh, Mr. Lorry. He's coming.
Morning, all.
So you're Babyface.
Silly name, isn't it? I must apologize to you for these overalls, but I didn't know it was going to be a party. With ladies, I mean.
Are you, shy with ladies?
Oh, yes.
You know my maid, Miss Dora Parker, I believe.
Well, we have met.
Met, indeed. Have you ever heard of a breach of promise, you young man?
You know, Ma'am, there's 2 sides to every story.
You work at the Toll Boys, don't you?
Yes, miss. 24 hours a day.
Oh, then perhaps you can tell us something about the female who's been murdered.
Murdered, sir? How do you know?
Oh, well, I mean, well, she might have been, mightn't she?
Oh, yes. Yes, she might have been.
Have you ever seen her?
Mrs. Chalfont?
Yes.
I used to take cigarettes and drinks for her.
What's she like?
Oh, she's on the tall side. Thin ankles. Fair hair.
Go on. Why are you staring at me?
I was just admiring your hair, miss. Dark. Not like hers.
Go on.
Oh, let me see. Thin eyebrows with white marks in them where they was pulled out. To be in fashion, you know. Her mouth, a bit thin, with red stuff painted around it to make it look more. You can rub it off, I suppose. Her neck, rather thick. Laughs a bit loud, then stops. She's very lively. You can't say I don't keep my eyes skinned, can you?
I should say you do.
You're very observant.
Why, thank you, miss.
If he weren't so observant, Dora mightn't be in the fix she's in.
That's true, ma'am.
You don't sound very repentant.
Olivia, why don't you and Herbert go and take a little walk? I want to speak to this young man alone.
Well, now...
It's a personal matter.
Right. Well, then I'll charge off. Olivia?
Wait outside. I'll get my coat.
She's a nice bit of ice for next summer, isn't she?
Now look here, young man. What is it, Mrs. Terence?
The butcher wants paying. And there's some men ferreting at the bottom of the garden. looking for that Mrs. Charlton.
In my garden? Among my roses? Olivia! Where is that girl?
You sent her for a walk.
I won't have those men out there.
Shall I wheel you out?
I'll manage myself, thank you. I've no wish to be pushed into the nettles today. Hold the door open.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi! Hi! Come out of my garden! All of you, this instant! Come out of my garden, I say!
Makes a good deal of toot, don't she?
Stubborn old fool. Won't even let me pay the butcher. So's I won't know where she keeps her purse.
They say at the Tall Boys she's got enough money inside of it, too.
Well, nobody's ever seen it open. And if you've a peep inside, you go down in history. Oh, excuse me now. I've left the butcher hanging at the door.
Go right ahead.
Ivy, did you call? Oh, I didn't know you were still here.
Perfectly all right, miss. Come in.
Did my aunt call?
She'll be back in a mo.
Oh, I'll wait for her.
Not much doing around here for a pretty girl like yourself, is there? I said it's not a very entertaining quarter of the world for a young lady, is it?
I'm not a snob, but I'd like to point out that although I'm employed by my aunt, I'm not quite in Dora's position.
I hope not. Though I'll be putting it right for Dora. I guess I'll marry her after she comes off her high horse a bit.
I don't believe you.
No? You don't like me, do you?
No.
Too bad. Everybody else does. Why don't you?
I don't quite know. Your eyes are set wide apart. Your hands are quite good. I really don't know what's wrong with you.
You've been looking at me quite close, I see.
I'm observant, too.
I've been looking at you. You're lonely.
What makes you say so?
I can tell. You're looking for someone who understands them deep feelings inside you. Someone...
It's a waste of time doing your stuff with me. I'm not the type.
No?
You might try Mrs. Bramson, but then that's a waste of time, isn't it?
I don't know. They say she's got plenty of money.
You don't stand a chance playing up to her.
Want to bet?
You are cocky.
Hold this door open. Don't let me wait here all day. Hurry up.
Yes, your ladyship.
Trampling my rose bushes like that. They say they've got permits to look for that silly woman. If there's anything I hate, it's the men who think they've got authority.
I don't think they're quite as bad as men who think they've got charm. I'm going for a walk with Hubert. Excuse me.
All right, young man. Now that we're alone, what about Dora? I won't have my maid all broken up about this and dropping my best china on the floor just because...
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt, but wouldn't you be more comfortable facing the sun, Mrs. Bramson? Like this? There. That's better. You're looking pale, you know. I am sorry to interrupt.
Pale? Did you say I was looking pale?
Not enough sun. The minute I saw you, I said to myself, now there's a lady that's got a lot to contend with.
You're right, you know. Nobody knows it better than me.
No, I'm sure. Oh, it must be terrible to watch everybody else striding up and down, enjoying everything. Oh, excuse me. I shouldn't have said that.
It's true, though. As true as you're my witness. Nobody else around here ever... Now, look. About you and Dora.
Excuse me a minute.
What is it?
That twitching.
Twitching?
About your throat. Very slight, of course. Nerves, I expect, but I hope your doctor knows about it. Do you mind if I ask what your ailments are?
Hadn't you better sit down?
Thank you. Now.
Well, I have the most terrible palpitations.
Palpitations? But the way you get about, why, 9 women out of 10 in your position would just be giving way.
Do you think so?
Oh, I've known people with palpitations. Somebody very close to me. They're dead now.
Oh?
My mother, as a matter of fact. She died when I was 6. It's strange, but...
Yes?
You remind me of her a bit.
Of your mother?
Yes. Have you a son, Mrs. Bramson?
I haven't anyone at all.
She had the same eyes, very wide apart as you, and the same good hand.
And the same palpitations?
Yes. I hope you didn't mind my talking about your health. You know, you ought to get used to letting other people do things for you.
Yes. Yes, you're right. You're a funny young man.
How so?
You seem so much better class than most.
Well, I never had many advantages, but I try to do the right thing.
About Dora?
I mean to do the right thing there, Mom. But you see, working at the Tallboys, I only get 30 bob a week with tips.
How would you like to help out around here a bit?
Do you mean it, Mom?
It wouldn't pay much, mind.
Anything at all. Extra, Mom and Dora, and I could save up.
Good. And when could you come?
Well, matter of fact, this is my half day today.
Go out to the kitchen and tell Dora to fix you some lunch. Then you may come back and read to me.
Yes, Mom. Thank you very much, Mom.
Olivia! I thought you went for a walk.
I didn't feel like walking somehow. Has he gone?
Who?
That smart Alec from the Tallboys.
He's having some lunch.
Here?
Why not? That boy's got understanding, he has.
Enough to marry Dora after breaking her heart?
You ought to be less bitter. You'll never hook a man that way. Besides, with him and that Dora, I'm not so sure it wasn't 6 of one and half a dozen of the other.
Look, it's in the papers.
What do you mean, busting in here like a gale of wind? What's in the papers?
The mailman just brought the Standard. It's on page 1. Shepperley mystery.
Stupid sensationalism.
But they've got it right here. About that Mrs. Charlton.
Give it here.
I thought you said it was stupid sensationalism.
Do be quiet. Oh, where is it?
Here. Disappeared mysteriously. Woods around the village searched. And then her description. Here's an interesting bit.
Read it! Hurry up.
A keeper in Shepperley Woods was questioned. He said he had heard a woman's voice on the afternoon in question and a man's voice singing Mighty Like a Rose.
Mighty Like a Rose? What rubbish. I'll hear no more of this stupidity. Olivia, fetch some string from the kitchen. Wrap that book to my sister.
Yes, Auntie?
And hurry.
Oh.
Well, come in.
I need a bit of string. Would you get it, Dora?
Yes, ma'am.
I hope you don't mind my having a bit of lunch in the kitchen.
It's not for me to say. I'm only a servant here.
But not a very ordinary one, are you?
No.
Neither am I. Sit down while you're waiting for Dora.
All right.
Have some tea.
Well, my aunt is waiting.
She'll wait. Here.
What's that you're whistling?
That? Just a song.
In a moment, Act Two of Night Must Fall, starring Alfred Drake and Mary Boland with Carmen Matthews. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Now, Act Two of the Best Plays production of Night Must Fall, starring Alfred Drake and Mary Boland with Carmen Matthews. And here again is John Chapman.
Before we go on with the second act of this thriller, I have a little exciting news of my own. During the past few weeks, we've been busy hatching some plans here at NBC. We hope the result is going to be a company of best plays stars to tour the country next season in something we're calling Theater in Concert. Next week, I'll tell you much more about the plans and also about a way that you at home can take a real part in the project. Now, let's get on with Act Two. Let's get back to the brooding atmosphere of that English cottage where Dan has made himself so very much at home. 1 week has passed.
Here, let me fix a shawl about you.
Thank you, dear.
Time for our constitutional, you know.
A whole week and we haven't missed an afternoon walk. I don't know what I did before you started to take care of me, Danny.
Nor I.
Ready, old dear?
Yes. Do you have my pill?
In my pocket.
Mr. Lorry, will you give me my hat, please?
Certainly. Don't bother, Mr. Lorry. I have it. There. And off we go. See you all later. Come on, dear. Through the door.
Yes, well, Granny's white-haired boy, huh? Well, he certainly managed to ingratiate himself with the old girl.
What do you think of him, Hubert?
Well, he looks pretty honest.
Looks? It's rather frightening to think of what a face can hide. Careful lips, black eyes. And then I find I'm staring at myself in the glass. And I know that we're all strangers. Windows without blinds. And behind them, secrets. What's behind his eyes?
You know something, Olivia?
What?
I think you're infatuated with him.
He's common and insolent, and I dislike him intensely.
Well, here's Mrs. Terrence. Let's see what she thinks of him.
Thinks? Of who? Dan. Him? Oh, he's a terrible liar, of course. But then lots of us are.
Well, what sort of a liar, Mrs. Terrence?
Why, he told me he used to hunt the hounds and have his own pack. Before he went up in the world and became a page boy, I suppose. You see?
Well, still no reason to talk about him as if he'd done something terrible.
And what's he done? I don't know, but I feel so strongly. Perhaps Dora knows. Dora?
Oh, she won't know anything. She's as half-witted as she is lazy. Cut off her nose to stop the dustbin from smelling, she would.
Did you call, Miss Olivia?
Dora, has Dan said any more about marrying you?
All he's ever said is, how'd you do and beg pardon for a week now.
What do you think of him, Dora?
Dan? Oh, he's all right. Takes his fun where he finds it. And leaves it. Pretends he doesn't care a tuppenny, but always got his eye on what you're thinking of him.
Incredible vanity. They always have it, always.
Who?
Murderers.
Murderers?
Oh, he's too ordinary. No. Ever since I heard him whistling that song.
Oh, you mean that, Mighty Like a Rose thing?
Yes.
Well, after all, Mighty Like a Rose is a pretty familiar song.
It's more than that. If we could search his luggage.
Oh, no, I said, that's a bit thick. You know.
With Mrs. Chalfont murdered, why, we may be living with a monster and not even know it.
Oh, well,
He's gone for a walk with the old woman.
I'd like to take a look at some of his things, I can tell you.
I'm going into his room. Are you coming? Hubert?
Well, perhaps it might not be a bad idea at that, just to be on the safe side.
One dirty shirt.
A packet of razor blades.
We shouldn't be going through his things
Here's
like
a letter.
this. Well, no, that's too much.
Don't be silly. Your wife will do it to you hundreds of times.
Dear Babyface, next time you strike Newcastle, okay by me, baby. Signed, Lil.
I see. There she is. Mrs. Chalfont.
What?
Here in the snapshot. In his wallet it was.
Wasn't there another suitcase, Dora?
Just a big hat box up in the closet.
Let's see it.
Yes, Mum. Oh, it's a bit heavy to be holding a hat.
We'll put it on the table.
Oh. It has a lock on it. Wonder what's inside.
We'll open it and...
It's him.
Heavens.
Hello, all. Remembered I'd left my wallet. Could I have it back, please?
Well, yes, of course. I can't think of what to say.
Thank you. Did you see the picture of Mrs. Chalfont?
Oh, yes.
What did you think of the letter?
A letter?
You've got it in your hand, Mrs. Terrence.
Oh.
I'd like it back. Thank you. Means well, does Lil. But she would spy on me. And if there's anything I hate, it's spying. Don't you agree, Miss Olivia? Sooner have anything than a spy. Bar a murderer, of course.
Murderer? Oh. I think I'll go out for a breath of air. Excuse me.
Oh, and I'll go with you. I could use a breath myself.
I have the mending to do.
Excuse us. You coming, Olivia?
I'll stay and help him tidy up. We made rather a mess.
Hand me that hat box, would you? I'll just put it back in the closet. Well? Why are you staring at me?
You did it, didn't you?
You know, you wouldn't be a bad-looking girl without the glasses.
I asked you a question.
I like dark hair, and it likes me.
You're very conceited.
Yes.
And acting. Acting all the time.
Acting? Acting what? See? I can look you in the eyes.
The criminals who can look you in the eyes. Honest people blush and look away.
You don't say.
You are acting, aren't you?
Yes.
What do you like when you're alone?
I act more than ever.
Why?
I don't know.
I think I've got your number.
Carry on.
You haven't any feelings? You live in a world of your own imagination?
I don't follow you.
Yes, you do.
Do you really think there's been a bit of dirty work?
I don't know now. I suppose not.
Disappointed?
Daddy!
What's that?
In the garden.
Come on.
Daddy! Daddy! Miss Olivia. Oh, Miss Olivia.
What is it? Well, speak up, Dora.
Those men. They were digging in the rubbish pit.
What about it?
There's something sticking out.
What?
A hand, miss. A woman's hand.
More tea, Mr. Lorry.
Oh, thank you. Anything new on the case, Mrs. Terrence?
Oh, them police was round again.
Well, why isn't Auntie here for tea?
Oh, she went over to Breckley to be interviewed by the local paper. His Highness took her over.
I wonder if they'll ever nab him.
Who?
Oh, the fellow that did in Mrs. Chalfant. It's a clever job, you know. Of course, that was a rum touch, mangling her like that. The fact is, they still haven't the faintest idea where the poor woman's head is.
Oh, don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a bit of a strain, you know.
Well, why don't you get away?
I can't afford it.
Oh, you could, if you married me. Last chance, you know. I'm catching the 5 o'clock for London today.
And I'm sorry, Hugh, but I can't.
I shan't be back till my next holiday.
I shall miss you.
It isn't another man, is it?
Don't be ridiculous. What man could I possibly meet here?
There we are, back home again.
Oh, I feel dead.
Now, don't be a silly old woman. You look as pretty as a picture. Strawberries and cream in your face, and not a day over 40. When I've made you a cup of tea, you'll be 25 in the sun and 18 with your back to the light.
Danny, you are a terror. He's been at me like this all the way from Breckley.
What do you like in your tea, huh? Gin, whiskey, or a nice dollop of sailor's rum?
Make me laugh, dear. My heart won't stand.
You've lost your heart, and you know you have. To the little fellow, what pushes your pram?
Well, if you'll excuse me, I must catch a cab to the station in a few minutes. I'd better get my things. Excuse me.
He seems in a hurry to get back to London. Olivia, what happened while I was out?
Nothing. They're still looking for the head.
Oh.
And your name is in the Evening Telegram again.
Did you buy one?
Right here.
Give it here. Well, where is it?
Shall I read it to you?
Yes, dear. Do.
Yes. The murderer committed the crime in the forest most likely stripping beforehand and cleansing himself afterwards in the forest lake. He buried the body shallow in the open pit cunningly chancing it being filled, which it was the next day, by Mr. Lorry, a holiday guest at the murder bungalow. 11th. That was the day 'fore I come here.
So it was. Go on.
The body was nude. Attempts had been made to eradicate the fingerprints with a knife. The head was severed by a skilled person, possibly a butcher. The murderer...
What's the matter? Why are you smiling?
It's Sunday. And as I was reading, I heard the bells. I'd forgot it was Sunday. They're going to church in the villages. All got up in their Sunday best, with prayer books and the organ playing and windows shining. Shining on holy things, because holy things isn't afraid of daylight.
You've been drinking.
Just a drop while you were in at the newspaper. And all the time, the daylight's moving over the floor. And by the end of the sermon, the air in the church is turning gray. And people isn't able to think of holy things so much no more. Only of terrible things that's going on outside, like we're reading about in the papers. They'll be thinking that soon the day will end. And then night must fall.
Good gracious, what's come over you, Danny?
Oh, I speechify like anything when I'm roused. I used to go to Sunday school, see? Read the Bible quite a bit.
He should have been a preacher.
Should I read some more?
Oh, I'm feeling somewhat tired. I'll take the paper into my room.
Anything you say, Mother o' mine. Shall I push you in?
Mrs. Terence can do it. Mrs. Terence?
Hi, Mrs. Terence can do it. You think I hadn't a stick of work to do around here? Come along.
Does she know you drink her brandy? Maybe you've had enough.
Maybe I have, and I feel fine.
You do live in your imagination, don't you?
Only way to bear with the awful things you have to do.
What awful things?
Well, I haven't had as much to drink as all that. You know, you're a dark horse, you are. This life, it isn't for you, is it? What's there to it, eh?
What's there to it? Well, what was your life like at the Tallboys?
My life? Well, the day don't start so good. With a lot of stuck-up boots to clean and a lot of silly high heels to polish and spoons that's been in the mouths of gaping fools that looks through me like I was a dirty window. Orders, orders, orders! Do this, don't do that, you idiot! I was never meant to take orders, never. Waiter, my tea is cold. Just when I think I got a bit of peace, there's somebody locking the bedroom door. Won't let me out. Won't give me no money. Just screams and screams so there's nothing keeps her silly mouth shut. But, oh, Lord, I wish I could hear a bit of music. Ah, there. Hear it? Now I do. And I have a drop of drink. And everything is fine. And you're beautiful. Beautiful. And when it's night...
Go on.
Like to know, wouldn't you? That's why you lie awake nights, isn't it? Thinking.
You know I lie awake at night.
I know.
Yes. And shall I tell you why? Because you're awake yourself. You can't sleep, can you? Because there's one thing you've pushed into the back of your mind, and you can't do any more about it, and you never will. And you know what that is? A box. A hat box with a lock in it. Only a little thing, but it's rather heavy. And inside it...
Stop it, stop it!
I'm right. I knew it.
But it's the only thing. Nothing worries me. Nothing. I live by myself inside, here. And the rest of you can go hang. Nothing's going to stop me. I'll manage. Who's there? Who's it?
You better answer it. I'm going into the kitchen.
Go ahead.
Hello there, Dan. How are things?
Oh, hello, Inspector. Not bad. Come in.
We haven't scared you all out of the house, I see.
Not a chance.
You mind if I sit down?
Go ahead, sir. How's the case coming, sir?
Well, I don't mind telling you, the fellow that did this job was a bloodstained chap.
You don't say.
I've seen the remains. No matter, they'll nab him in time.
Oh, if he's as clever as you say, though.
Any self-respecting murderer would have taken care to mutilate the body to such a degree that nobody could recognize it. And here, we identify it first clip. You call that clever?
Well, sir, I'm a slow thinker, but it seems to me that it's even more clever to have a body identified and still not be caught.
Is that why you didn't sleep in your bed on the night of the 10th?
Sir?
I said you didn't sleep in your bed on the night of the murder.
Oh, but I did. Oh, that is, except for about half an hour. I couldn't sleep and went up the fire escape to smoke.
What time was that?
Oh, about... God, you know how you wake up and don't know what time it is?
You feeling warm?
No.
Your shirt's wet through.
Oh, I've been sawing some wood.
I see. All right, Dan. That'll be all.
Oh, thank you, sir. Will you be going now?
Yes. After just one thing more.
Sir?
Let's have a look at your luggage, shall we? Everything seems in order here. What about this hat box?
You
got a key?
That? It isn't mine, sir.
It's in your closet.
I know, sir, but it isn't mine. Someone must have left it there.
Who?
I don't know, sir.
Well, let's have a look at it anyway. Yes?
May I come in? Oh, Inspector, I just came to get something.
Just having a little check through Dan's things. You wouldn't happen to know about this hat box, would you?
Why, yes. You see, it's mine.
Yours?
Yes, it's got all my letters in it.
But it's in...
Yes, this room used to be the box room before Dan came.
I see.
May I have it?
Yes, of course.
I'll just take it and keep it in my own wardrobe. It'll be safer there.
I'll carry it in for you on my way out.
It's quite all right. I'll manage it myself.
I'm afraid I've insulted her. Well, I'll pop off now. Sorry to have upset you.
Thank you, sir. And good day, sir.
You do look a bit pale, you know.
I'm all right, sir. Good day. Sweetest little fellow, everybody knows. Don't know what to call him, but he's...
Dan, Mrs. Brampton wants you. Dan, are you in there? Dan! Mrs. Terrence! Mrs. Terrence, come quick! Something's wrong!
There, now, drink this, Dan. Well, welcome back to the land of the living.
What happened?
Think you passed out, that's what. A bit too much drink, I expect. Dora came to get you, and
I knowed right away what it is. The monster's lurking, I says, and dancing.
I'll give you a lurk. Get back and tend to supper.
I will, but when you leave for tonight, I'm leaving with you.
Don't be an idiot. Now, go on. Dan, how are you feeling?
All right.
Drink this now.
Yeah.
There. Better?
Yes. Proper girl's trick. Passing out like that. Oh. The light's going. It's almost dark out.
Daddy!
Does she know about it?
No, she's been asleep herself.
Good. Let's say no more, shall we?
As you please.
Danny!
Well, you'd best go in and dance on Madame Crocodile.
All right. Coming. Well, there you are, mother of mine. What is it your highness is after?
I'm cold. I need my shawl. And bring a can of kerosene for the lamp.
A shawl and some kerosene. No sooner said than done. 1, 2, 3.
What a silly young man. Olivia, is that you?
Yes.
Where are you going with that suitcase?
I thought you were asleep. I didn't want to bother you.
Why are you sneaking off?
Because I'm afraid.
Nonsense.
Is it? Listen to me. I've never known what it is before to be terrified. But when I saw today beginning to end and tonight getting nearer and nearer, I could feel my fingertips getting cold.
You might say goodbye to Dan.
No, I don't want to see him.
Well, who just ran out the door?
My niece. Down for the night, if you please.
For the night?
Yes. And Mr. Lorry gone, and Dora, and Mrs. Terence going home. It'll be just you and me.
Let me put your shawl about you. There. How's that?
Ah, fine. You're a great comfort to me, Danny, a great comfort.
Would you like a nice hot cup of tea now to take the chill off?
Yes.
I'll go out in the kitchen and fix you some. You just close your eyes and don't worry about a thing.
Dora, you ready?
It's me, Dan.
Oh, you've got your coat.
Yes, I'm going over Paley Hill way.
And leaving her here alone?
She'll be all right. I have to see the doctor. I'm still feeling kind of queasy.
I'm ready. Where is his lordship going with us?
Just to the gate. Then I go the other way.
Leaving the old woman?
Oh, she'll scream the place down.
I asked her this minute, and she don't seem to mind. Said she wouldn't hear of my staying. It's not good to argue with her.
Don't we know it?
Ah, you wait on her too much anyway. Well, come along. Oh, it's blowing up a bit.
I'm glad to be going with you, Mrs. Terence. I couldn't walk a step in those woods alone.
Have you got the flashlight?
Right here.
Oh, it's black as pitch in them woods. I'd be frightened to be by myself, I can tell you. Oh, it's a pity you're not coming our way, Dan.
I turn off here. See you in the morning. Toodaloo. Night, Dora. Maybe we can step out one night this week, eh?
If you ask nice like. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I wish people wouldn't just walk out of the house and leave me high and dry. Where are my chocolates now? Oh, there. That Dora's been at them again. What's that? Daddy! Daddy! And oh, Lord. Oh, what is that boy doing in the kitchen? I've got the chickens. Daddy! Good Lord, has he gone and left me too? Oh, Lord, help a poor woman. They've left me. I'm going to be murdered. Daddy! Daddy! Where are you? What's that? Someone's out there. Someone. Oh, Lord, help me, help me. Forgive me my trespasses. Oh. Oh! Oh! Damn me. Daddy.
There, that's all. There now.
Thank God. Oh, thank God you didn't leave me. Oh, my heart.
Here, have a drop of this. Do you good.
I thought...
I am sorry. I am, really. You see, Dora and Mrs. Terence wanted me to see them along the path, past the rubbish pit where they found...
I was all alone. Just an old woman calling for help and no answer.
Poor old Mum.
You're the only one that really understands me, Daddy. I don't have to tell you about my husband. How unkind and ungodly he was. I wouldn't have minded so much him being ungodly, but he was unkind.
Drink some more.
Oh, bless you, Danny.
Now, what would you like? Shall I read you to sleep?
Hush.
What is it?
A sort of thumping noise. Why, Danny, it's your heart beating. Are you all right?
Fine. I've been running along the path, you see. In the dark.
Yes, it is dark.
Yes. It's night now.
Well, it's been a long day, and I'm stiff in the neck from the draft. I think I'll go to bed.
Let me rub your neck a bit. There. Shut your eyes.
Oh, Danny, you're the only one.
There.
What strong hands they are. You're a pet, my little chubby face. My baby face, my Danny. Your hands, they're too tight.
Don't know what to call him. But he's mighty.
Like a rose.
That's done it. A few gallons of kerosene sprinkled about. And in a minute, it'll all be up in smoke. Just strike a match. What's that? You.
I decided to come back. Life is so ordinary, isn't it? Even Mrs. Bramson, dead in her chair, is ordinary.
What did you come back for?
To find you out.
Now you know. She didn't keep any money anywhere else, did she?
I read so much about Eve.
Did she?
I never expected to come across it in real life.
You like it, though, don't you?
I hate you.
No. You feel light as air, same as me. Why? This is my big chance. Money I'm going to have now. And me telling other people what to do. The world's going to hear from me. You wait. Oh, but then, you can't wait.
What do you mean?
When I say I'll never be found out, I mean that no living soul will be able to tell another living soul about me.
You won't?
Oh, yes. That's what I am, see? I make up my mind and do it.
Don't. Stay away from me.
What's that?
What?
That light? Out the window?
I don't see.
It's there. They're watching me. Somebody's watching me. Somebody is watching me. I'm the one that watches. What's that? A sound like a big wall falling over into the sea.
Stop acting at last. You're real. You're frightened.
But everything is slipping away from underneath our feet. Can't you feel it? Starting slow and then hundreds of miles an hour. I'm going backwards. Back to the day I was born. I can see it coming. The day I was born. I'm going to die.
No use to run. What are you doing in this, Miss Grain?
I belong here, and
She did nothing. I'm the fella, see? Anything I run all by myself.
I don't believe you. Let me see your hands, old boy.
Why, sure. Take off these handcuffs. Take them off!
No. Come along quietly. I've a couple of men outside, Miss Crane. I'll send them in. Come along.
Inspector. 1 minute, please.
Well?
Would you mind straightening my tie, Miss Olivia?
All right.
This is the real thing, you know. Acting. That's what you said. Isn't it? You was right. But now, this is the real thing. Got a cigarette?
You are.
You aren't going to believe what she said about helping me.
No. Plenty of women get a bit hysterical about a lad in your position. You'll find them queuing up all right when the time comes. Proposals of marriage by the score.
Oh, they will?
Come along, Dan.
Dan? Oh, yes. I forgot about him. Poor little chap. You know, I'd like something now I never wanted before. A long walk. All by myself. And just when I can't have it. That's contrary, isn't it?
Coming?
Righto. Bye, girl.
Bye, Dan.
Well, I'm going to be hanged. But they'll get their money's worth at the trial. You wait.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Night Must Fall by Emlyn Williams, starring Alfred Drake and Mary Boland with Carmen Matthews. And here again is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
Would you like to join me in congratulating Mr. Drake, Miss Boland, Miss Matthews, and company for giving us such a pleasantly horrifying hour? I hope you'll join us next week when we'll have a fine comedy drama, A Bell for Adano. This is Paul Osborne's Best Plays adaptation of John Hersey's novel, and our leading roles will be played by Arthur Kennedy and Myron McCormick. This is Chapman saying goodbye until next week.
Night Must Fall was transcribed and adapted for radio by George Leopard. Heard in the cast were Richard Newton as Hubert, Mary Michael as Mrs. Terrence, Horace Braham as Inspector Belsize, and Kathleen Cordell as Dora. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Fred Wade. Your announcer is Robert Dent.
Tonight, hear another Radio City Previews on NBC.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents Some Rain Must Fall, starring William Lundigan and Betty Arnold. Jimmy Gleason is your host.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Ever walk through the streets of a big city and notice how many people hurry along, wrapped up in their own thoughts? It leaves you a feeling a big city with millions of people around can sometimes be the loneliest place in the world. Yes, and the reverse of that picture, the most cheerful place in the world is a happy home. There's no word that means so much, so many things to each of us, as the simple word home. It means companionship and love and the kindness of those who love us. It means all the wonderful things of life, the beautiful things that we cherish. Beautiful things like a mother and a father and little children who kneel and offer their simple prayers to Him who gives mankind so many blessings for which to be thankful, among them the blessings of little children. To have peaceful, prayerful, happy homes, that is the purpose to which Family Theater is dedicated. Dedicated with the hope that your home, your family, will enjoy all of God's wonderful blessings.
The rain was over the city that night, the driving, cold rain of October. The wind out of the northeast took the rain, took it and shook it like a wet scourge against the granite and steel of the city. And somewhere in that late October evening, there was a kind of sad sound in the world, as of wasted things, wasted life, and wasted dreams. And a girl walked slowly out of the rain, up the steps, into the old cathedral. And she knelt with the rain still on her face and hair. And suddenly she was weeping. And this is the saddest of all sad sounds, the stifled pain locked in the throat of a girl who weeps in an old cathedral.
Excuse me, miss. I saw you in there, and I waited for you out here on the steps.
Really rained tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. You were crying, miss. I couldn't help noticing you.
Oh, that's nothing. Sometimes I do that.
Cry?
Yes. Is the subway near?
It's not far, a couple of blocks over.
Well, I guess I'd better be going.
No, wait a minute. Please, don't walk away, miss. I just wanted to talk to you.
All right. I have plenty of time anyway. More time than I can use. Why am I talking to you like this?
I asked you to, I guess.
I think you're kind. You're the first person I've met in months like that. Don't ever stop being kind. Now it's time I got started.
Where are you going?
That's what I'd like to find out myself. Where am I going?
Well, you're going somewhere.
Bus terminal. I've slept in a bus terminal the last 2 nights.
Oh, I see.
Maybe you never thought things like that could happen.
Yeah, but a bus terminal.
I can't get a room. That is, with the rent I can afford to pay.
It isn't good to be out and no place to go.
Maybe I can get used to it. You can get used to anything if you try.
I think I could find a place for you.
You? Where?
The house where I stay. Downstairs are Lolly and Kurt. They're friends of mine. You'd like them. They have a little room next to their place that they never use. You stay there.
No.
Oh, I just wanted to help. Now, wait a minute. It isn't much. It's warm. It's out of the rain.
They're strangers. They wouldn't want it. I don't know you, and what do you know about me?
Nothing. That doesn't matter, does it?
Yes. Yes, it does.
You can leave after the rain's over if you want. They'd like to have you. I know Kurt and Lolly. They'll help.
I don't know.
Well, all right. I guess it's going to keep raining. I'd better get along. It's pretty late.
Wait. I think it's going to keep raining, too. I shouldn't be afraid. You've been so kind. Maybe you understand better than most. You could explain to them?
You don't have to worry.
I'll stay with
Lolly and Kurt.
Until the rain's over.
Okay. That's the way it'll be. My name's Jeremy Foster.
Mine's Evie. Evie Morris.
Here, I'll give you my coat to hold over you. It's cold.
But you'll need your...
I don't need a coat. Not now.
The windows are clean, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
My, 3 days is a long time for it to rain steady. I should go. 3 days is too long to impose on someone like this. Maybe it won't stop for a week. Don't worry about it, kid. I'm not worrying, Lolly. I'm not afraid. Not anymore. You've been so kind, letting me use your extra room and talking to me like this. And Jerry. He's so good, Lolly. Yeah, Jerry's a good boy, Evie. You say he's a writer?
Oh, he does stories and poems.
Uh-huh.
Things that don't sell. If he didn't have that janitor's job he's got, he'd starve to death.
I see.
Well, I guess I gotta start cleaning.
I'm sort of in the way here.
Oh, don't say that. I like people around.
Jerry said he'd look, try to find something for me to do. I'd have to work, Lolly.
Jerry's getting used to having you here. He'd want you to stay. Him coming down to talk to you every day is the most we've seen of him in a long time. Don't go. Right away, Evie.
Evie, where are you going?
I can't stay any longer, Jerry. You've been very kind, but
It's still raining.
Well, I hate to impose, Jerry. I think I should try to find some work in some other place to stay.
We'll find something when the rain's over, Evie. And you aren't imposing. Don't think about that. Lolly likes you. She'd want you to stay, and... Well, I guess I do, too.
Thank you, Jerry. You know, I've been thinking about how hard you work. Up there in your room all day writing, and at that office building cleaning.
Well, someday I won't have to work at the office building. Someday someone will like what I write.
That'll mean a lot to you, won't it, Jerry?
Life, Evie. And all the grand things you can do when you know you're on the way up. When you know you're saying something worthwhile. It makes a difference.
It'll come soon. The stories you write, the poems. There must be someone who wants beautiful things like that. Why don't you write a book?
No.
Write a book, Jerry.
Look, Evie, you've got to be good to write a book.
You can do it. Just put it together in the right way.
Well, maybe I will. Someday. What time is it?
I think it's about 11.
I guess I should go. I wanted to see about getting half a day's work.
Do you think you will?
Well, I asked Mr. Denton. He said he thought so.
You look so tired, Jerry. You're doing too much. All morning now you've been writing, and I'll bet you were at it late last night.
Yes, Evie, but I'm thinking now about a new story. Maybe a long story about rain and a girl and a cathedral.
Oh, Jerry, that's just like us.
Evie.
Yes?
Will you be here when I come back?
I should go. I don't like to pose on you.
Evie, when I come back.
Yes, I'll be here, Jerry.
Howdy, Evie. Come on in, kid.
Hello, Lolly. I don't want to bother you if you're working.
Oh, it's nothing important, honey. Just letting out an old rag of mine. Got to make it last a little longer. Ought to be washing. It's a nice day.
Yes, it's nice today. The sun's out.
Mm-hmm. Getting along all right?
Fine, just fine, Lolly. Only I was wondering, do you think if I asked Mrs. Meacham, would there be any chance of getting something for new curtains?
Curtains? For that little closet you're living in?
No, Lolly, for upstairs in Jerry's room.
Oh.
I thought if I could get something, fix it up a little.
Yeah, that's an idea.
And maybe a table, a little one to put a flower on.
A flower? Here?
I mean, a pot with a plant in it and flowers on it.
Oh.
It'd be nice by his window. It gets lots of sun.
When the sun shines.
Yeah, I guess it would be kind of silly. Mrs. Meacham doesn't know me. Maybe she wouldn't like it.
Mrs. Meacham wants permanent people here. She'll keep them if she gets them, even if it does mean a little table and a couple of curtains. Jerry's permanent. Been here 3 years.
Well, do you think she will, then? Shall I ask her?
No, you leave her to me. There are ways of getting around Mrs. Meacham. We'll get your table and curtains.
Oh, if only you could, Lolly.
What about the flower? That plant for the table?
I'll get it. I'll get it somehow. Do you think Jerry will like it, Lolly?
Oh, sure, kid. He'll like it.
I was afraid changing things around like this, putting up new curtains and all, might make him...
Oh, I've lived in this house since before Jerry came here. Kurt and I know him real well. He don't get mad. Not at anything.
I wanted to make it nice.
Where's your flower?
Well, I haven't got it yet.
Pot's no good without a flower, is it?
They cost quite a lot.
I suppose so. Well, you did a good job, Evie. Considering what you had to work with. Hard to do much with an old room.
It was fun.
You're beginning to fall for Jerry.
Oh, Lolly, don't be silly.
I'm not. But I think I know love when I see it. 6 weeks and you're in love with the guy.
Oh, no, I'm not.
You stayed, didn't you?
Well, I didn't know where else to go, Lolly. And you've been so kind to me. You and Kurt and Jerry.
Jerry wanted you to stay, and then you found out that you wanted to stay.
Yes. I knew it one day. The day it stopped raining.
Was he glad?
I think so. He must have been, Lolly. He laughed and he said, "The sun's out, Evie. The sun's out. Let's go down to an old cathedral."
You're good for him, Evie.
For Jerry.
He needs you now more than his writing, even. Remember what I said. Don't go away. Yeah, he'll like the way you fix things, Evie.
It's wonderful, Evie, wonderful. I thought I'd done all there was to do to it, but I guess I didn't know.
I'm glad you like it, Jerry.
Oh, I do, Evie, I do. It's funny what you can do with one room, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Only it isn't finished yet. There should be a flower for the little table by the window.
A flower for the inside?
With the sun coming in on it.
Yeah. Something you can take care of and see growing every day when you put water on it. Getting tall in the sun and then...
And full of color for a while.
Yeah. Green. Cool, soft green with touches of flame in it. What kind of a flower, Evie?
I don't know, Jerry. But it would be nice.
Yeah. It'd be nice to watch it grow beautiful in the sun. Hello, Evie. I didn't know you'd be waiting out here. It's kind of late.
It's nice and quiet out here on the porch.
Uh-huh. Cool, too.
I was waiting for you, Jerry.
Is something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. I wanted to see you and talk for a minute.
Well, it's pretty late.
But it's real nice out tonight, isn't it? I've been sitting here watching the streetlight on the corner.
And dreaming?
A little. Remembering mostly. About the rain and about cathedrals.
That was a long time ago.
I saw you walking up the street. You were just a tall shadow. I could tell it was you from the way you held your head and walked like you were glad about something.
I am. I was going to show this to you in the morning, but I want you to see it now. Here.
Oh, Jerry, the flower.
I'll turn the porch light on
Oh,
so
no,
you can
no,
see.
I can see it. I can see how beautiful it is.
I looked all over for it.
What kind is it?
I didn't even ask. But it made me think of the sky and stars at night. I thought of a name for it. On the way home, I called it Star Rover. And the leaves, they're the darkest green I've ever seen. And it's got flowers on it already.
I know I can see them. Oh, Jerry, your room's finished now. It's got everything.
Yeah, it's got everything now.
Jerry? You don't talk about your writing anymore.
Oh, I don't know, Evie. I'm discouraged about the story.
The story about the rain? And the girl in the cathedral?
Yeah, I don't know what happens to them.
Maybe they fall in love.
Yes. Only they don't know it for quite a while, huh? They don't talk about it until...
Until one night. And the girl waits for him and they talk.
And he's been a dreamer, while she'd gone through the sufferings that make people practical. And when they talked, the mist drifted away and his dreams became real.
And she forgot all the dark, ugly things of the past. And she knew they were gone forever.
And the boy knew he'd never be lonely again. He knew there'd be something besides words now to fill the emptiness around him.
They talked in the darkness. And suddenly the girl said, I love you.
Evie.
I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
Do you know what the boy said then?
What?
He said, Evie, honey, I wanted to hear you say it. I wanted to talk about it, but I couldn't find the words, and I was afraid. I kept thinking maybe I wouldn't know how to take care of you. I didn't want to hurt you. I didn't want to make you unhappy. I'd like to give you a home and everything, Evie. But I'm not even a second-rate hack writer. I'd like to build a cathedral, and I get nothing but pasteboard bungalows.
Jerry?
Yeah.
Jerry, I'll take a pasteboard bungalow.
Tired, kid?
Just a little, Lolly.
Mm-hmm. You're not scared, are you? Jerry will be happy about it.
But maybe it'll be trouble for him, Lolly. His job's only half a day, and he works so hard.
If I know Jerry, he'll be glad. And why not? You both like kids? Sure, he'll be glad.
He'll want to quit writing and work all day full time because he'll think he should.
Look, if a man wants to write, he'll write, no matter how much other work he does. Now, don't worry about it.
Well, he's worried now because he doesn't know how the story should finish, but I know he's got to keep on with it.
Sure, honey, he'll keep on with it.
I'll have to buy things. It'll take a lot.
There'll be a time later on to worry.
Yes, I suppose I'm silly to think about it now.
Sure. There's lots of time. And God always takes care of things.
Jerry, why don't you rest? You've been writing for hours.
Well, I want to try and get this story finished, Evie.
How's it coming now?
I don't know.
You haven't told me much about it, Jerry.
Well, sometimes when I'm writing, it seems as though I hear... Oh,
What, Jerry?
well, as though I hear music.
Real music? Outside somewhere?
No, I know it sounds crazy, but it's here in the room.
Yes.
And I sit here watching the shadows on the ceiling, watching and thinking.
About the boy and the girl in the cathedral.
Yeah, about the boy and the girl and the baby.
Go on, Jerry. It's beautiful.
For him, it used to be an empty room with not a sound in it. And then she came. There was a violin playing somewhere at night. He could hear it like it was soft in the distance, coming from downstairs where she was sleeping. But it was far away and lost.
I did that, Jerry.
He loved her then. I guess that was it.
I didn't know it was like that, Jerry.
And then they were married, and he kept hearing it. But it had changed. It was all strings and reeds. Sweet, soft music, making a strange kind of beauty.
And then?
Well, then, the boy and the girl and the baby. Glorious music. Deep and soft and sweet, like an organ in a cathedral. And it isn't far away or lost. And he hears it like it was a flood inside, tight up against his throat. And he wants it to go on and on because it's never happened to him before. And he's afraid it'll go away. And he doesn't want it to go away. Oh, Evie, it's no use trying. I've got to get a job.
No, Jerry.
I've got to have things ready.
Your work, Jerry, our book.
I don't know if I can ever finish it. Right now, nothing is as important to me as my family.
Oh, Jerry, I didn't want it that way. I didn't want you to think that way. Jerry?
Yeah.
You're soaking wet.
Yeah, I know it. I'll change. Rained pretty steady all day.
I knew you'd stay out in it, and you shouldn't have, Jerry. You'll take sick.
I've got to find something, Evie.
Did you, Jerry? Did you find something?
No, I'm not experienced at anything.
Oh, Jerry, you got a cold being out in the rain all day like that.
No, it's all right, Evie.
Your forehead's worn, too.
Evie.
Yes, Jerry.
Evie, the star rover. The flower I brought to you. What's happened to it?
I don't know. It was all bright and green a couple of days ago. The sun was shining on it.
It looks sick now. Did you water it?
Every day, Jerry. But it has to have sun. It won't grow nice if it doesn't have sun.
Is it sick, Evie? Is it dying?
Oh, no, dear, it can't be sick. It'll be all right when it stops raining.
Yeah, when it stops raining.
Please, Jerry, not the book now. It'll wait. Don't start on it now.
It's nearly finished.
I know, dear, but tonight, maybe. You can work on it tonight, after you get warm again.
All right. I was just looking at it.
It's going to be a beautiful book.
Yeah. A big one, too. If it's ever finished.
Jerry?
Yeah?
It's late, dear. It's after midnight.
It is? Oh, I didn't know it.
Tomorrow. Let it go till tomorrow.
I can't. It's got to be finished.
Jerry, what's the matter? What happened to you?
Nothing.
What can I do? Jerry, what can I do?
I can't breathe. Evie, help. I can't breathe.
The doctor wants you to go in now, Evie.
Jerry's been that way so long, Lolly. Hours just lying there, not saying anything. But he's fighting. He's fighting, Lolly. He wants to stay.
Jerry's critical sick, Evie.
He's dying, Lolly. I know it, I know it.
Evie, kid, don't say that.
Jerry's been so good, Lolly. Surely God knows that. He can see, he'll listen. He wants Jerry to live.
Evie, listen to me. The doctor says Jerry's reaching a crisis, and you want to be with him.
I've got to be with him, Lolly.
He won't be able to see you. Maybe he can't hear you neither, but you got to make him know you're there. He's got to know you're with him, wanting him to get well. It'll help him, Evie.
Yes, I'll try. Jerry, I'll try.
Oh, don't cry, honey. You can't let him feel you're afraid. Everything's just like it was. Talk about something. Get to him somehow.
He's good, Lolly. He's done so much. He said he hoped the baby'd be a boy.
Talk about the baby, Evie. Everything has to do with the baby. He'll hear you.
I'll make him hear, Lolly. I've got to make him hear.
It's no use, Evie. Evie, I'm on the way out. You need the sun.
The sun's out again, Jerry.
It's cold. I know. It's cold.
Jerry, listen to me. It isn't cold anymore. There's music in the room. You heard it, remember? Try to remember. It was warm music. It made the room warm.
Music?
Oh, you heard. Oh, Jerry, you heard. Yes, darling, it was warm music. It was soft and deep, like an organ in a cathedral. You said it was like that, Jerry.
A violin, strings, and reeds. It was like...
An organ, Jerry. Don't you remember, darling? Our room was a cathedral. It's in the room, Jerry. It's here. It's warm music. I can hear it, too. We can hear it together now. Oh, Jerry. Jerry.
Oh. Evie.
Yes. Yes, Jerry.
I'm all right. Don't cry, honey.
Oh.
Evie.
Yes, darling.
Evie, I can finish that book.
Yes, of course, darling.
Evie, I can see it now.
The story about the boy and the girl.
Yeah, of course. Evie, it's our life, yours and mine and the baby's. I can see people like us, millions of them. And the men and women and children laughing and crying, hungering for something. Reaching for something, reaching out of their fevers and out of their sickness and weakness and loneliness, but reaching always out and up for something beyond the stars.
It will be the world's most beautiful book.
We could never grow without the rain, Evie. Without the rain and pain.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, thank you, God. The sun is out again.
You know, like the people in tonight's play, we all pass through seasons of trial and suffering, seasons when some rain must fall. But most of us can gladly say that the joyful days outnumber the sorrowful. Yes, and we're always glad to remember the kindness, the thoughtfulness of those who help us over the rough spots. Why, when you think about it for a moment, you begin to see that the rain and the pain are all part of a wonderful plan. A plan that brings out the strength and goodness, the kindness and courage in the world and in us. Yes, and a happy family is part of God's plan. A plan that means a family living together in understanding and affection. A family where everyone is doing a little to make everyone else happy. That's the way it should be. The way it can be with God's help. So ask God for his help. Pray together as a family, and you'll be together in love and understanding. Because a family that prays together stays together. Before saying goodnight, I'd like to thank William Lundigan for his performance as Jerry, Betty Arnold for the portrayal of Evie, and Ann Morrison for her performance as Lolly. Our thanks also to Jonathan Goodhue for writing tonight's play, and to Max Terror for his music. Mel Williamson directed, and John Ryder produced the program. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be Brenda Marshall and William Holden in Song for a Long Road. Your host will be Gene Lockhart. This is Jimmy Gleason saying good night, and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theater broadcast is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by the actors and technicians of the motion picture and radio industries. This program is heard overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Services. Dick Wynn speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Yeah, what a mess. Dust everywhere. What will Robert think of us, Charles? You know how particular he is and how he notices everything. It won't take him many minutes to see that the house is really disgustingly dirty. Oh, I should have liked him to come back and find the place spick and span, instead of which you'll see it simply crumbling with decay.
Oh, nonsense, Margaret.
Look at that hole in the landing. You might have broken your leg last night. That's dry rot. I suppose the whole house is riddled with it. When one thinks what the place was like that last summer before they went to Africa and what it is now, it'll be a shock to him, Charles.
Why? Everybody knows how things have changed in the last 5 years.
Well, I was looking at my hands this morning. Hideous lumps. Can't get any of my rings on. Robert will just have to understand that I'm practically a scullery maid nowadays.
All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small.
Nurse.
All things wise and wonderful.
Nurse.
The Lord God made them all.
You see, I've offended her somehow, so she simply ignores me. And I have to try and run this enormous house with an idiot like that. It's really impossible. Why we keep her, and every day she seems to get deafer and more obstinate. I shout at her till I'm hoarse, and she simply ignores me and starts singing hymns. What's the matter with the fire, dear?
It won't burn.
Well, you must dry the wood. I've told you that.
I did dry it. What with collecting it and chopping it and drying it, it's a day's work to have a fire in the house.
Really, when one thinks of the drudgery, simply to keep alive, we might as well be living in the Middle Ages. Oh, for heaven's sake, leave it. It's not cold.
It's October. We usually start in October.
October. Horrid mournful month. Such a lot of squirrels, you see, her pretty little creatures. But at least we might have cleaned the window, though heaven knows nobody wants to see the garden now. Oh, I wish Harry wouldn't do that so close to the house. He'll shoot one of us someday. He's not fit to be trusted with a gun. It's really too dangerous at his age.
He's coming up the drive. He's got a pigeon.
I dare say. And who's going to pluck it? I suppose if I ask him to be a little more punctual and tidy while Robert and Elizabeth are here, he'll just tell me I'm fussy.
Lady, what am I to do with this?
Listen to her shouting like a mad thing. It's worse than having a child in the house to look after.
Milady! Yes, nurse, I'm coming. Of course, she's entirely forgotten what I told her to do. I get so tired of explaining, and then having to do it myself.
Mrs.
I'm coming, nurse.
See my pigeon, Charles? Let no one say I'm not useful about the house. Here's our dinner. Where's Margaret?
She's upstairs, getting the room ready.
Oh, quite brisk out. I suggest a fire. They'll feel the cold coming from Nyasaland.
The damn thing won't burn.
You want to dry the wood, my dear fellow. Fancy seeing Robert again. How long is it?
About 5 years.
Well, it'll be great fun. If we could get hold of that young scamp, Frank, the party would be complete. Both the prodigal sons home again.
I think Margaret will have all she can manage without Frank.
Oh, poor old Margaret. Bless my soul, what does it matter? Let them all come, I say. But she worries too much, that's her trouble. In my opinion, we should all lead the simple life. Bread and cheese and eggs and things like that. But Margaret worries. She becomes apoplectic over trifles. You must have noticed it yourself.
Yes.
Incidentally, did you see who died last night? Peacefully at his home at Braceridge?
What? Not Piggy Payton?
Yes, Piggy. Oh, I can't help laughing, Charles, when I remember how he used to boast of his cold bath and his beastly exercise. Only 78, too. Younger than me. I must get Margaret to put some buttons on these trousers. Margaret!
She's upstairs.
Oh, well, she can do it later. I must go and get the weather book.
Charles!
Yes?
Did you remember to see Mrs. Timms yesterday?
Yes, she can't come. She's got rheumatism.
Oh, how hopeless they are, these people. Didn't you tell her that our son and his wife were coming home from Africa?
Yes, I did, dear. I did.
Oh, I suppose I must go down on my knees and scrub the floors myself.
No, my dear. Leave the floors.
I can't leave the floors, Charles. We can't live in a pigsty. Oh, look, how disgusting.
It's only Harry's pigeon.
Well, I suppose I should be grateful he didn't put it on the sofa. He never thinks how much extra work his untidiness means. He just behaves as if we had a dozen servants in the house, all ready to clear up after him.
Max 51, Min 44. Max 51.
Harry, is that the place for a pigeon?
Oh. Sorry, Margaret, I just forgot.
Harry, dear, while Robert and his wife are here, I must ask you to try and be a little more punctual and tidy. You see, forgetfulness gives me so much more work to do, Harry. And as it is, I really don't know how I'm going to get through it. So you will try, dear, won't you?
Oh, my dear, of course. And if you want me to do anything, just say the word. Any drawing of water or hewing of wood, why, count on me, my dear. What did I say the maximum was? I thought it was 54.
51.
Are you sure? I thought it was 54.
Nurse, take that pigeon to the larder, please. Eh? That pigeon, take it to the larder.
You know I don't like touching feathers, milady.
Oh, nurse, don't be such a damned old fool.
And don't you call me names, Mr. Harry, please.
Well, you are a damned old fool. Don't like touching feathers, indeed. Here, take it.
Oh, no, I can't touch it, Mr. Harry. I should faint dead on the floor.
Nonsense, you silly old woman. Here.
Oh, Mr. Harry, don't, Mr. Harry.
Oh, Harry, dear, for goodness sake.
Just a poor, harmless little birdie.
Oh, no, don't let him. Oh, Mr. Harry, don't.
Harry, don't.
No.
Oh. Is one to do? How can I get through all the housework with a lunatic like that to help me? Really, Charles, this house, it makes me feel quite desperate.
Well, dear, you mustn't worry.
That's all anyone ever says to me, you mustn't worry. How would we eat? How would anything ever get done unless I worried? Nobody realizes what it means to try and run a huge barracks of a house like this and keep it reasonably tidy and clean. Nobody understands. Endless work, with shoutings at nurse, petty little annoyances. You know, I feel quite worn out with it.
My dear, please.
Poor old nurse. She gets crazier every day like the rest of us. No. Where did I put my weather book? You're sure it was 51?
Yes.
Max 51. Min 44. Rain nil. Wind, So, west, fine. Well, why do I keep this book, eh? I mean, what on earthly interest is it to anyone?
I suppose one could look up the weather last year and compare it, so to speak.
Yeah, that's true. Anyone didn't do this, one would have to do something else. Have I met Robert's wife?
Of course you have. Don't you remember?
What's she like?
Quiet, a widow with a child about 10. Well, it'll be 15 by now.
We must have some photographs somewhere. Oh, yes, here we are. All the family albums. Now, what's this? Winton, 1904. Oh, too early. Oh, I say, look, Charles. Robert's christening. Oh, I remember it as clear as if it were yesterday. Look at Margaret. She's simply radiant, simply beautiful. Oh, she ought to see this. Margaret!
Oh, better leave her alone. She's busy.
Oh, damn it, she's always busy. I say, what a party that was, eh? Champagne and all the fun in the world. And you and I and Ronnie Fraser went out and shot the snipe bog before breakfast. And there was ice on it, do you remember? And we went plunging into it, damn near frozen to death, and the snipe were whistling about all round us, and the sun coming up in the frosty air, and the grasses white. Beautiful, beautiful morning. 100 years ago. Good God, what's that?
Well, that must be Robert and Elizabeth.
Oh, they're confoundedly early. Here, I'm not ready. My trousers, Charles.
Charles!
I'd better change, eh? What do you think?
Charles!
Coming, dear. Yes, you'd better change, Harry. Go along.
Yes.
Mother, darling. Father, how are you? It's been a long time.
At last, darling.
Come in.
I can hardly believe you're here at last. How we've longed, how we've thought of this homecoming. And Elizabeth. And Felicity. Why, she's grown up.
Yes, isn't she huge?
Such a pretty girl. And so like somebody. Who's it? It'll come to me presently.
Come in. Here, give me that. I'll see to that.
Oh, this lovely old house. I've been so looking forward to seeing it again.
Our poor old house. Well, it's got so terribly shabby. We feel simply ashamed of ourselves, Elizabeth. But what can we do?
Father, leave the luggage. I'll look after that.
All right.
Oh, it's a beautiful house.
Oh, the size of the place, Elizabeth. The size of it.
Where's Uncle Harry?
Oh, goodness knows. Poor Harry. He's got very old, I'm afraid, and so absent-minded. All day long I have to be behind him. Harry, dear, it's tea time. Harry, don't forget your medicine. Harry, you've never changed your shirt, and so on and so on. It's just like looking after a child. When one's trying to cook and clean and the housekeeping, it's so wearing, so tiring.
Where is he? Where's my baby boy? Master Robert.
Well, there now. Oh, come and give Nursey a kiss, lovey.
Hello, nurse. Are you?
Oh, isn't he splendid, milady? Oh, what a man. And quite fat, too. Quite a chubby. He was always the chubby one. And Master Frank was thin. And Master Frank used to call him Little Butter Tub. And then they'd have such fights. Oh, Lord, bless my soul. Have you forgotten Mrs. Robert, nurse?
Mrs. Robert? Why, of course not. The very idea.
I remember you, nurse.
Welcome to Winton, Mrs. Robert. Welcome and Godspeed.
Thank you, nurse.
Listen to her.
I'm an old woman, and I say just whatever comes into me head at the time, dearie. I shall be 78 next April.
She's 83 now.
This is my daughter Felicity, nurse. Do you remember?
But, saints alive, it's Mrs. Harry. It's Mrs. Harry Denham, the spit and image of her the day she came to this house. 45 years ago. Milady, look.
You know, there is a likeness. It's quite extraordinary.
How strange.
It's what I've always said. It's reincarnation. That's what accounts for it. When we die, we all get born again and come back to earth as children. And so we all go round and round forever until the day of judgment. Ah, and have you come all the way from Africa, dearie?
Yes, nurse.
Oh, imagine it. No wonder you look tired. I'll go right away and make you a nice cup of cocoa.
Oh, please don't bother, nurse. I'm not a bit tired.
You can't stop her, my dear. She makes cocoa all day long. She sings hymns and makes cocoa till I nearly go off my head. But what can one do? She's a faithful old soul.
Yes, but she can't be much help to you. Really, it's about time the old thing was pensioned off, Mother. Now, if you had one really efficient cook-housekeeper...
My dear boy, it's out of the question. Who'll come to a huge old-fashioned place like this, miles out in the country, to look after 3 old dodderers like us?
Ah, well, now we come to the root of the matter, Mother. It's this house. The fact is, of course, it's simply absurd you're trying to keep this place any longer. Elizabeth and I both agreed about that. It's sheer drudgery for you.
Of course, it's a lovely place.
Oh, it was.
Oh, don't, Robert. It breaks my heart to see it gradually falling to wreck and ruin. Everything rusts or rots for want of paint. The roof leaks. There's dry rot in the staircase. And only yesterday a window on the 2nd floor fell right out of its hinges when I went to open it. And look at my garden. A wilderness. Nettles and creepers and convolvulus wherever you look. And everything choked and swamped and overgrown with weeds. Desolation. Before the war, we could afford to pay a gardener, but now the stupidest oaf asks £300 a year. I mean, a man not fit to plant cabbages. What can one do?
Yes, from what little I've seen of England since we've been home, I'm simply horrified at the state of things. Money appears to have no value. The working class think of nothing but working a 5-day week for ridiculous wages. How long the country will be able to afford it, I don't know.
Sorry about that wretched fire. The damn wood won't burn.
Wouldn't you like to come up and see your room, Elizabeth?
Yes, thank you.
I only hope you won't be too uncomfortable. I put Felicity next door to you.
Yes, you go up, dear, while I have a chat with Father.
All right. Once upon a time, Elizabeth, your room used to have the nicest view in the house, looking right down the avenue and across to the lake. But now you can barely see the lake for the briars and rhododendrons.
Well, Father, how's everything? What news?
Oh, much the same, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, your mother and I aren't getting any younger, but there it is. We get along somehow. Sit down there by the fire. Not that there's much warmth to it.
Yes. But I must say the old place is looking a bit the worse for wear. I had no idea things had got quite so out of hand. Why, you can hardly get up the drive.
Things have changed in the last 5 years.
And the fact is that this house is far too big for you, Father. It's really becoming impossible.
Yeah. Have a cigarette. There's a box somewhere.
Oh, no, thanks. After all, these places are simply anachronisms nowadays. Nobody can possibly afford to keep them up. A house like this is simply a millstone round one's neck.
True.
Elizabeth and I have been very worried by Mother's letters.
Letters? What letters?
Well, the letters we used to get in Africa. I think perhaps you don't quite realize what a strain this place is on her. How tired she feels of the perpetual housework. And then think of the situation here. 2 miles from a tiny village, no car. The nearest doctor 6 miles away. Why, you can't even leave the place. Why, I don't suppose you see a friend from one year's end to the next.
We do live pretty quietly, but then at our age we don't want a social life anymore. In the afternoon we generally sleep. Sometimes we all 3 go to sleep like this in a chair.
Joyful and triumphant, come ye to Bethlehem. Cocoa, my lady, cocoa, cocoa.
All right, nurse.
Now drink it while it's hot, or it loses its value. Sing choirs of angels, singing angels.
Poor old nurse, mad as a coot.
And that's another thing, Father. Old Nurse is a charity that you can hardly afford.
No, I suppose we can't.
Perhaps while you're here, it's rather difficult to get rid of her. But if you decided to leave this place and take something smaller and more convenient, well, that would be a good opportunity.
Leave this place? You mean sell it?
Yes. And as it happens, I think I've got a buyer for it. A friend of mine in Whitehall was telling me that the Ministry of Agriculture are looking for a big place in this part of the world to turn into a kind of technical college for young farmers.
Good Lord.
He was extremely interested when I told him about this place. Extremely interested. As a matter of fact, it's a chance in 1,000, Father. Seems to me absolutely providential. They'd give you a fair price and take the whole thing off your hands, lock, stock, and barrel.
They would, eh?
After all, it doesn't really matter to you what the place becomes, does it? It doesn't do to be stupidly sentimental about these things. And actually, I'm absolutely convinced that You'd all three be much, much happier in a small house in Salisbury or Cheltenham or Bath.
I don't like Bath.
Well, I just said Bath anywhere, of course.
One always seems to be walking uphill in Bath.
Well, don't go there then. I just mentioned it as a possibility.
I see. Cup of cocoa?
No, thank you.
We've rather got into the cocoa habit. Nurse likes making it, so we drink it.
I hope you don't think I'm interfering, Father.
Oh, good gracious, no.
Perhaps I'm quite wrong in thinking that you're not entirely happy here. If I am, please say so. But the impression I got from Mother's letters was that you all felt the house was far too big for you. Now just think how much better off you'd be in a small, labor-saving place on the outskirts of some pleasant town.
Outskirts? Why the outskirts?
Well, right in the middle, if you like, of course.
You said outskirts.
And I need hardly tell you that the kitchen is right at the other end of the house. The miles one walks in this house. Often at the end of the day, my ankles are so swollen and my feet so sore, I can hardly hobble upstairs to bed.
Yes, it's dreadful.
Time and again I ask myself, what pleasure is there in such a life? I mean, what's the point of it all?
Have some cocoa, Elizabeth?
No, thank you, Father.
I must say I entirely agree with Mother. And if you'll only let me, I think I can sell this house for you almost immediately.
My dear boy, who would buy such a hopeless white elephant?
Oh, but I've just been telling Father. The Ministry of Agriculture are extremely interested. All I need to do is to put a call through to London, and they'll send a man down to look over it at once.
Robert, really?
Yes, of course. If you'll say the word, I'll do the rest. If you'll let me take charge, I'll guarantee to have you settled in a comfortable little house by Christmas.
Oh, Robert, if only you could. We need help so badly.
Naturally, I didn't expect that you'd make the effort to move without help. One gets into a rut.
One does. How well you understand, dear. Oh, what a relief it'd be. What a joy. Charles, do you hear?
Yes. We must have a serious talk about it. Of course, there are various considerations.
Naturally, but...
He means Harry. What would Harry say?
I hardly see why Uncle Harry should raise any objections, after
Didn't
all.
his wife die here?
Yes, that's quite right. Nearly 40 years ago.
Wasn't she quite young?
25.
So beautiful. So beautiful. I remember her skating here one Christmas just a month before she died. She wore a red dress with a white fur muff and a white fur cap. She skated so gracefully, and we all laughed at Harry because he couldn't catch her. I remember him standing in the middle of the lake, quite exhausted, and shouting, "Penny, you witch, come here, come here."
Yes, he always called her Penny.
Poor Penelope. I never passed the lake without thinking of her.
Yes. All the same, one has to be reasonable.
I'm sure your father and mother will want to talk it over quietly by themselves, Robert.
Well, naturally. That's obvious, Elizabeth.
In the meantime, let's talk of something more amusing than our domestic worries. How was Nyasaland when you left?
Yes, I've been longing to hear all about your work, dear. No cocoa, Elizabeth?
No, thank you.
I ask you to look at the amount of cocoa that idiot nurses made, about 2 gallons. It's waste.
Charles, I say, Charles, the most extraordinary
Do
thing.
be careful, Harry. I told you not to run downstairs, dear. He's so impulsive, Elizabeth.
No, I'm not. You're always fussing, Margaret. So you're Robert's wife, are you? Well, how are you? To be absolutely candid, I shouldn't have known you from Adam.
Have I changed so much?
No, you haven't, my dear, but I have. The memory, atrophied. We're all abominably old, you know. No use for anything. But Robert's aged a bit, hasn't he? Silver threads among the gold, eh? He's changed a bit from these photographs. Look, here he is, aged 2 months or thereabouts. And that handsome gentleman is me. And look, there's Charles with his beautiful moustache, and Margaret looking simply wonderful.
How lovely.
Isn't it? Taken at the church door after the christening. Look, Margaret, do you remember?
Harry, dear, you know how I hate old photographs. Do put them away.
Hate them? Oh, my dear, don't be ridiculous.
Well, I do hate them. They remind me of the good days that are gone, when one was young and happy and without cares. And the less I think about them, the better. They only make me want to cry.
No, my dear, no.
Do put them away.
Yeah, gosh, that's as you say, my dear.
By the way, Frank told me he was trying to get down for a few days.
Frank, you, how splendid.
Oh, I do hope he can come.
We haven't seen him for weeks.
What's the rascal up to these days?
I gathered he was a personal assistant to some company director.
Another job, eh? How the devil you managed to produce two sons as different as Robert and Frank, I'm damned if I know, Margaret. Here's old Robert, never lifts his nose from the grindstone, the backbone of the colonial service and all the rest of it. And Frankie, the scoundrel who never holds any job for a couple of years.
That's not quite fair, Harry. Frank's been very unlucky.
Unlucky? Of course, he can't do wrong in your eyes. Doesn't he know it, too?
Oh, if only he'd married the right sort of woman.
Ah, but the right sort of woman would have had more sense than to marry him. The eternal butterfly. That's Frankie. Shh, shh, shh. Listen.
What is it?
I keep hearing noises.
Oh, you know what it is, dear. Blood pressure. You must be more particular about your medicine.
You see? Well, that's the state I've got into now. I hear noises that aren't there. It's a sort of amiable lunatic. I ought to be in a home.
Nonsense, dear.
Oh, it's a nice thing, I can tell you, to walk about hearing noises.
Oh, let's all have a glass of sherry.
Oh, yes, we must celebrate the homecoming.
Not me. Bad for me.
Oh, one glass, dear.
Well, if you're not all frightened that I shall start having hallucinations, you'd better pour it for me, Charles. Now, when I was Robert's age... How old are you, Robert?
43, eh?
43. Well, when I was 43, What were we talking about?
Sherry, Elizabeth?
Thank you, Father.
Margaret? Harry? Well, Robert, Elizabeth, here's welcoming you home.
Indeed, yes.
And here is a satisfactory solution to all your troubles.
Our troubles? What troubles?
Felicity! Is she upstairs? Come along, dear. Sherry.
Here I am.
Penny.
Harry. Robert, hold him.
All right, Mother.
He's fainted.
What's
Harry.
the matter with him?
It's Felicity. We should have warned him. She does look so like Penelope. It's all right, Harry, dear. It's only Robert's gal. It's only Felicity. Oh, what a joy to have someone quick and sensible in the kitchen instead of that old fool nurse. All the washing up done in 20 minutes.
Oh, saucepans again.
Now, what did you all like to do?
There's so much to do. Such an embarrassing choice of different entertainments. Let's all go into the garden and look at the weeds.
You know you have a rest in the afternoon, dear.
Oh, for a man of my age to rest is simply ridiculous. Damn it, I'll be resting for good and all before long.
Oh, don't, dear.
No, I'm going to take my grandniece by marriage round the garden. You'd like to see the garden, wouldn't you?
Very much, Uncle Harry.
Good girl. You come along, Frank, you lazy rascal.
All right.
Now, don't get too tired, Harry, or you won't sleep.
All right, my dear. I'm not made of cotton wool. If the boat hasn't rotted away altogether, Felicity, we'll make your wretched Uncle Frank row us round and round the lake.
What are we to do with him? He's so excited, and tonight, you know, he'll be tossing and turning and swallowing sleeping draughts, and then he'll be impossibly bad-tempered in the morning.
But he's so amusing, and he has such a wonderful spirit.
Yes, but...
A bit of a trial to live with, I imagine. These amusing people usually are, in my experience.
Oh, if I could tell you how weary he makes me some days. Charles, dear, do go to sleep if you want to. I'm sure Elizabeth won't mind.
I don't want to go to sleep. What's going on?
Nothing, dear.
Oh, that's good. Oh.
Of course, Frank and Harry adore each other. Two of a kind, you know. I suppose Frankie hasn't talked to you about his new job, has he, Robert?
Only casually. I gather he's a kind of private secretary to the director. He didn't seem to think it was likely to be permanent.
Poor Frankie. He doesn't seem to be able to find anything satisfactory. It's so worrying.
Oh, my dear mother, the fact is that Frank simply won't settle and work.
Well, how can you blame him? He did so wonderfully well in the war, Robert.
The war was 20 years ago, Mother. Really, to drag the war into it.
It seems terribly hard to chain an adventurous spirit to an office stool.
I'm afraid there's a great deal of sentimental nonsense talked about adventurous spirits and office stools. Naturally, nobody likes hard work. I really have very little patience with it.
Look at Charles, sleeping like a child. I haven't the heart to wake him, but he promised to get me a bag of flour in the village.
Oh, I'll run down in the car.
Oh, will you, dear? Oh, that would be kind. So dreadful to have to make use of you when you're here on holiday, but what can we do?
As if it matters.
The more I think of it, the more convinced I am that you must leave this place. I'll have another talk with Father and Uncle Harry.
Oh, no, not Harry, dear. Let me speak to Harry. One must be careful and tactful.
Yes, all right, Mother, but I would like to get some kind of decision as soon as possible. We don't want to miss the chance of a good sale, simply by being tactful.
Of course, dear. I'll speak to him today, while he's in a good mood. Now, I'll just go and get ready, shall I? I hope you both like fish pie, by the way.
Lovely.
Oh, yes, very much.
Harry's so fond of it, I try to make it whenever I can.
Oh, how they've aged in 5 years. I suppose one should have expected it, but it's a bit of a shock. It's quite impossible to carry on a conversation. Either they interrupt you or they simply go to sleep.
Poor dears, yes. They all look so tired.
And this house, I'm appalled. The dirt everywhere. The atmosphere's terribly depressing.
In a way, it suits them, you know. I think if this house were mine and I was 70 or so, I wouldn't want to leave. I should get attached to the cobwebs and the weeds.
Why do you think I'd interfere if they were happy here? But look at the miserable letters we've had for the past 2 years. And how relieved Mother was when I said I could find a buyer for the place.
You think they'd be happier somewhere else?
Oh, don't you?
I don't know. Do you remember how happy we thought we'd be when the war was over? We seemed to be just waiting, marking time till we could have a new and wonderfully happy existence.
Do you mean you're not happy?
No. But it seems to me that, well, that places and circumstances don't really make very much difference.
I can't agree with that at all.
I might have known that wretched boat was rotten. Look at me.
Frank, Father's asleep.
I went clean through the bottom. Oh, Harry laughed himself silly.
You better go and change.
Frankie, dear, what have you done to look at your trousers?
Oh, I've just been playing in the lake. I went through the bottom of the boat.
Oh, those old boats, they're all rotten, just like everything else in the house. Are you coming to the village with me, Robert?
Oh, yes, right. Coming, Elizabeth?
Well, if Mother will excuse me, I'm trying to patch up some things for Felicity.
Of course, my dear. Have a nice, quiet afternoon. Sometimes all three of us go to sleep after lunch, then the house is as quiet as a grave.
I hope Felicity isn't bothering Uncle Harry, Frank.
Bothering him? He's delighted with her. Didn't you see him staring at her all through lunch? She's a pretty girl. You know, when I last saw her, she was just a child. Makes one feel damned old.
We're all getting on.
Oh, I'm 41. Going grey, too.
Grey?
Yeah, look. Just round the ears. Robert said to me this morning, you know, you'll have to think seriously of settling down in some permanent job. At your age, he said, one can't go on chopping and changing.
Oh, I can hear him.
Well, of course, he's perfectly right. In the business world, one wants to get in at the bottom and move steadily upwards. Like yeast. Unfortunately, that's a very boring process. Anyway, I'm not married. No responsibilities.
You could remedy that. You ought to.
You've forgotten, have you?
Forgotten? What?
Something I told you 12 years ago, when you were a merry widow. It's you or no one, I said.
Oh, Frankie, one says those things when one's young.
Now, you had a child and wanted security, of course. Well, you got it, Lizzie.
Lizzie. Don't let Robert hear you call me that. He hates it.
Does he now? I like it. Lizzie. Lizzie. Oh, damnation, take it.
What was that?
Nothing, Father.
I must get busy.
Lizzie, I could have worked, you know. Oh, I don't say I would have done as well as old Robert, but honest to God, we wouldn't have starved.
Frankie, dear, what's the good?
Well, give me an incentive. Give me a reason. I'd have sat in a blasted office as good as gold. You'll never believe this, of course. but I still love you.
Frankie, don't.
Oh, Lizzie. What the devil have you done?
Frankie, please.
No, nothing, Father. Elizabeth and I are just gossiping about old times.
Oh, my good Lord, listen to that fool of a nurse. That's because she's excited. Nurse, shut up!
Oh, don't stop her. Come on, Lizzie. Let's dance.
Don't, Frank. Don't be a
Come
fool.
on, come on. Ta-ram, ta-ram, ta-ram,
Frank, let
tam,
go.
What's this? What's going on? I say, look at your mother, Felicity.
Frank, you're a fool.
Oh, a tea dance. Oh, splendid.
Now tea, everybody ready for tea.
Oh, don't be an old fool. We've only just had lunch.
Tea it shall be in 20 minutes, and I'm as good as my word.
I bet you've never been in a madhouse like this before, Felicity. This is something special, I can tell you.
I'm going to change.
Well, I suppose I must get some more firewood. For goodness sake, stop nurse making tea, somebody. It's only 3:30.
Shall I go and see what she's doing?
I wish you would. She gets so excited and then one doesn't know what to expect.
Felicity, you're not worrying Uncle Harry, are you, dear? You know, he usually rests in the afternoon, don't you, Uncle Harry?
Oh, that's only because there's nothing else to do. I don't want to rest. I feel full of energy.
Oh, good. Then I'll just go and see Nurse.
What a boy your Uncle Frankie say. Oh, what a rascal. But he does us all good. He cheers us all up.
He was a pilot, wasn't he?
Bombers, 34 raids on Germany.
I went up in an aeroplane once. I was sick over Aden.
Very good place to be sick over, I should say.
Have you been to Africa, Uncle Harry?
India, Africa, China, North America, South America, been everywhere.
What were you doing?
Doing? I don't know. We're just traveling about. Those days, you know, you could buy a ticket and go where you wanted. 40 years ago, that was. Just after my wife died.
I see.
She died here, in this house, in January. So then I went away for a year or two. Then I came back.
I see. You'll be sad to leave this house, then?
Leave this house? Bless you, I shan't leave this house. Not until I leave the world, that is. Oh, what would I want to leave it for?
Oh, I don't know. Only I thought I heard Father say, something. Of course, it's a wonderful old house.
It is. It's a proper house. Not one of your miserable modern biscuit tins. Every stick and stone in this old place has its own story for me. I can walk round it and see my whole life in its walls and buildings and pictures and trees and paths. I'm sleeping in the same room now as I slept in when I was a schoolboy home from Eton. Sometimes when I wake in the morning and see the same furniture, the same pictures, I lie in bed thinking, what, still here? Still alive? Am I 8? Am I 18? Am I 80? Am I 180?
Can't quite imagine what it's like to be so old.
Of course you can't, my dear girl. Just look at this hand of yours. Soft and smooth as anything. Then look at mine. All bones and wrinkles like an old bird's claw. And yet, once it didn't look so very different from yours. Not as pretty, of course, and never as clean, but something like it all the same. It takes some swallowing, isn't it?
Oh, it must be sad to be old.
Sad? The young think so, but the old are too tired to worry about it much. Besides, one has plenty of time to get used to the idea. But I admit there are moments, sometimes in autumn, about this time of year, I begin to think, shall I see another spring? For all the years and seasons that ever can ensue must now be worse and few.
Don't, Uncle Harry.
Oh, my dear girl, what on earth's the matter?
Oh, I'm sure you'll live for years yet.
Oh, I'll live to be 100 and have a telegram from the Queen. Oh, what a curse I should be to everybody. Listen. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It's the old clock. Do you hear it?
Yes.
It isn't very loud, but when it stops, I know at once.
Oh, I love this house.
I could live here all my life.
Aha, I'll hide you in the secret passage.
Is there a secret passage? Oh, you must show me.
No, not a word. It's supposed to be unsafe, but that's all rubbish. But between you and me...
Wouldn't you like to go to sleep?
Yes, I wouldn't mind. Mark you, that was... As soon as I get off, that idiot nurse will come screaming in here.
I'll keep her out of the way.
Yes, a good girl. And you'll sit quietly and read, won't you? You won't hum, will you?
Hum?
We have to have the vicar to lunch sometimes. Perfect fool, of course. And after lunch he sits and hums like a blasted bee. Always keeps me awake. Thank you, my dear.
You comfortable?
Exquisitely.
Now I'll go and get a book.
Yeah. Good girl. Good girl.
It should be interesting. It means promotion eventually.
Oh, good, dear. Well, Felicity, dear, have you been round the garden?
Yes, I have.
Where's your mother?
Oh, she's in the kitchen, and Uncle Frank's changing his trousers.
Felicity?
Yes?
I want you a minute. Come into the dining room.
Harry, dear. May I speak to you?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Oh, dear, I hardly know how to start. I sometimes wonder, dear, if you quite realize how wearing it is for me to try and keep this great big house going without proper help.
Yes, dear. Yes, of course.
Because I know we only use a few rooms. But think how inconvenient everything is, with the kitchen right away down that long passage, and everything in it so old-fashioned and difficult. And now it's October again, and the evening's drawing in. Perhaps you think this house doesn't mean as much to me as it does to you. But really it does, dear. All the happiest days of my life have been spent here. And I have 1,000 golden memories of gay times we've all had together in the dear old place when things were easier. It seems a cruel sort of tragedy that now, at the end of our lives, we can't live peacefully and comfortably in our own home. But we can't, Harry. I really feel I can't face another long, lonely, cold winter here, working and working all day just to go wearily up to a cold room at night. We're all of us getting too old, too frail. And remember, dear, others have had to sell, too. After all, dear, as long as all three of us are together, as long as we face it cheerfully and bravely, I feel sure there may be years of happiness and security still in front of us. If I weren't all so tired and worried, I wouldn't snap at you so. And we'd all feel fresher and better tempered and more ready to laugh and enjoy what little of life remains to us. Harry.
Yes. What is it? Tea already?
Oh, Harry.
What's the matter? Were you saying something, Margaret? Damn it, I believe I dropped off to sleep. Yes, I believe I did. Right off to sleep.
More tea, anybody? No? Elizabeth, you're not cold?
Not in the least, thank you. It's a lovely evening.
Yes. And I expect this is the last time we shall have tea on the terrace. The old chestnut tree is losing its leaves. That usually means no more tea in the garden. Now, Mr. Podger, is there anything else you want to see for your report?
Well, I think we've about covered the house, Lady Denham. Let me see. Cellars, yes. Perhaps we could take a look at the outbuildings presently, if it's no trouble.
Oh, none at all.
As well as the stables, I believe you spoke of potting sheds.
One with the roof missing.
Blown off in a gale.
Oh, that's really of no importance. The ministry naturally anticipated that a good deal would have to be spent on repairs and alterations. Oh, for instance, some of the larger bedrooms will have to be converted into cubicles. There's the central heating to be installed, and I dare say the lighting will have to be rewired. Well, then, naturally, we shall redecorate throughout. So you see, the old place will get a thorough wash and brush up, Lady Denham.
But that will cost thousands.
Oh, yes, indeed.
And how many students do you anticipate accommodating here at one time?
Oh, 30 or 40. Then there'll be lecturers and staff, of course.
Oh, but that's quite impossible, Mr. Pargeter. Where would they sleep?
That's the object of the cubicles, Mother.
Some of the larger rooms could easily accommodate 4. And with extra tables in the dining hall, 30 would be very comfortable.
Crowded but jolly, as they say.
30? A bear garden.
Surely we can allow Mr. Pargeter to know how many the place will hold.
Oh, yes, of course, dear. I was only thinking. Oh, dear. I can't look at that herbaceous border without wanting to cry. Really, it used to be a picture. One feels positively ashamed now to invite anyone to look round such a desolation.
Well, I very much hope that if you return here in a year or two's time, Lady Denham, you'll see the place partially restored to its former glory. Perhaps you'll call me a Philistine, Sir Charles, but upon my soul, I like to see fine old places being absorbed into the life of the country. I like to see it.
But of course, everything should belong to everybody. In fact, it's a scandal that we should live in a house like this.
Oh, not a scandal, of course, but hardly a practical proposition, now is it?
My brother is only joking. But of course, Pargeter is right. However much one may regret it in individual instances like this, it's an inevitable outcome of the country's changed economic situation.
It will make a marvellous college. The old walls will ring and ring again with the cheery cries of the agricultural students. Milko!
Oh, Frankie, you are foolish.
Oh, you needn't shout, Mr. Frank. I hadn't forgotten the tea things.
She thought I was shouting for her.
Yes, nurse. Clear, please.
Look what I found in the summer house.
Oh, my old parasol after all these years.
I told you left it there and you wouldn't believe me. People would do a lot better to listen to me. It isn't the young ones as has all the sense for all their high talk.
Now, don't natter, Nanny. I suppose I'd better take that tray or you'll drop it.
I do no such thing, impertinent.
You take the tablecloth and don't talk so much.
Oh, there's sauce for you. And many a time I've given him a good smacking for his pains. Oh, the young swellhead. What days we come to in our old age and miserableness.
She's been here with us ever since my first child was born, Mr. Pargeter.
Very touching, these old family servants. Oh, now, if I'm to catch my train...
Well, Robert will run you to the station, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, of course. But before Mr. Pargeter goes, I think it would be a good thing if we could get matters on some kind of definite footing. Now that you've seen the place, Pargeter, perhaps you'll be able to say whether or not the ministry is likely to be interested.
Interested? Certainly. Oh, there's no doubt about that at all. Of course, I can give you no actual guarantee, but provided the property is available at a fair price, well, I don't think you'll have to look further for a buyer, Sir Charles.
That is very satisfactory. We will discuss the matter very thoroughly and keep in touch with you.
Well, naturally, immediate availability would be an added attraction.
Oh, I don't think there need be any undue delay. I think it's more or less decided. Isn't it, Father?
In a way.
Yes. We shall have to sell a good deal. We have rooms full of junk. What one collects in a lifetime.
And that's a detail, of course. That can be arranged.
We shall have to find somewhere to live. That's another detail.
And then, of course, there's Harry. Incidentally, where is he?
He went off with Felicity.
Poor dear. I'm afraid she must be getting very bored. Harry! Harry!
Father, perhaps you'd like to show Mr. Pargeter to the stables. I'll go and get the car around in 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, very well. Come along, Pargeter.
If it's no trouble, Sir Charles.
We'll go round by the greenhouses, then you can see the worst. We used to have capital grapes here. I'm talking 20 years ago, of course. But grapes take time and trouble.
Harry! Luckily, he didn't understand what Mr. Pargeter was doing here, or we'd have had a scene. Harry! Harry, where are you?
Really, Elizabeth, it's exasperating. After all the letters that Mother wrote, after all the discussion we had yesterday, and now they can't give a straight answer to a straight question, do they or do they not want to sell the house? When I talk to Mother, she says quite unequivocally, yes, so does Father. But to Pargeter, it's of course we shall have to discuss it, and of course there's my brother to consider. It makes me look such a fool, for one thing. If I'd known that they were going to vacillate and discuss and consider, I wouldn't have wasted the man's time by bringing him down here.
Yes, it is annoying. But I suppose it's hard for them to decide at their age to leave a house they've lived in for so many years.
Well, very well, then, let them stay. What does it matter to me? But it's a lesson not to interfere. How much wiser to ignore the situation completely, like Frank, merely to be amusing and cynical. Heaven knows, I don't expect gratitude. But at least I'm genuinely attempting to help them. Whereas Frank... Well, of course, Frank has so much charm, hasn't he?
He's much the same as he always was, I think.
Women always find him attractive. You do, don't you?
Well, I find him quite amusing.
Yes, you laugh at his jokes, I've noticed.
There's no harm in that, is there?
No, there's no harm in it. But it makes me feel somehow inferior.
Inferior? Oh, Robert, that's ridiculous.
Possibly. But Frank has always made me feel like that. And yet which of us has worked? Which of us has made some sort of a success of his life? What's Frank done since the war except drift from one meaningless job into another? Yet I'm the one who's always made her feel a failure.
I can assure you that no one else thinks you're a failure. No, it's simply that you and Frank have got quite different temperaments, that's all.
Oh, you say that. But when you're talking to him, you look quite different. More animated, more cheerful. Younger, somehow.
Well, in front of other people, one makes an effort that isn't necessary with one's husband. What's the matter, Robert? You've never talked like this before.
This house, this whole situation gets on my nerves. This tumble-down beauty, this wilderness of a garden, this everlasting harping on what is past, nothing irritates me more. It's like living in a badly kept museum. I'm very fond of my parents, as you know. But really to live with them, to endure so much vacillation and untidiness and loose thinking, I confess I find it almost intolerable.
I suppose we all get queer as we get old. One must make allowances, darling.
5 years ago, one could carry on an adult conversation with them. Now it's necessary to make alliances. It seems to me that old age separates people from the adult world just as childhood does.
You've tried very hard. You've nothing to reproach yourself with.
They've let the ivy grow on that wall. It's beginning to pull it down. And there's so much creeper on the east side of the house that you can barely see the windows.
Yes, Frank.
You taking Pargeter to the station?
Oh, yes.
Well, he's fidgeting a bit.
Well, there's plenty of time.
What about driving into Salisbury and seeing a flick? I don't think I can stand another family evening by the fireside with Mother explaining how to make egg sauce without eggs. We could leave in about an hour and get a meal in Salisbury.
Yes, perhaps.
Wouldn't they think it rude?
Oh, of course not. Give them a peaceful evening to themselves. We can take Felicity.
Robert!
Coming! Oh, I shan't go, Frank. But you take Elizabeth and Felicity by all means. It's quite a good idea. Coming, Mother.
Can't let up for a minute, can he? They wouldn't mind being left for an evening, but not Robert. Oh, dear, no. However, we've got his imperial blessing, so we may as well go. 6:30 suit you? They usually have a decent sherry at the George. I'll phone them up and order a meal.
No, I think I'd sooner not, Frank.
Oh, now, don't be silly.
Really, I'd sooner not.
Why?
I don't want to go without Robert. He seems to be rather miserable.
Miserable? Why?
Oh, various reasons.
Well, he'd much better go out and amuse himself for a change. Extraordinary chap. Oh, well, cinema's off then. We'll see something of each other in London, shall we?
Of course.
What does old Robert do in the evening? Does he like an occasional late night? Dancing, for instance?
By the time he gets home, he's pretty tired.
I know. Pipe and slippers. Would he have any objection to my taking you out occasionally?
Objection? No, I don't think so.
Good. And once in a while we might step out together,
Perhaps.
Perhaps. You sound awfully enthusiastic. In plain language, you mean no.
I don't think it's a very good idea, Frankie.
I see. And why not?
What's the point, after all?
Point? Well, must there be a point? Can't we go and amuse ourselves without there being some dire purpose behind it? Can't we have a perfectly innocent evening out?
You're kidding yourself, Frankie. A perfectly innocent evening out is not what you want at all, is it?
You're bored with old Robert. Anyone can see that.
Can they? And you'll console me, is that it?
You know what I feel about you.
No, Frankie, don't.
Don't be so damn virtuous.
Listen, I don't say my marriage is perfect, but I'm not breaking it up and making Robert suffer just for a bit of excitement with you, however much I might possibly enjoy it, and, well, that's that. Oh, give it up, Frankie, do. Go back to London. You might just as well. You aren't really going to get any change out of me. You know, it's high time you found yourself a girl and married her and settled down.
Oh, to hell. Must every...
Hey, Frankie, come here, you scoundrel. I want to show you something.
Yes, another time, Uncle Harry. Another time.
No, it won't be another time. Oh, curse the fella.
Show me the underground passage, Uncle Harry. I do want to see it.
Ah, that. Well, now, if I show it you, not a word to anyone, Felicity, eh?
Of course not.
You see, there's some nonsense about it being dangerous, but the last time I went down, it was as safe as houses. Smells a bit, of course. Runs right under the house and... But soft, we are approached. Shh, no, not a word.
Harry, we were looking for you, dear.
Well, you found me.
Felicity, dear. Charles and I want a word with Uncle Harry.
Very well.
Ah, here's Robert. Well, did your Mr. Pargeter catch his train?
Yes.
I couldn't make out what the devil he was doing here. I suppose he wanted a subscription for something.
He came to look over the house, dear.
Oh?
Uncle Harry might as well know that he came with a view to buying it.
Buying it? Oh, is that all? Of course, it's all very well for us to laugh, but sooner or later this poor old house will be a damned institution of some sort. You mark my words. Look what happened to Ackerley. As soon as poor old George Reevy drank his money away, a girls' school. And what a shoot that was, eh, Charles?
A fine shoot.
Oh, on a windy day I've seen pheasants coming out of that hill covered looking like starlings and doing 70 miles an hour. Now old George is living in a private hotel in Bognor, walking up and down the promenade in an overcoat and changing his library books at the chemist. Oh, pitiful. We can thank our stars we've not come to that yet.
I really think we must decide once and for all what the future of this place is to be. Naturally, Pargeter wants to know just where he stands. Is the house available, or is it not? And I should just like to say this. As far as I'm concerned, it's a matter of complete indifference whether you stay or sell. I came here with the intention of helping, that's all.
But of course, dear, we know that.
I'm very dense, of course, but I don't quite follow this conversation. What does Robert mean about the house being available? How can it be available when we're living in it?
But, Harry, dear, the point is, do we want to go on living here? Now that we have a chance to sell the place, oughtn't we to accept it?
Sell it? Sell Winton? In God's name, why?
Well, dear, don't you see... It's really far too much for us, Harry.
I think perhaps you don't quite realize, Uncle Harry, what a strain it is on Mother, trying to manage a huge old house like this without servants.
I do get so tired, Harry, desperately tired.
The more one thinks of it, the more impossible it seems.
Yes. I see.
If we were all 20 years younger, Harry, dear, but at our age... There are days when I hardly have the courage to get myself out of bed in the morning to start the long, dreary day's work.
Yes, of course.
Goodness knows I've tried. I've ransacked the village to try and get help. But you can't get people to come 2 miles, especially in winter.
I know.
Oh, Harry, dear, do say something.
But me? I've got nothing to say. It isn't my house. Besides, I don't do the cooking and the cleaning and the rest of it. I eat 3 meals and run about amusing myself. So if you people want to sell the place...
Oh, want to sell? Harry, you know we don't, dear. It'll break our hearts to leave. Oh, don't be unkind, dear. I can't bear it.
This, I'm not being unkind. I'm being accommodating.
Oh, Harry, dear. Poor Robert, what a nuisance we are to you.
Nonsense, Mother.
3 old cronies sitting round and wondering what on earth to do with themselves next. Really, what purpose is there in our lives?
Ah, now I love these philosophical speculations. The purpose of life. Of course, if we decide there is no purpose, the whole problem is solved. We can all go and jump into the lake hand in hand.
How can you joke, Harry? Don't you see the tragedy of it all?
Tragedy? What's tragic about it? Here we are, 3 old upper-class anachronisms scratching about in a house that's 15 sizes too big for us. That's not tragedy, it's farce. Pantaloons, that's all we are. Now then, the great decision. To leave or not to leave? Well,
the decision should be left to the person on whom the brunt of running of the place falls, to Margaret.
Yeah. Now the whole responsibility has been put on me. What can I say? It isn't fair.
Let's try to talk about the matter calmly, Mother.
Oh, dear. Won't anybody help me?
We are all trying to help.
Of course we are. Shh. I could have sworn I heard that damn cat again. Huge ginger brute. Puss. Puss. Puss.
Of course, there's the future to consider. I don't mean our future. There's not much left of that. But Robert will never live here, I imagine. Nor will Frank. And if we can get a decent price from this fellow, what's his name?
He hinted at about 11,000 with the land, of course.
Oh, I don't call that much of a price for one of the finest 16th century houses in the country. Wouldn't look at a penny under 20,000 myself.
It's a lot of money, Uncle Harry.
It's a lot of house.
There'd be a few thousand to spend on it, remember?
Oh, nonsense, my dear fellow. It's as sound as a bell. Liquor paint here and there, a few weeks' work in the garden.
Weeks, my dear Harry. Have you any idea to take years?
Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, we're not discussing that, are we?
No, of course we are not. Really, I don't know what we are discussing. We sit here talking and talking, but we only go round and round in circles. And the end of it will be that nothing will be decided as usual. And we shall just go on living here exactly as we have done for the last 10, 20, 30 years. Oh, yeah, it's beginning to get chilly. I might as well go back to my kitchen.
Very well. Then that's that.
What?
I must tell Pargeter that the house isn't available. I promised I'd give him an answer in 24 hours.
Yes. Yes, of course, dear. Very well.
Am I allowed to speak?
Of course you are. Only do be quick, dear.
Then I give it as my considered opinion that we should go.
Oh.
Out with the suitcases and trunks, pack everything, sell the whole place lock, stock and barrel, and tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new.
He doesn't really mean it, do you, dear?
I mean every word of it. In a situation of this sort, there's only one thing to be done, to act. Don't sit about and talk, act.
But, Harry, you know quite well...
Now, don't argue with me, Margaret. I know what I'm talking about. If we sit here, we shall regret it. We shall gloom, we shall talk of lost opportunities and missed chances. And don't deny it, you want to go. And so does Charles. And damnation take it, so do I. Change, contrast, movement, why, that's the spice of life. Certainly we'll go. And we'll do it properly. We'll travel. Curse it, we're not too old. How about a trip to Rome, eh? Why not? Haven't I thrown my coin into the Trevi? Imagine it, the Spanish steps, the sun, the brightness, the warmth, the music. Bring me maps, timetables, railway guides, and we'll plan a journey. We'll plan a new life, confound it, a new life.
A new life. Robert!
Yes, Mother, I'm coming. Just doing the labels.
I finished my dressing case, dear.
I'll fetch it in a minute.
Mr. Robert, where's my trunk?
I told you, Nurse, it went to the station yesterday with the other heavy luggage.
There, now I shall never see it again.
Of course you will. You'll see it at the station in a quarter of an hour.
That's as it may be. We shall see. It's all very well to be sure, but it's better to be safe.
It couldn't possibly be safer.
Fine words, butter no parsnips.
Now, tell me frankly, Robert, do I look ridiculous in this hat?
Oh, of course not.
It's so strange to be dressing up for London again. I can't believe I'm seeing this old room for the last time. Can't realize it.
A good, strong cup of cocoa before travelling is the best thing out, my lady.
Why is it when one leaves a place that one remembers only the happy times one has spent in it?
That's what my father used to say. If you were going off to be hanged, you'd be sorry to say goodbye to the condemned cell.
Do you suppose Uncle Harry's luggage is ready?
Oh, I'm tired of trying to help poor Harry. He packs things, unpacks them, packs them again. It's best to leave him alone, dear.
Yes, but he's only got about 10 minutes. However, we shall be here to clear up if we can forward anything he wants.
And they picked up of the fragments that remain, 12 baskets full.
She keeps saying things like that this morning. Nurse, dear, I do hope you'll be all right.
My sister will meet me at Charing Cross Station and take me to her home in Orpington.
I'd better go and help Uncle Harry.
Well, nurse, you'll be happy there. She'll look after you.
I'll have nobody looking after me, my lady. The day I can't look after myself, I'll jump out of the window and have done with it. And I'll make that very clear, I can tell you.
You've been so brave, nurse, so patient with us, so loyal, so trustworthy all these long years.
I've never taken a thing, my lady, not so much as a lump of sugar. And let anyone say I have. Stupid and headstrong, that I may be.
No, of course not.
Oh, yes, I am. But God either gives you brains or he doesn't. And it's no use complaining.
But nobody could have been a better, kinder friend to us. Nobody. I'm ashamed when I think how often I've spoken sharply and impatiently to you.
Ah, if we could all swallow the hard words we've spoke, the world would be a happier place, my lady.
Well, all ready, nurse?
My sister will meet me at Charing Cross Station and take me to our home in Orpington.
Good, capital. Well, it'll be a change for all of us,
Change and decay and all around I see.
Did you tell John to bring the car in plenty of time, Charles?
Yes, I did. He couldn't believe we were leaving the place. Decent fellow, John.
I remember when he was born. His mother was the baker's daughter and no better than she should have been.
All our old friends in the village. It's a bit like leaving part of ourselves behind.
What you want to leave for, I don't know. Flying about the country at your age, it's not right, my lady.
I'm sure you don't mean to be impertinent, nurse, but don't say things like that. It's hurting.
Sheer foolishness, if you ask me.
No.
I say what I think. It's a fault with me, I dare say. But when a thing's ridiculous, then ridiculous I call it.
Harry! Harry! Well, surely he's ready by now.
Here I am. Plenty of time. He didn't start for 10 minutes yet. Nearly forgot the old fox's mask.
Are you taking that thing, dear?
Well, of course. Haven't kept it for 40-odd years just to lose it now.
Perhaps you'd like it stored, Uncle Harry.
No, I wouldn't. I know it's silly, but there it is. This mask means something to me, and I'm taking it with me. Best day's hunting any man ever had in his life.
The trouble is, it won't go in a suitcase.
What the devil does that matter? I'll carry it. My weather book, too, I'm taking that.
Harry, dear.
In heaven's name, Margaret, why not? Confounded, I kept these records for 20 years and more. I'm damned if I'm stopping now.
Very well, dear.
Thank you.
All this work we are giving you and Elizabeth Robert is really too bad.
No, I don't mind in the least, Mother. I only hope you'll all be comfortable and feel that the trouble was worthwhile. I'm told it's an extremely comfortable hotel. They don't mind giving you breakfast in bed and that sort of thing.
Quite used to dealing with octogenarian cripples, eh? Just the place for us.
Anyway, it will certainly be a good rest for Mother, Uncle Harry.
Yes, of course.
Here's the lunch. I put it all in one basket.
How kind of you, dear.
But isn't there a restaurant car?
Yes, dear, but it's usually very crowded.
Well, if you don't mind me hiccuping for about 70 miles, you know what I'm like with sandwiches.
We don't seem to be able to do the right thing today, do we?
I'm just warning you, that's all.
Well, you shall go along to the restaurant car, dear, and have the proper lunch.
I shall eat sandwiches if they choke me.
Harry, dear, do you think you've really got everything?
Haven't the least idea.
Shall I just run up and have a look round?
If you would, dear.
Aristocrats waiting for the tumbril. It's a far, far better rest I go to now than I have ever known. Nobody appreciates it, of course, but this is actually a historic moment. This is the fall of the House of Denham. There's been a Denham at Winton Manor since... When, Charles?
Since 1572.
Since 1572. And now we pass, unwept, unhonored, and unsung. Here we go. shuffling out of our inheritance with no more ceremony than if we were cattle being driven to the slaughterhouse.
Oh, Harry, dear, now you'll only upset yourself.
No, I shan't. Thank goodness I'm perfectly capable of looking at the thing objectively. It's a fine house. Solid, well-proportioned, light and spacious. We shall not look upon its like again. It was built in the days when Englishmen valued craftsmanship, when the shoddy, the pretentious, the ugly, the inferior would not have been tolerated. We should be proud to have lived here. Even if we have capitulated at last, we may, I suppose, be proud to have delayed its surrender to the barbarians. Lower the flag and let the enemy advance. Eyes look your last. Arms take your last embrace.
Now look what you've done, Harry. And just before the taxi comes, it's all right, nurse. Mr. Harry was only talking.
Everything passes away.
Oh, nonsense, nurse. Things don't pass away at all. And if they do, it can't be helped. You talk as if you were the only person who was sad to leave. You might credit me with some feelings as well.
Everything passes in time.
Nurse, please, surely we needn't have a scene now, need we?
Sorry I spoke. Very sorry. Don't say another word.
Fast falls the even time.
Oh, shut up, nurse.
Oh, there, now everybody's turning against me.
No, they are not, nurse. Only do stop crying.
I think I heard the taxi.
No, nothing. He may come any minute, though.
Mother, I found these dresses in one of the cupboards in Uncle Harry's room. I don't know if you'd like them all packed for storing.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Yes, of course. Those were hers. I suppose it would be too much to suggest another case.
Of course, we can take them if you want to, dear.
We can, eh? No, a lot of trouble, though. A lot of silliness carrying old dresses about. I'll burn the lot.
Burn them? Now?
Now, at once. A bonfire.
Would you like me, in case the taxi comes?
No, I'll do it myself. No one help. At least, you'll come. Hey, Felicity, you're the girl for a bonfire, aren't you?
Yes, I'll come if you like, Uncle Harry.
Good, come along with me then. Come on. We'll make a great fire. And I know where there's a can of paraffin to start it off.
Oh, dear, paraffin, and he's got his only decent suit on.
If you'd left them where they were, Elizabeth, they'd have forgotten all about them.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't think.
There's an end to them. Beautiful dresses, too. The finest money could buy. Second best wasn't good enough for Mrs. Harry.
I hate waiting when I'm ready. Where's this damn cab? 1:45 at the latest, I told him.
It's just on 1:45 now.
Will you come to the sale, Robert? I couldn't bear it myself.
Oh, yes, I'll come, certainly.
How are the mighty fallen, and the weapons of war perished.
There's Harry's bonfire.
Oh, it's very near the summer house.
Oh, there they go. The flames devour them. Beautiful dresses, silk and satin.
He has to use plenty of paraffin.
The taxi.
The taxi. Oh, now we must hurry.
No, there's no need to hurry. I think if we get the luggage on first, I hope he's brought his trailer.
My ticket. I've no ticket.
We'll get your ticket at the station, nurse.
Now, don't you lift anything, Father. I'll send him in.
Shall I go and take my place in the car, shall I?
Yes, nurse, very well. There'll be no peace till she's out of the way.
Morning, lady. Morning, sir. Just leave everything. I'll load up.
Good morning, John.
Is this the lot? Nothing upstairs?
No, there's nothing upstairs.
Right. I'll get these in easy.
Margaret, have you got any silver?
Where's Harry now?
I'll run out and tell him.
I'm so frightened Harry will give way at the last moment, and then I shan't be able to stop myself crying, too.
No. Have you got any silver? I've only 2 sixpences.
There'll be plenty of room. I think if you'll go out now, Mother. I suppose Harry's coming, is he?
Oh, yes, dear.
I'll take these out to the cab.
Well, that looks like the lot.
We're going. We're really leaving. Don't let me cry, Charles.
No, my dear. Don't think about it. That's the best.
Goodbye. My house. My home.
That's right. Now, if you've got a couple of half-crowns in your bag...
Uncle Harry, the taxi's here.
Uncle Harry! Harry,
taxi.
Would you believe it? It's It's worse than a child. He's done it on purpose, of course. Uncle Harry! No, he must be in the garden.
I couldn't see him by the bonfire.
And where's Felicity? She's with him, I suppose. Damn little fool.
Robert, darling, don't get so angry and excited. I expect he's just washing his hands or something. I'll go upstairs. Perhaps he went in the back way.
Now, where can he have got to?
It's simply infuriating. No doubt he'd like you to miss the train.
Oh, no, dear, I don't think so.
Oh, you think he's simple, Mother, but I don't. I believe he's been working up for this. He means to upset all our plans. I felt it all along.
Robert, dear, I'm sure you're wrong. Harry wouldn't do that.
I'm wrong, am I? All right, then. We'll see. But mark my words. You'll never leave this house. Never.
There's nobody upstairs. I think he must be somewhere in the garden still.
Robert's very upset. He seems to think Harry's doing this on purpose.
Surely not.
That's what I said.
Curious thing, no sign of him. Fancy him getting himself lost at a time like this. Ah, there goes the summer house.
Not burning. Oh, how dreadful.
Oh, just falling down anyway.
Uncle Harry! Uncle Harry!
If we're to make sure on the London train, sir, it'd be as well to get off in a minute or two.
Yeah, but we can't, John. Mr. Harry's disappeared.
Well, we've a little time yet. But I don't like cutting the London train too fine. It waits for no man, milady.
Well, we can't go without him, that's certain.
There's no sign of either of them. I've looked everywhere. I'm afraid they're hiding.
Hiding, my dear boy?
Well, if anybody can suggest any other explanation.
Oh, goodness, what was that?
Milady, Mr. Harry, Miss Felicity. Oh, sakes and mercy, what a sight, what a mess. Oh, my Lord and Saviour, just look at the both of them, all covered with mud and dirt, and Mr. Harry limping.
All right, Nurse, all right.
Harry, what on earth, Harry, dear?
Oh, don't all shout and scream. Give me a drink.
Felicity, what's happened?
We went down the underground passage, and it fell on us.
Fell in the damn thing.
Oh, Harry, you might have been killed, both of you. Charles, the brandy, dear.
It's all very well saying brandy, but where is it?
Well, you have to go down to the cellar.
Buried alive, it's a warning. As clear as daylight, it's a warning.
Oh, shut up, Nurse.
I can't understand why
It doesn't matter why, dear.
I never have got out without the girl. He was a proper little rabbit. Pulled her old uncle along like a good one.
Oh, it was horrible.
Come along upstairs, darling. We'll change those muddy clothes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was only that Uncle Harry wanted...
Oh, as if it matters, dear. Thank God you're both safe.
I shall go and make some cocoa.
Now, take my arm, Harry, dear, and we'll go up and get those things off you. You must lie down for a bit, and Charles will bring you a nice, strong drink.
Felt like a blasted mole digging away. Well, we hadn't gone far down when the confounded roof caved in behind us.
Oh, how dreadful.
But fancy being such a damn fool to take the girl down. No fool like an old fool. This is my best suit, too. Have to stay here till it's clean.
Now, don't you worry, dear. Come along upstairs. You'll be all right, dear. You'll be all right when you've had a nice rest.
Mr. Robert. Might have been a nasty accident there.
You can fetch in the luggage, John. They won't be traveling today.
Time like an ever-rolling stream bears all its tender away. They fly for
Nurse is singing again. Everybody's delighted, Elizabeth. And of course the pretense that they've simply postponed the move until Uncle Harry's better is quite childish. They could have gone today if they wanted to. Last night, Father told me that in view of the doubtful situation, Partaker had better regard this house as unavailable for the time being. In plain language, they mean to stay, and I've simply wasted my time.
Yes, it's a shame. It really is. You've tried so hard.
It's a curious thing, but I seem to go through life trying very hard and effecting very little. Just as if I don't work.
You've always worked tremendously hard.
And always been rather disliked.
No.
You know it's true. I've always been unpopular, just as I'm unpopular here in my own family. I sometimes wonder how it was you ever consented to marry me.
Goodness, you're in a morbid mood this morning.
Yes. I feel isolated from everyone.
Everyone feels that sometimes. No relationship, however satisfactory, alters the fact that, well, a part of us always exists in solitude.
Did you read that in some book?
I don't know. Perhaps I did.
I must join a decent library this winter. I never seem to get time to read in Africa. I intend to take more time off, too, so that we can go to concerts, theaters, so on. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Of course, very much.
Sometimes imagine that you must find our marriage rather unsatisfactory.
Now, what on earth makes you think that?
I don't know, too. That one day you would meet somebody attractive and amusing, like Frank, say, and that you'd leave me, and that then I'd be completely alone. If that happened, I don't think I could go on living.
It won't happen.
But do you swear? Do you promise?
Of course I do. Do you depend on me so much?
I depend on you completely.
How strange.
It's a confession of weakness.
Of love, too. It makes me happy.
Well, that's something, I suppose. Got a stiff neck this morning. Too many drafts in this place.
I'll rub it for you tonight, darling.
Harry has been singing in his bath, which means he's quite recovered. But he will lie and boil himself, and the doctor particularly told him not to. Have you both had breakfast?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, what a joy to come down and find food already on the table. Oh, dear. Tomorrow morning, when you've gone, I shall be at it again. And soon it'll be dark in the morning, so weary and depressing. Still, one mustn't complain.
I'll go and get you some fresh coffee, shall I?
Will you, dear? Oh, thank you so much. Charles is just coming. You want to make an early start, I expect, Robert?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'd like to get off fairly soon.
It's been very nice having you, Robert. Very nice indeed. By the way, I hope this man Parkinson won't be too upset about our decision.
Pargeter. No, I'll go to see him and explain things.
Oh, yes, do. It's better than writing. Tell him that really we can't be hurried.
I didn't think anyone was hurrying you, Mother.
Oh, well, you know what I mean, dear. And after Harry's accident, we all felt it would be unwise. Perhaps later on. We'll see. And goodness knows, nobody dreads the long winter months here more than I do. I suppose we shall muddle along somehow.
Here's some more coffee.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning, Father.
Robert's going to see Parkinson, dear.
Oh, good. Give him our apologies and all the rest of it. Tell him we've decided to think things over. Next year, perhaps.
Next year, he won't want it anyway.
Well, somebody else will, probably. Somebody might like it as a lunatic asylum. There'll be 4 patients to start with.
It was so good of you, Robert, dear, to have gone to all this trouble.
I should think so. Very good.
It's no trouble.
I hope you don't think us ungrateful, dear. We know you meant it very kindly.
Of course not. I'll just go and put the luggage on the car. If you'll excuse me.
I hope he's not vexed with us.
Oh, I'm sure he's not.
Vexed with us? Why should he be?
Well, I thought he seemed a little short in his manner. Perhaps it's my imagination. After all, he couldn't expect us to let Parkinson have the house without really thinking the matter over.
You see, he thought you were unhappy here and really wanted to leave.
In a way, of course, that's rather true. It is dreadfully hard work. I don't think anyone quite realizes.
Good morning, everybody.
Come along, Harry, dear. Coffee's getting cold.
Well, how is everybody this morning? Have you had breakfast?
Yes, I think Robert wants to make an early start.
Oh, quite right. Mustn't let the grass grow under his feet. Duty, stand, order, the voice of God, etc. Pass the butter, Charles. Great fellow, Robert. Man of blood and iron.
Not really, you know.
You're not to laugh at Robert, dear. Nobody could be kinder or more thoughtful.
My dear, I yield to nobody in my fervent admiration of your eldest son. And you'll be taking my Felicity, too?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I've got to think of getting her ready for school.
Oh, there's a little bird flying about in the passage upstairs. A little robin cheeping and fluttering against the window.
Well, let it out, Fathead.
Let it out, I'll do no such thing. When a bird flies in through the window, that means happiness in the house.
You're a superstitious old witch, nurse.
You can laugh your fill, Mr. Harry, but no bird do I turn out of this house. The warnings are clear for them that have ears to hear. We could do with a bit of liver, me lady. There's not a scrap of meat in the house.
Very well, nurse. I'll go and see about it. She's always at me to buy liver. She simply loves it.
Morning, Uncle Harry.
Morning, Robert.
If you'd like to get your hat on, Elizabeth.
Yes, I won't be long.
Back to work, eh, Robert?
Yes, that's right.
You must come again in the spring, dear. For all its wildness, the garden looks quite colourful then.
The spring, that's looking forward.
Goodness, yes. Oh, the long, long winter months. Every year I wonder how we shall ever get through them.
You must try to take things easily, Mother.
I wish I could. But in this huge house...
If I live till next April, I shall be 81.
Of course you'll live, dear. Don't say such things.
There's no of course about it.
We're ready now, Robert, if you want to start.
Oh. Well, Mother, I think we'll be saying goodbye.
Must you, dear? Well, it's been very nice having you, all of you.
We've enjoyed it very much.
Yes, we have.
I'm afraid you haven't. We've been so tiresome, haven't we? Upsetting all your plans.
I hadn't any plans. I was merely trying to be of some use, that's all.
It was so kind, dear. And if ever we do think of moving, we shall certainly tell Mr. Parkinson.
Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Uncle Harry.
Goodbye, my boy. And what about my Felicity? When's she coming to cheer up her miserable old uncle again?
Oh, soon. Quite soon, I hope, Uncle Harry.
Perhaps next holidays, if it can be arranged.
Oh, next holidays. I'll be standing watching for her then like Mariana on the moated grains.
Well, if you're ready, Elizabeth.
We'll come and see you off.
Perhaps at Christmas we could have a party with Frankie, too.
Yes, that's it, with Frankie, too.
He only said, my life is dreary. She cometh not, he said. But you will come, Felicity, eh? It's a promise, eh?
Yes, I promise to come, Uncle Harry. Goodbye.
Oh, until the holidays. Until the holidays.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye, Father.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
They're off.
Now I must just sit down and think where to begin. Having guests is very nice, but it does disorganize one's life. Nurse!
We shall have to start fires again in the morning. Damn chilly.
Ooh, the winter. Nurse! I suppose she's making cocoa.
Where's my weather book? Ah. Minimum 32. Yeah. What did I say? Frosts are going to start early this year.
Oh, don't. Felicity's a sweet child, but what an appetite.
My Felicity.
Oh, now I must get busy. I'll make you a list for the village, Charles.
Yes, very well. And after lunch, I'll cut some wood.
Yes, we must all get busy. The only thing. I never did like the autumn. Give to the boys October. But not to me, thank you. Dead leaves everywhere. Howling winds, most depressing time of the year. Gets in my confounded chest, too. Aren't you going to light the fire?
Yes, I am.
You know, we ought to go away for a change. Do us all good. Different food and different faces. Different conversations.
Where, for instance?
I don't know. London, Torquay, Bath, anywhere.
Well, we must talk it over. That's it. We must talk it over.
Now, let me see. October 17th. Max 44. Min 32. Wind west northwest. Cloudy and dull.
Oh, the little bird has flown right down the long passage and out of the window at the end.
The little bird has flown.
That was Sybil Thorndyke as Lady Denham and Lewis Casson as Sir Charles in A Picture of Autumn by N.C. Hunter. Harry was played by Philip Ray, the nurse by Mary O'Farrell, Elizabeth by Rachel Gurney, Robert by Hayden Jones, Frank by Nigel Stock, Mr. Pargeter by Godfrey Kenton, Felicity by Tracy Rogers, and John by John Pullen. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Charles LeFaux.
This is Don Hollenbeck in the walled city of Troy. The following is an unofficial and unconfirmed report this 9th morning of the 40th year of the reign of King Priam and the 10th year of the war. According to the captain of the guard at the West Gate, the Greek forces which have been besieging Troy for 10 years have vanished. We emphasize this report is unofficial and unconfirmed, but the captain of the guard says the Greek fleet has sailed and that as far as can be seen from the wall of Troy, the Greek camp has been completely abandoned. Also, the captain of the guard says that the image of a towering horse can be seen on the plain a few miles from shore. Again, we repeat, this report is without official confirmation, but the captain of the Trojan Guard is a reliable source of military information. There's every reason to believe that the report is trustworthy.
1184 B.C., the ancient city of Troy. You are there.
A towering figure of a horse at the wall of Troy. Homer's Troy. History's Troy, the Troy of mingled fact and fancy. The epic moment when a proud but decadent civilization faced its destiny on the shores of the Aegean Sea. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
And now,
1184 B.C., inside the walls of Troy with John Hollenbeck.
The Greek forces have left the Trojan shore. A scouting party is even now somewhere on the plain outside Troy, trying to find out exactly what the Greeks are up to this time. John Daly is with that force, and we're awaiting word from him. We expect to have a report at any moment, and we'll stay on the air until we get that report. Quincy Howe has been assessing the implications and possibilities of the Greek evacuation, and he'll bring us up to date now.
Is this the day for which Troy's national heroes and great warriors, led by Hector, have fought so valiantly and died? If it is, then the intolerable tension of the 10-year siege has ended. No longer will Trojans have to live behind their 30-foot walls, never venturing outside except at the risk of their lives. But there's a big if. Have the Greeks really gone for good? Or is this just another trick in the 10-year history of Greek treachery and deception? Remember that only 3 days ago in the last battle, Troy almost fell to Agamemnon, supreme commander of the Greek allied forces. It was another Greek trick, engineered by their chief strategist, the foxy Odysseus, who showed the Trojans something never seen before in war, something that might be called an armored force. Formations of Greeks, covered top, front, and sides with their shields, advanced to the very walls of Troy. Swords, spears, and arrows bounced off this armored monster until the last minute when Aeneas, the Trojan commander, son-in-law of King Priam, ordered a concentrated rain of heavy rock. The big question now is, if the Greeks have gone, and it's not yet official that they have, we just don't know, the big question is, why, after this long, bitter attempt to overcome Troy, why have they suddenly quit? Have they... Just a moment. John Daly, who's with the scouting party out on the plain, is calling in by shortwave.
the report that the Greeks have gone is true. The Greeks have gone. Not one of the 1,165 ships whose masts Troy has seen every morning for 10 years is here. The camps are deserted. Only abandoned barracks, rubbish, smoldering fires, which apparently the Greeks set to destroy their equipment, remain. I can't describe what it feels like to stand out on this plain before Troy without fear of a Greek arrow. However, one very curious thing about this whole mystery is the strange reminder which the Greeks have left behind, a towering image of a horse. It stands 20 feet away, as close as the soldiers will permit me to go. We have to look up to see its head in the early morning light. It's taller, much taller than the 30-foot walls of Troy. Evidently, it's made of highly polished wood, intricately carved, and certainly a master craftsman must have designed and built this imposing and somewhat frightening figure, now all alone on this plain of Troy, where for so many years live horses and men with them have died. The Trojan scouting party I'm with is waiting for the arrival of King Priam's advisors. Patrols are scouring the hills and woods surrounding the plain, making sure there will be no ambush, although there seems little likelihood of that since the ships are gone. A group of chariots has come out of Troy. Here come the king's advisors. Yes, I can recognize the chariot of Aeneas, the tight-lipped commander-in-chief of all Trojan forces since the recent death of Hector. And there's the chariot of Thymoetes, suave personal advisor of the king, and, oh yes, Laocoon, the elder statesman of the king's cabinet and self-appointed guardian of Troy's spiritual welfare, is here too. Their chariots are pulling up nearby. The captain of this scouting party has met them, and as the king's advisors walk toward the monster figure of the wooden horse, the captain is rapidly explaining the sequence of events this morning. Aeneas, Thymoetes, Laocoon are looking at the horse curiously. Aeneas seems puzzled. He keeps staring fixedly at the horse. Thymoetes is smiling urbanely. Only Laocoon is shaking his head angrily and scowling, a mark of the old gentleman's crusty temper. Laocoon has just grabbed a spear from one of the soldiers. He's thrown it right into the horse. The spear is quivering in the flank. It made a sharp, hollow sound. The sun, now breaking through the early morning mist, has caught the spear and is dancing along its shaft. The sun also lights up the horse, and we see now that it has a golden bridle and reins with bridle ornaments in ivory dyed purple. The eyes of the horse are so realistically carved they seem to be staring watchfully at the walls of Troy 3 miles away. Aeneas, Laocoon, and Thymoetes are talking heatedly now. There seems to be some disagreement, to put it mildly. Thymoetes and Aeneas are practically dragging the old man away from the wooden horse. Thymoetes is pointing in the direction of an abandoned Greek shelter right near here. They're coming this way now, apparently planning to talk things over inside that shelter. Aeneas is in the lead. Aeneas, sir, as commander-in-chief of the Trojan forces, what do you make of all this?
I have nothing to say. Let me pass, please.
Yes, sir. Laocoon. Sir, do you feel that the president...
We are being tricked. The Greeks have not gone, please. That's what I thought they wish us to think. We have not seen the last of them. We have. Thymoetes, you must realize this is a trick. You must Now, please, Laocoon, we all know your solicitude for the good of Troy, but Aeneas and I... Aeneas and you, burn the image, I say, till it's full of spears. And I'll tell the king so, too. Laocoon, we're keeping our commander. It's a trick. It's a cunning...
Thank you, gentlemen. Thymoetes and Laocoon are entering the Greek shelter. There certainly seems to be a division of opinion as to the exact meaning of what's going on. Laocoon seems to mistrust the whole business, particularly this big wooden horse here. I believe if he had another spear, he'd throw it into the horse himself. Thymoetes, however, seems inclined to accept the evidence that the Greeks are gone. And as for Aeneas, the Trojan commander-in-chief, he, as usual, is non-committal. We'll wait here until their conference is over. A patrol has just come up. They've got a prisoner, a Greek. They're hustling up to the captain, who is standing right here. I can see the Greek now. 2 husky soldiers have his arms pinned behind his back. He's a short man, blond, as all Greeks are, unshaven. Young fellow, his tunic is torn and dirty.
Over every foot of the Greek camp. He wasn't in the camp, sir. We found him in a clump of trees, moving around while we were searching. Well, you better go out there and see there aren't any more. Take the prisoner inside.
The captain isn't wasting any time questioning this Greek prisoner. He's taking him right into the shelter where Aeneas, Thymoetes, and Laocoon are conferring. The patrol is fanning out again, going back to see if there are any more Greeks that may have been overlooked. Perhaps the capture of this Greek prisoner will prove to be the key to the mystery of the Greek evacuation. We'll have to wait for something official on this, but here's a message. Richard Hotlet with another Trojan detachment has reached the main Greek camp. He's ready with a report. Go ahead, Hotlet.
It gives one the strangest feeling to stand in this great deserted camp. For 10 years, this has been the Greek arsenal for the siege of Troy. It's not a camp, it's a city, a neighboring city to Troy, about which Trojans have known almost nothing until today. Apparently, the Greeks tried to burn it down, but the fires were not very extensive. If the Greeks really meant to destroy this city camp, they didn't do very well. I'm standing in the huge main square, which evidently served as the meeting place for the Greeks. Streets run into this vast area from all directions. They're silent streets now, but once they were thronged with military, slaves, animals, and women, captive women picked up on islands in the Aegean and brought by the Greeks to serve them. The air is full of the smell of wild ginger, which grows in abundance on this coastal plain. Trojan women have been deprived of this source of perfume for 10 years, but now they'll have it again. All around the square are the houses formerly occupied by Nestor, Achilles, and Agamemnon, Ajax, all the other Greek leaders. Attached to Achilles' house are barns and stables for supplies, chariot horses, and cattle. This camp, by the way, is right by the edge of the sea. The surf rolls in and the gulls are crying as they hover over the stone foundations which served as land bases for the Greek ships. The ships were lined up in rows facing Troy, and in front of them the Greeks threw up a high earthen wall with a moat and watchtowers. But now I've just received word that Aeneas, Thymoetes, and Laocoon, the king's advisors, have taken the mysterious Greek prisoner to King Priam's palace. John Daly is with them, so over to John Daly.
I'm in an anteroom of King Priam's palace. The Greek prisoner was rushed here almost immediately after being questioned briefly on the Trojan plain. He has just been interrogated thoroughly by the king and his advisors, who are at this moment in conference. We've been given permission to interview the prisoner. He's here with me now under close guard. Guards are walking up and down. The prisoner has given his name as Sinon. It's a name that we don't recognize as being on the lists of Greek warriors and heroes. Now, Sinon, what did you tell the king? Have the Greeks left for good?
I wouldn't have that information. I'm just a minor officer.
I see. Why were you left behind?
I hid myself before the fleet left.
Why?
It's a long story.
Well, we've got plenty of time. Tell it to us.
Well, there's Odysseus. You probably heard of him.
Yes, I've heard of him, but let's get that long story started.
I had a little trouble with him. There was a disagreement. Something went wrong, and I was blamed.
Well, go on.
Well, people whom Odysseus dislikes have been known to disappear, or they've been found with a dagger in their backs.
Yes?
I thought I'd disappear without Odysseus' help.
Oh, why did the Greeks leave?
I don't know. I'm just a minor officer.
You must have some idea.
It was said around the camp that we were going back to Greece for fresh supplies.
Then the Greeks are coming back.
It was said around the camp that once our commanders returned home, they'd remain there.
Well, what's the story about the wooden horse?
It was built for the goddess Athene.
Well, why?
What for? The oracles told our commanders that if they built a wooden horse, they'd have victory.
If that's true, why did they leave the horse behind?
It was too big to carry on a ship.
Well, why not destroy it? Why leave it for the Trojans if it's an offering for victory?
They didn't leave it for the Trojans.
What do you mean?
They built it so big, it can't be taken into the city.
I see. Well, what did the king say to you when... Oh, just a minute. I'm told that the conference between King Priam and his advisors has broken up. Ned Calmer is in the king's quarters, so over to him.
Thymoetes, Laocoon, and Aeneas are just coming out of the king's cedar-lined suite. Aeneas, sir. What did the king say?
I have nothing to say. Nothing to say.
Laocoon, if you please, sir. What did the king say? Is the war over? I say, Laocoon, sir. Is the war over? What did the king say?
I say the war is not over. I say the Greeks are coming back. But the king... We must not demobilize. We must not relax for an instant. If we do, we are lost.
Yes, I know, sir, but what does the king say? What does he think about the Greek prisoner, about the horse?
He is not sure yet. He will not make a decision yet. But I begged him to keep the city alert. That horse is a gift from the Greeks, and a Greek gift means death.
Of course, sir,
we must be alert, I say alert. I am going to the temple to pray for Troy.
Thymoetes, sir, what is your view about all this?
Well, it's very simple. As you heard, Laocoon, in his praiseworthy zeal for Troy, argues that the Greeks are coming back. As for my part, I accept the evidence of my eyes and ears. I don't believe everything the Greek prisoner says, but I think we can safely assume that his commanders have had enough of their unsuccessful siege of Troy.
Then the war is officially over.
Not quite. As Laocoon said, the king has been unable to reach a final decision. He's still weighing an official declaration concerning the state of hostility.
Well, then there are no plans for demobilization?
Not immediately.
And what about the wooden horse?
Oh, that's really not important. I can't imagine why the Greeks did it, but we must admit it's a curiosity, a clever product of the woodworker's art. The king agreed that it might provide a welcome spectacle for the people. Every Trojan loves horses. We're bringing it into the city.
But how can you do that, sir? I understood the Greeks had built the wooden horse so big that it couldn't be brought into the city.
Oh, I'm afraid the Greeks were too clever this time. We're simply going to widen the gate.
Oh. Thank you, Thymetes.
Not so.
To this reporter, at least, the situation is still rather confused. We don't know yet whether it's war or peace. However, there is in Troy at this time one Greek other than the captive Synos. For a comment on this baffling situation, that other Greek is now waiting at a microphone with Ken Roberts. So, over to Ken Roberts. I'm speaking to you from the women's quarters of King Priam's palace. Seated beside me is a beautiful woman. She is dressed in a long, frilled robe with a high, close bodice. At her shoulder, she wears a pin of Chinese jade. The air is scented with her perfume of rose oil. Her hair is blonde and elaborately coiffed. There can be only one such woman, the Princess Helen, formerly of Greece, lately of Troy.
Permanently of Troy now, I hope.
Does that mean, then, Princess Helen, that you think your countrymen have finally given up their avowed purpose, never to return to Greece without you?
Now, do you really think my countrymen, as you call them, came all the way to Troy to fight the greatest war of history just for me?
Well, certainly your husband, Menelaus of Sparta, his brother Agamemnon, and all the Greek commanders have been most vociferous in keeping alive the story that you are the cause of this war.
That is romantic, isn't it? Helen elopes with Paris, Trojan prince. He takes her to Troy. Deserted husband rallies all of Greece, launches 1,000 ships, all to bring back a pretty face. Romantic, yes. In fact, idyllic. But in truth, rather foolish. Let's recognize it for what it really is, a convenient pretext on which to start the war.
Well, Trojans have never heard your version of what this war is all about.
I think it's quite simple. It's a matter of economics and rivalry between two powers. The Greeks are a virile, expanding people. They've outgrown their rocky, unproductive home. They need and want control of the Hellespont, the gateway to the inland sea and the riches of the East. One power stands in their way. Troy. Need I say more?
Sounds reasonable. Do you think that their leaving means that they've finally given up their dream of world conquest?
I wouldn't care to predict what a Greek will do, but I sincerely hope they're not coming back. I don't ever wish to leave Troy. I followed my heart to Troy. Troy is my home. The more so since my Paris died defending it.
Thank you, Princess Helen. This is Ken Roberts. I return you to our studio.
This is Quincy Howe. Priam has not yet decided whether to declare hostilities officially at an end. The old king is a tired, almost broken man who has lost all but one of his sons in this war. Now, this present lack of leadership, this indecision, is doing Troy no good. It has complicated an already confused situation. If Laocoon, Troy's elder statesman, is right, and the city needs more alertness than ever, then every added moment of hesitation weakens morale. A growing body of public opinion, led by Thymetes, argues that this is indeed the end of the war, the time to demobilize, to cut wartime taxes, to lift controls and trade restrictions inside and outside Troy. All this eagerness for peace comes out in the reception given the wooden horse, which is now inside the city. Many Trojans agree with Thymetes that it's a victory trophy, and these people are trying to persuade others to share that view. Yet even while Laocoon prays in the temple, another prominent citizen is carrying a message of warning to the Trojan people. She is King Priam's daughter, Princess Cassandra, the strong-willed, social-minded reformer. At this moment, Princess Cassandra is in the main market square addressing the public. John Daly's there, too, so over to John Daly.
a big crowd growing every minute. It seems as if every citizen of Troy is coming into this market square carrying torches. The people are listening quietly, intently. They seem unable to make up their minds. Let's listen.
For years this man has been saying, appease the Greeks, end the war at all costs, make peace with the Greeks, give them what they want, lie down and grovel before them on their path to world conquest. Who was it who counseled us to accept the Greek ultimatum before the war began? It was Diomedes. Who was it, once the war began, who begged to accept the terms of Odysseus for a dishonorable peace? It was Diomedes, and I have reason to know that this same Diomedes has held secret meetings with the Greeks here inside Troy, while your sons and husbands on the plain out there were dying. Citizens of Troy, I tell you, the Greeks are coming back. Now is the time, if ever, for Trojans to double their guard and their vigilance. Now.
This is Don Hollenbeck. We have interrupted the Princess Cassandra to announce the death of Laocoon. The elder statesman died under mysterious circumstances while praying in the temple of Poseidon. His 2 sons died with him. Authorities are investigating, and in the absence of an official explanation, wild rumors are beginning to circulate. The story is being spread that Laocoon and his sons were strangled by serpents. Other fantastic accounts are going the rounds, but more reliably, it is reported that Laocoon and his sons may have been murdered by unknown elements opposing his violent resistance to the declaration of peace. We'll bring you further news as it develops, but now back to John Daly in the market square.
This is John Daly. The news of the death of Laocoon has already reached this square, and it's having an electrifying effect on this great crowd. Quiet just a few minutes ago, it has now come to life, and the men and women in it are turning to all sorts of celebration. They're taking the death of Laocoon and his sons as a divine visitation, a punishment of the elder statesman for opposing the party of peace. They're milling about the square, pushing and shoving, forming into groups of celebrants. Many of them have suddenly brought out goat skins of wine. Others are headed for the taverns, and they're shouting, "Peace, peace, the war is over." It looks as if the decision has been taken from King Priam's hands, the decision which he was unable to make himself. The citizens of Troy have declared peace, and the gods help them if the decision is a wrong one. Still, there's no news here in the square as to what Aeneas, the commander... Oh, wait a minute. Ned Kelmer has some news at King Priam's palace. Go ahead, Kelmer.
There are Greek soldiers inside Troy near the wall. Headquarters has just made this statement. Aeneas and Thymoetes have left the palace with a body of troops. They're on their way to the wall. News of the Greeks' sudden appearance was brought to the palace by a wounded Trojan soldier. He was with the detachment on guard at the wooden horse. We've been promised more details as soon as possible. Couriers have been sent from the palace to all parts of the city to alert the populace and round up all troops. I repeat, there are Greek soldiers in Troy near the wall. This statement was made a short while ago here at King...
This is Don Hollenbeck. John Daly is on his way with a mobile unit to the wall where the Greek soldiers have been reported seen. Richard Hottelet has taken over in the market square, so for the city's reaction to that news, we'll switch you there. Come in, Richard Hottelet.
As far as we can tell, the reaction down here to the report that there are Greek soldiers in the city seems to be a mixture of disbelief and unconcern. The crowd, which began celebrating the end of the war when Laocoon's death was announced, has grown larger and even more exuberant. More and more soldiers have joined it without their arms. By the light of their moving torches, we can see the soldiers, arm in arm with the civilians, thronging the square and streaming in and out of the taverns around it. This cobbled square is littered with empty wineskins. The one sober, urgent note in all this rejoicing is the presence of the couriers from headquarters trying desperately to round up these celebrating troops for whatever action may be required. Soldier, wait a minute.
No hurry, I'm not running away.
But aren't you on your way back to barracks? Where's your sword?
Huh? Well, I need a sword for it. Never going back to the barracks.
But your orders. There's news about Greek soldiers in the city.
Greek soldiers? Where? What? I didn't hear it.
There's been a report from the palace that there are Greek soldiers near the wall. Your commander-in-chief ordered all troops on the alert.
Thanks. I have to go to my barracks at once. I have to...
Wait a minute. Aren't you going the wrong direction, soldier? Your barracks are this way.
Well, that's true. Where did I leave my sword? I can't remember.
Ned Calmer at the palace has more details about the Greeks in the city, so come in, Ned Calmer. The Greeks in the city came from the wooden horse, which was hollow. As nearly as the wounded Trojan soldier could estimate, there were about 25 of them, and he thought he recognized Odysseus. In the darkness, the soldier said, the small Trojan detachment, which had been posted as a guard around the horse, was surprised and overcome. Everyone but this soldier killed without a chance of self-defense. The wounded man, left for dead, managed, however, to make his way to the palace. He said that when the Greeks had gone, he could see the hole in the belly of the horse through which the Greeks had crawled, and a ladder down which they climbed to the ground. After killing the guards, the Greeks then made off in the direction of the wall. We don't know if this Trojan soldier is going to live or not, and we don't yet know the full implications of this.
This is Don Hollenbeck at News Headquarters. We've interrupted Ned Calmer because John Daly in a mobile unit has reached the wall. Go ahead, John Daly.
Thousands of Greek soldiers are streaming across the plain from the beaches towards the walls of Troy. The plain is almost as light as day with the fires of Greek torches and beacons. The Greek host is pouring out of the Greek fleet, which has returned to the harbor in full strength. In the distance, the ships are being unloaded. In front of them, vast columns of troops are lining up, and nearer to us, the chariots are moving across the plain, moving closer and closer to the wall of Troy. Waiting for them at the main gate of that wall 30 feet below are not armed Trojans ready to die in bitter defense of their city, but instead Greeks, the small band of Greeks which came out of the belly of the wooden horse, who quickly overpowered the surprised and totally unprepared guard at the main gate, which had been widened to allow for the entrance of this great wooden horse. This small band is waiting now to march at the head of the oncoming Greek hordes into the city. On our way to the wall from the city square, we heard repeatedly the story from civilians and soldiers alike that Aeneas has deserted, has fled the city, and that Thymoetes, the man who had cried, peace, peace, at any price, has taken over command to meet the Greek army, not in combat, but as an ally. There's one story that he's at this very moment with Odysseus at the main gate, and that Sinon, the mysterious prisoner, is with him also. All of which adds up to a picture which is becoming increasingly clear every passing moment as these Greek chariots come nearer and nearer the city gate of Troy, which is now open to receive them. This has been a plot, a cunning stratagem, conceived probably by Odysseus and cleverly carried out by Sinon, a plot which was nourished by Troy's fatal moments of indecision and its people's weariness of war and their unwillingness to listen to Laocoon and Cassandra. Now, below me, the first of the Greek chariots have reached the gate. There are some empty ones to accommodate the men from the wooden horse. They are getting into them, passing through the gate. The Greeks are now entering Troy in full force, and so far, not a sign of any Trojan defense. One can imagine how effective that defense will be, with all of the city taken off guard, demoralized, and at the height of celebration, rejoicing.
1184 B.C. Troy takes the gift from the Greeks and dies.
The Fall of Troy was broadcast originally by CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and came to you at this time as another program in the series You Are There. You Are There was a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.